remaining. Lithuania with 83,000 in chips. Please welcome.
Hello everybody and welcome from beautiful Tallinn, Estonia. The summer is 30 degrees pretty much, but any other day I would like to spend it outside, but not today. Tallinn Summer Showdown final table is happening today. As Teresa Nousiainen introduces the players to a final table, let's listen to what she has to say.
Seat number 3 from Morocco with 285,000 in chips. Please welcome Ahmed Ibrahimi. Taking seat 4 from Finland with 1,581,000 in chips. Please welcome Jussi Mattila. Seat 5, also from Finland. He is the current chip leader of the final table of the main event. Please welcome Tapio Vihakas. Tapio Vihakas has 1,659,000 in chips, and he is the final table chip leader. Seat number 6, also from Finland, with 1,590,000 in chips. Please welcome Mattias Siljander. Taking seat number 7, with 178,000 in chips, from Finland, please give a hand to Aki Tuusi. And finally, seat number 8, also from Finland, with 248,000 in chips. Please welcome Kim Lindström. $195 entries, and we have our final 8 players. We're gonna continue on level 19. The lines are 5,000, 10,000, and we're gonna make a quick draw for the button on the final table.
So as you can see, the Finns have absolutely dominated once more this tournament here in Tallinn. 195 entries, 8 remaining. First place takes home about 47,000 euros. Not a bad chunk of change for those guys. But there's still one Estonian left, one Moroccan, as I saw, one Lithuanian, and 4 of 5 Finns. So it's been party for the Finns here for the whole festival, as I've seen. What a great festival it has been. Another record-breaking field, as it was 165 last year and about 130 the year before that. So 195 entries this time, so making it the biggest prize pool for Tallinn Summer Showdown. Especially considering how warm and nice it is outside. So as you can see, the blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a big blind ante of another 10,000. Kim wakes up with pocket 4s under the gun. Let's see if he wants to play it with 25 big blinds. Wouldn't be super surprised if he just lets this one go. But he does raise. He raises it up to 23,000. My name is of course Christian Laas. I will be with you all day today until we crown the winner. Couple of familiar faces. Seat number 4 has been winning a lot in Estonia, and here we have it. Aki finds ace-king suited with 16 big blinds and the big blinds, so I expect him to just shove all in here, and Kim might call him. But no, he does release his 4s, and Aki picks up a small pot, but super needed for him because he only had 16 big blinds to start the hand with, so every small pot counts so much right now. We can see our Lithuanian player Algimantas only has 8 big blinds. Agi, Kim have about 20 big blinds. And these are our shorter stacks. I expect this one to be pretty exciting. I always love to see Finns playing against each other. There's usually gonna be a lot of action. They start out slow, and then at some point, I don't know what happens, but then they go crazy, and I love it. Folded around to Jussi, our chip leader right now, and I think it's his third or fourth final table appearance, at least the ones that I've commentated on, so he's definitely a good player. Tapio raises it up with pocket fives. Kim tags along with pocket nines from the big blind. Surprised to see him not shove, but maybe a little worried about the ICM with the Lithuanian only having 8 big blinds. 7-10 check, a straight draw for Kim. Also the pocket nine star still ahead. Kim checks it over to Tapio, who bets 15,000. I would be surprised if Kim folded this. No, Kim will call. I will see the turn. Deuce of clubs doesn't change nothing pretty much. None of the straights come in, none of the flushes come in. I think I wouldn't be super surprised if Tapio thought his fives are still good here and maybe just puts a little protection bet in there. Also, he can put a lot of pressure on, especially hands like Ace 10, King 10, as well as something like King 9 suited or King Queen. And look at that. Tapio gets Kim to fold his pocket nines, and first little show of this Finnish aggression working out. Finn against Finn action. We have such big stacks for the top 3 stacks here. Look at that, 170 and 158 big blinds for second and third place, and then a large gap, like a huge one, between fourth and third place. More than 100 big blue blinds. Wow, we are nice dynamics here. I want to see those large stacks try and push each other around a little bit, knowing that they can't really play big pots against each other. Not before at least a couple of players bust. King check for Ahmed. Thinking about it from under the gun +1. Hello chat as well. Wacky Jackson giving me a warm welcome. A lot of Finns in the chat. I'm not surprised with 4 or 5 Finns in the final table. Let me know who you're rooting for. King check hits the muck. Folded around to Tapio in the high check with ace 5 offsuit. Raises it up to 20. 2 times the big blind. Agi won't go anywhere with his ace queen off. He will go all in from the button. I don't think Tapio can call this one. And Agi takes a small one for himself. Oh, so many Kim fans there. Mr. Mork is rooting for Kim. So is Mansi Kanoppa. Holy moly. Mansi Kanoppa. Yeah, I hope I didn't butcher that name. So we've seen a couple of shoves already in the first 3 hands. As we move on to hand number 4. Pocket 3s hit the muck over to Jussi with 8-5 suited. Most likely will fold as well. So Matthias now with pocket 6s. Blinds have gone up to 6 and 12 with a 12k ante as well. Matthias raises it up to 25,000. Over to the shortest stack. Ace king off for Algimantas. And I think Matthias will definitely call this one. We will see a flip. Algimantas has 49% against Matthias pocket 6s. And needs to hit the ace or king to stay alive. He will still be the shortest stack should he double up. Let's see the flop. Ace queen 7, meaning that Matthias needs a 6 to eliminate Algimantas, otherwise he will double up. That's a 4 of clubs on the turn. And that's another ace for Algimantas, a much needed double up for him. Nice little start. So we still remain 8-handed. So as was said, 195 entries in this tournament. First place takes home 47,000 euros. The buy-in for this tournament was 1,100 euros. So making the prize pool 185,000 euros. Biggest ever Tallinn Summer Showdown. It's been growing every year, and there's a reason for it. It's super well organized. Nothing bad to say. So look at those stacks here. 140 big blinds for Tapio, and then there's Toomas, Ahmed, Agi, Kim, and Algi Mantes with less than 26 big blinds each. Exciting stuff. I'm thinking that these players are gonna be fairly careful at the beginning, but in the first 4 hands we've seen already 3 all-ins. Of course the hands have been good as well. Ace-Jack suited now for Jussi. He will definitely raise this one from under the gun. Hello Kulttuurikanal. Nice to find you here as well. So he will raise it up to what looks like 30k. No, 26,000. Over to Matias with ace-8 suited. They're both pretty deep here, so I would expect to see Matias call with a suited ace, but no, he releases. Interesting. So folded out to Ahmed in the big blind with king 7 offsuit. And he will fold as well, and Jussi takes down the butt. Really interesting to see another deep stack here just fold the ace-8 suited, especially in position. Maybe he's afraid of a shove coming after the raise, but I'm pretty sure you're not gonna see any light shoves against 2 deep stacks here. Mr. Morky says that too bad Jari Lahtiainen didn't make it to the final table. Would be a bit bigger rail here. So I'm guessing he had a lot of fans. I didn't see him play, as I just made it to Tallinn myself today. Thomas, the only Estonian here, 9-5, will hit the muck. Queen Jack offsuit for Ahmed. Let's see. From the small blind, most likely we'll see a limp. But at the same time, you really don't want to limp against Jussi there. The buy-in for this tournament was 1,100 euros. He does call. Jussi 5-3 offsuit. Checks his option and we'll see a flop. I'm really wondering if Ahmed was going for a limp jam there. Or just limp call. Most likely limp call. As it is, we see a flop of ace-10 deuce, so a straight draw for both of these players. As much as I know Jussi, I'm pretty sure Jussi wants to play this one aggressively. It is Ahmed who leads in though, and Jussi is not going anywhere. He does call. 3 of those yellow chips, 5k each. 7 of diamonds. Queen high is still good for Ahmed. Pot is 66,000, 234 for Ahmed, the effective stack. Puts in another barrel. Looks like 26,000 exactly. Jussi thinking about it. Still has a straight draw, still has the position, thinking maybe he can steal it away on the river. But no, doesn't want to call against 2 barrels here. Ahmed takes down another pot and up to 300k now. Jussi takes a safer route there. Maybe in about 5 hours he's gonna play it completely differently, but right now he's taking the conservative route. 6k, 12k, 12k big blind ante. So if you don't know what the big blind ante means, it's that the big blind posts ante for every player at this table. Makes it easier for the dealer, more convenient for the players as well, and pace of the game is just generally faster. Ace King suited for Matthias now. Let's see how he plays it. Most likely raises it. Just makes sense, but how much is the question? 25,000. Fold it around to Agi, who will fold as well. Thomas tags along with ace-8 suited from the cutoff, and now Tabi most likely will defend his 8-7 offsuit as well. 13k into a pot of 93k. He does call. Jack 6. Ace King still good. Not much for either of Thomas or Tabia. Tabia checks. Matthias puts a continuation bet of 25k. That's a very small continuation bet. About quarter of the pot. Gets rid of Thomas though. Most likely gets rid of Tabia as well, and Matthias doesn't need to bet bigger. 25k enough to win a pot of 118,000. Not too bad. Extends his chip lead, 137,000. Not 1,000, 137 big blinds, 1.7 million though. So the purple chips are 25,000 each, the yellow ones are 5k, and the blue ones are 1k. King check off for Aki now. Most likely will fold. With his 20 big blinds under the gun, 7 players to active after him, he'll fold. And a good fold, Kim finds ace queen. He will just move all in. Let's see if somebody finds anything to play with. Jussi will not call with the 6-3. So 2 more players to get through. He will indeed take down the blinds and antes. 200k for Kim now. Every hand we've seen an all-in. So these players are not afraid to get their moving on. We've just seen one call though. Algimantas doubled up with ace-king against pocket 6s. Still the shortest stack. 12 big blinds for him. So if you have any questions or you want to join the chat, come over at twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. And it looks like another pot will go towards Kim. Ace Queen suited is a good start. From under the gun, he will definitely raise. And not just raise, he will go all in. 205,000, about 16 big blinds. The Kim train is all in. Fold it around to Agi on the big blind, ace-9 offsuit. He will fold as well. And Kim takes another set of blinds and antes. Up to 20 big blinds now. 19 to be exact. So look at those differences. Ahmed 25 big blinds, Thomas 23, Kim 19, Aki 18, and Algimantas 12. And then a big gap between 3rd and 4th place. It's been a while since I've seen a dynamic like this one. So if I'm one of the bigger stacks, I'm gonna most likely just wait for the shorter stacks to bust or get super short and try to bust them myself. No reason to risk anything big against other big stacks. But at the same time, I mean, if I'm one of those big stacks, I kind of want to start bullying the other big stacks because maybe they're afraid of me. You know? Those mental games are going on in between those heads and those players there. You see? Does exactly that. Raises with 9-6 suited of clubs and takes down the blinds and antes. So Tabi or Jussi and Matthias with the bigger stacks here. And our shortest stack isn't even that super short. I mean, yes, he has 12 big blinds, but it's not too bad. Sorry. That's not an earthquake. That someone said, most likely. A6 offsuit for Ahmed. Will fold. Checks and file will fold. As will W. And Matthias. Though you never know with Matthias. Exactly. He proves me wrong. He raises it up to 25,000. And gets the blinds and antes. My man just takes down the blinds and antes whenever he can. So I'm not gonna assume that he's gonna fold too much. Not gonna make that mistake again. Up to 132 big blinds now. As it is right now, most of these players are playing for 4th place. There's such a big gap between the first 3 players. The blinds last for about 1 hour. So we're gonna stay at 6 and 12k for a while. Matthias with another raise. King 8 offsuit from the high check. Fold around to Thomas in the big blind. He will most likely just call. King 10 suited. Has Matthias dominated. Flop rings an 8 though. So Matthias takes the lead with a pair of 8s on a do 8-9 triple spade board. Thomas checks. Matthias puts in a continuation bet of 25k and Thomas just folds. Not too much for him there. Down to 250,000 now. 21 big blinds, sorry. So once again, let me tell you about Tallinn Showdown, Summer Showdown. It's been a sick one. We started the first tournament breaking records already, and the main event, it grew about 20% in the field, so another success story. It's been growing every year, so if you haven't made it this year, make your plans already next year. If you're hungover from the World Series of Poker, this is the best place to come to. The weather is a bit nicer. It's not too hot. And also, I mean, Tallinn is famous for making super well organized tournaments. Which is why the events in Tallinn, they always grow, like year after year. Mr. Mark wants to know if I have the stats for the team standings. I do not at the moment, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get a hold of them pretty soon. So I will let you know as soon as I have them. If I don't get them before the first break, I'm just gonna go during the break and ask for them. Sofa King makes a fair point though, that you can find the standings on the team competition on the festival homepage. So you just go to tallinnshowdown.com/team competition standings. We have the link in twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club, so come join us there. It never ceases to amaze me how Finns just dominate every single poker tournament made in Europe, pretty much. Just come and crush, especially the ones in Tallinn. I'm pretty sure there was as many Estonians as there were Finns in this tournament, and just year after year Finns keep on making deep runs, and just so many of them at the final table. Just they're too good at poker. I mean, if you're watching and if you're just learning poker, just learn from the Finns. They obviously know what they're doing. It's a generalization, but still, I mean... I would say per capita Finns are most successful poker players out there, ever. Jussi makes another raise against Ahmed's limp with 10-9. With King 4 he raises it up to 37,000. I like to raise. Ahmed calls though, and we'll see a flop, 86,000 in the middle. Morg says that the bubble of this tournament was really brutal. I read about it, but there wasn't anything said about the hands. I heard that it was a sick cooler though. Oh, so a guy bubbled with aces into king queen suited. That hurts. That sucks. Queen 8 deuce. Straight draw and a backdoor flush draw for Ahmed. Let's see how he plays it. Jussi makes a fairly small bet, 27,000. Wouldn't be surprised to just see a call against a sizing like this. Would have been more interesting if Jussi raised it up to about like 50,000 here, if Ahmed just shoved this one. But he does just call. 2 blue ones, 1 purple one, making it 27,000. And that's a jack. And that's a jack of hearts as well. Jussi makes a flush draw, but Ahmed hits the nut straight. Checks it over to Jussi. Let's see how Jussi plays this one now. How much does he bet if he decides to bet? And will Ahmed just shove? Jussi sniffs this one out. Just checks with the flush draw. 8 of diamonds, meaning that Ahmed will stay ahead with his straight. That's a check on the river, and Ahmed doesn't get paid. Jussi doesn't even bluff on the river. Smart enough to check it down. Just thinking that Ahmed is just too often has an 8 or a queen there that calls the flop, or at least the jack that doesn't fold, like something like jack 9, jack 10, or 9-10. So not much that Jussi can get to fold. So it's very smart, intelligent chat from Jussi there. Ahmed now in 4th place with 31 big blinds, 382,000 for him. This is the last day as well. We are also playing down the winner for the high roller. 6 players still remaining there. Matthias now, undergun, ace-5, will fold. Agi with the same hand, undergun Mosban, will fold as well, as will Kim. Algimantas, our shortest stack, will fold as well. So will Ahmed and Thomas. So battle of the blinds, another hand Jussi. We'll just call with queen 7 to robot hand. Tabio with a strong looking king queen off now. Let's see if he tries to isolate. Puts in, it looks like another 20,000 or 25,000 even. Yep, raises it up to 37. And Jussi does not want to go with the queen 7, we'll fold. So the payout spin. Everyone has guaranteed themselves 5,130 euros for 8th place. 7th takes down 6,400. 6th takes down 8,200. 5th 11,500. 4th takes down 15,000. 3rd 19.5. 2nd 32.2. And 1st 46.7. So basically 47,000. I'm pretty sure they have like team extra added money stuff in there as well, so Thomas 8-5 will fold. I expect Ahmed to raise his ace-5 suited from the cutoff. He's been winning quite a few of those smaller pots. Has about 32 big blinds, so not super short as well. Can definitely raise into those bigger stacks. Makes it minimum 24,000. Pocket 7s for Jussi now from the button, will call. Matthias will come along as well, as we see the flop 3 ways now. 90k in the middle. Four, 6, 10. Pretty good flop for 7s. Just one overcard. Blocks a couple of the flush draws as well, so not too much to be afraid of. Checked around to Jussi. Let's see who wants to bet with his 7s. He bets for 25,000. Matthias does have 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Fairly small bet. He might come along. He does call. Getting 5-1 on a call. No, he raises it up to 120,000. Wow, look at that. And Jussi calls with his 7s. A lot of interesting turn cards here now. That might be one of them, but not too good for Matthias. Who checks it over to Jussi now. Expect it to go check-check most of the time. I don't think Jussi wants to get check raised one more time. But Jussi does bet with his 7s. 155,000. So the purple chips are 50,000 instead of 25,000. So 155,000 is the bet. Matthias only with queen high. Let's see if he wants to make some moves, but I mean, is he just calling here? Am I seeing something wrong? Does he have queen check off? Just check calls the turn. And that's a jack of spades on the river, so he takes the lead. Checks, and Jussi will check as well. And let's see if Matthias actually has the queen check. It doesn't make too much sense for me to just check call the turn. Does he wants to lead the diamonds or clubs, or really can't make too much sense of that hand. I mean, let me know in the chat what do you think of that. He does hit the check on the river, but that couldn't be his plan. Well, he's up to 163 B plans now, 2 million exactly. That's a super strange play. I mean, I have to think that he wanted to lead most of the rivers, but now that he hit the jack, he didn't feel the reason to. He does smile himself. Jussi thinks that what a fish. Can't believe what happened. Looks at those chips like, man, those belong to me. What are you doing, man? That is shaking his head. I love Finns playing against each other. It's just too much fun. I feel like Finns more than any other nation, they want to screw each other. Like, okay, not literally, but at the poker field, you know what I mean. They want to like hurt each other. But it's all in a good fun as well, always. Dabio raises it to 25,000 with 7-5, offsuit from the button. Matthias from the small blind re-raises with ace-4 and gets rid of Dabio really fast. So Matthias is geared up now. He's ready to go. He has distanced himself a little with Dabio and Jussi. $167 big blinds for him now. So maybe we can see Matthias start putting a little bit more pressure on Jussi now, as well as Tabia. Because for Jussi and Tabia to clash against Matthias now, that would be catastrophic, especially with 5 players with pretty shallow stacks, like more than 100 peak blinds less than those two. King Queen for Algimantas, 10 big blinds under the gun, close one, but elects to fold. I'm pretty sure that King Queen suited would have gone in, but Tabia pocket 8s now will definitely raise. 25,000, and now Agi with ace queen most likely will just go all in, and Tabia, I can't see him fold him now. Agi needs to win this one now. Tabia will call, and Agi is our first player at risk now. Needs to hit the ace or a queen or a straight or something to still remain in there. Tabia has 55% against Agi's 45%. 408,000 in the middle. Super important pot for Agi. Should Tabia lose this one, just a small dent to his stack, but Agi needs this one to stay alive. That's a queen already, and that's an ace as well. That's a super good flop for Agi. Tabia now needs to hit an ace. Sorry, an 8. Ooh, and that seals it. An 8 won't do it anymore. Full house for Agi. And he does double up against Tabia. Tabia still has 1.4 million. But more importantly, Agi stays alive. Takes 4th place now. Nice hand for him. Yes, Cylinder is a beast, I agree. I think 3 of the past 5 tournaments I've done commentary in Tallinn, I've seen him at the final table or win it. Casino Gwinstead says that every time I open Olympic Poker stream, he's on the final table. I agree, man. He's been crushing it here in Estonia, especially in main events. It's just, he does something right. So we're still 8-handed. Hand number 14 or 15 coming up. We've seen 2 all-ins. Oh, hand number 19 even. We've seen 2 all-ins, both at the times double up by the shorter stacks. Ace King against 6s and Ace Queen against 8s. Hold around to Matthias now with a good looking hand. Ace King offsuit. He's been raising it up quite a lot as well. Algimantas though, he needs to make something happen and make something happen soon. 96,000 for him, as he loses this big blind and the ante as well, so pretty big dent. That's about 20% of his chips he lost there. So let's move on. Tabia raises it up with Queen 7. What is that? Queen 7 off from under the gun +2. Raises it to 25,000. Matthias will come along for sure. Pocket 4s. And he will come along with a raise. Really 3-bets it to 85,000, so exactly what I thought. Matthias is trying to put pressure on Tabio now. He has distanced himself a little bit, and now he can put extra pressure on Tabio. As well as Jussi. And look at that, power move for Matthias with pocket force. And I don't know what is Tabio doing, raising with queen 7 from under the gun +2. Especially with Matthias having position against him. Matthias is all smarts though. Pocket 3 is for Jussi now. Under the gun, he will raise. No, he will just call. Knowing that Matthias is playing aggressively against him, he wants to see the flop. Tabio will come along with 10-8 and Matthias another ace-king offsuit. And he has an image as well, so he can definitely raise this one up and not get too much respect for that. Raises it up to 50,000 now. Kim, knowing that Matthias has been pushing quite a lot, ace-10 offsuit will still fold. Nice little fold for him. Ahmed, queen 6 suited, will fold.
And we have a 9 in the call. Action on the turn. The team was already on the flop. He was followed by Ahmed and Jussi is already on the flop. Ahmed fold. And then we have a board for ace-6 jack with 3 spades. King 10 for Jussi, King 10 of spades, so the flush, ace-9.
So Tabio will call.
We go to the river.
Jussi will fold his 3s. Let's see the flop. 2 ways, 142,000 in the middle already. That's an ace. That's an 8, sorry. 8, 9 and a deuce. So Tabio takes the lead. Check, check on the flop. Matthias needs an ace or a king. That's a king already. Check from Tabio. And let's see if Matthias... He will most likely bet this one. And I don't think Tabio can just fold already. Against one barrel. 40,000 for Matthias. Tabio will call. Matthias way ahead here with a ace-king. 8 or a 10 is what Tabio needs. That's a jack of hearts. So hearts get there. Backdoor hearts get there. Should Matthias have something like ace-10, ace-queen of hearts, that now takes the lead. That could definitely play like this. So I'm thinking that should Matthias bet, Tabio will fold. 90k, Tabio will fold and Matthias extends his lead up to 2.2 million now. So Matthias slowly but surely extending his lead, and I mean that's a dream position to be in. You have 5 super short stacks, then you have 2 way bigger stacks who you can just pressure every single hand. I mean if I'm Matthias, I'm loving life at the moment. So Tabio raises with pocket deuces this time on the gun. And fold around to Jussi from the big blind, who will definitely defend. Ace, 6, 7, so there's nothing for Jussi, so should Tabio c-bet here, I'm pretty sure Jussi will just muck his jack knight. And that's exactly what happens. Welcome everybody watching. This is Tallinn Summer Showdown, main event final table. 8 players still remaining, 195 players started. 47,000 for the first place finisher. Buy-in for this tournament was 1,100 euros. Biggest Tallinn Summer Showdown ever. Agi will fold this 3 deuce. I'm pretty sure. Algimantas are shortest stacks. Everybody's waiting for him to bust or double up at least. Something for Algimantas to do. Thomas ace-5. From the cut of 18 big blinds, that's kind of iffy. He does raise. Let's see if Jussi wants to put some pressure on Thomas here. King-Queen offsuit. He's been lucky with King-Queen. On the bubble, he busted the bubble player with King-Queen suited against aces, hitting the backdoor flush. He does 3-bet, he does 3-bet. What a nice 3-bet from Jussi, because Thomas is kind of handcuffed here. This is why I think that the raise with ace-5 there is kind of iffy. I'd rather see him shove than raise. Just to get rid of moves like that from Jussi, because I don't think there's much you can do as he proves me wrong. He does just call, leaving himself with 143,000 behind. There's 166 in the middle, so I mean, unless there's a couple of hearts or an ace, what do you do if you're Thomas? And that's an ace. A straight draw for Jussi though. I expect Jussi to just shove this one and Thomas will snap call. 55,000 from Jussi. Thomas moves all in and I'm not sure if Jussi can fold here. 88k. I mean, mathematically he can, but I must feel like Jussi feels invested in this spot. 88k to win 364. I mean, if he thinks that only a 10 will help him, then he can actually fold this one. You can see it's only 13%. But it kind of sucks though, doesn't it? You put so much money in. You hit the straight draw, but Jussi smartly makes the fold. Maybe Thomas rushed it a little bit there. Maybe. Well, Thomas is up to 364 now. One less than the days in the year. Algimantas still with 7 big blinds. And in 2 hands he's the big blinds, so he needs something. Any ace. He did have those king-queen from under the gun with 10 big blinds, but he hasn't had too much to play with though. So let's move on. Still 8-handed. Pretty exciting final table, I have to say. We've seen quite a lot of all-ins. Definitely seen a couple of bluffs and players not being afraid to play. I love it. Love it. As we see Matthias just pick up the blinds and antes. But Matthias has been by far the most aggressive. Well, Jussi has played a lot of pots as well, but they haven't been working out too much. Look at that. 100 big blind difference between Jussi and Matthias now. It's a pretty hefty difference. So I want to tell you a little bit about free buy we're gonna have going on at olibet.com. So basically at 7 p.m. local time, we're gonna have a free buy tournament for everyone at the stream with a password. The password is gonna be #Tallinn Showdown, and it will have a Battle of Malta 2019 package added to it. It's gonna be worth 1,500 euros. And the whole pool is going to be 1,600 euros. So if you want to play poker for free, if you're just, learning poker or you just want some free added value, then go to olibet.com and go register for the free buy tournament. It's completely free to enter. 1,600 euro prize pool. And the first place takes home a package to Battle of Malta worth 1,500 euros. So super sweet deal. Battle of Malta is going to be huge as well, and you can make that free buy into, I don't know, 100,000 euros, maybe even more. So, #Tallinn Showdown. If you have any questions about the free buy, feel free to ask me at twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. Also, 19:30 today, local time, is going to be a 50k guaranteed blowout tournament. I'm definitely going to play this one as well. Olibet has already put the tickets on my account, so definitely come and rail me, or at least pay yourself, because for the past couple of months it has had quite a large overlay. So if you want some extra value, play the free buy or play the 50,000 blowout tournament. At 16:30 local time there's going to be a 110 euro satellite. So 110 euro tickets guaranteed satellite. Fine for that is going to be 22 euros. So go at the free buy, register for the free buy, register for the satellite for the blowout tournament, which is most likely going to have another overlay. And I know how much poker players love it, free value. I'm going to do it myself as we speak. The blowout tournament. Meanwhile, Algimantas, another hand he doesn't want to shove. 8-7 suited this time. Ahmed, ace-jack, most likely will raise. Under the gun +2. Password is #Tallinn Showdown. Go to olibet.com, victory 811. And there's a free buy tournament. 1,600 euros in the tournament. The registration is absolutely for free, just with the password. You can win a 1,500 euro Battle of Malta ticket from there. So the whole package, the hotels, the buy-in for the main event, everything, dude. Matthias calls with ace-jack suited. And we'll see a flop two ways. That's a queen 7 and 3. Backdoor flush for Ahmed, but both of these players missed the flop. Jack of diamonds, interesting cuff. Both players make second pair, ace kick it. Matthias has position though. Ahmed checks. Checks it over to the aggressive player, I like that. Matthias bets 55,000. Let's see what does Ahmed do. He will just call. 188,000 in the middle. Ahmed has 249 behind. 4 of hearts, meaning that all of the straights missed, all of the flushes missed, besides 5-6. So these players are gonna split it, unless one of those players bluffs another one out. Ahmed checks it over to Matthias. Matthias is thinking about it. He does check as well. And they will just chop this one up. So you can see the chip stacks in front of you. Algimanta's super short now with 7 big blinds. Matthias, the runaway chip leader. Matthias, W and Jussi started with even stick stacks, but now Matthias has crushed his way up to 186 big blinds. And he is loving life right now. He can put so much pressure on Jussi and Tapia.
We are on the line 8,000, 16,000.
So if you haven't opened the account on olybet.com, definitely go ahead and do it. 1,600 euros for free at the moment for the free buy tournament, as well as most likely gonna be an overlaid 50,000 euro guaranteed tournament today at 7 p.m. local time. It's gonna be a huge satellite for it as well at 16:30. 40 tickets guaranteed. Tapia takes down a small pot here with 6-7 suited. Algimantas loses another 2 big blinds, 8-2's offsuit. Another hand he cannot play, unfortunately. He's left with only 5. I mean, this is pretty bad territory here. Kim doesn't have not too much to smile about either with 12 big blinds. But Algimantas is in immediate danger with only 5 big blinds at this moment. He's gonna need a double up and most likely a couple of them. Blinds are 6 and 12k thousand with a 12,000 big blind ante. We're streaming with a 20-minute delay, so not that super big of a delay. We do it just to make sure the game integrity is on point. No one can look at themselves from the TV and see what the opponent is holding. Ace King for Ahmed, just calls from under the gun. Just going for a sneaky limp shove most likely. That will bring Jussi along with King 10 suited. Agi will fold his Queen 5. Let's see, Kim now from the button, Ace 9 suited against 2 limps. I wouldn't be super surprised if he just shoves this one. But he will also just call with 12 big blinds. And Thomas will get the check with this 3-do. 4 players to the flop. Ace, 6, 4, 2 spades. This is exciting, man. 2 players with top pair, 2 players with flush draws. Jussi with the nut flush draw. Thomas with a flush draw and a straight draw. Ahmed with a top pair and a top kicker. Kim with a pair of aces that actually looks pretty freaking strong. Also backdoor flush draw for him as well. Ahmed leads out for 35,000. Holy moly, I want to see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost many players this hand. Or at least we see a 3-way all-in or something. Maybe even 4-way all-in. I mean, everything is possible. The stacks aren't that deep. 40k from Ahmed. Jussi will just call. Thomas now. Or no, that's Kim going all in, being dominated. Thomas, straight draw, flush draw for him. I mean, Ahmed isn't going anywhere, and you see, he's the last to act with not flush draw, with two players all in, at least two players all in front of him. He might call as well. Thomas makes a nice fold, only 3% with his straight and a flush draw on the flop. You see shaking his head already, not loving it. Ahmed though, he's thinking about it. 93,000 to call Kim. He's not going anywhere. He's thinking about whether he should shove all in or just call here. I think he's gonna go. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for it all. It looks like just a raise though. No, that's a call. He has 200k behind. And now, how can he fold if you're UC? You have the nut flush draw. You're getting about 4 to 1. I mean, you have to just call at least. Maybe Yussi wants to shove himself and just get rid of Ahmed, maybe. He will call. So, Kim is being dominated by Ahmed, so unless Yussi gets Ahmed to fold somehow, or Kim hits a 9, he's gonna be eliminated in 8th place. Yussi, he's gonna need running Queen Jack or a spade. That's a Jack of spades. Now, that's nuts for Yussi. Kim is dead, so we're gonna lose Kim in 8th place. Check from Ahmed, all in from Yussi. Ahmed folds his ace-king. And Thomas is the happiest player out there. He folded his 3-2 of spades. He was worried that he might have won this one, but Yussi just eliminates Kim. Let's see if he can make the royal flush though. Queen of spades on the river. Just so Kim can say that he lost a royal flush. Yussi is the Terminator. Takes down the most amount of players of any final table I've commentated on. That's a king as well. Ahmed would have made 2 pair, but it doesn't change anything. So, we're 700 now. 5,000 is what Kim takes home. A bit more. About 5,200 euros, so definitely not a bad payday for him. And another happy player is the Lithuanian with only 5 big blinds. Algimantas ladders up. So as we can see, Kim takes home 5,130 euros. Algimantas 5 big blinds ladders to 7th place at least. And the chat actually goes wild. I love it. So, we lose our first player. We lose one Finn, there's plenty more left though. No worries about that. Top 3 places are all held by the Finns. Matthias being a big chip leader. Jussi now back up to 1.4 million. Queen 10 suited. Wow, we see him fold to Queen 10 suited. I'm pretty surprised of that. W King Queen suited, he will raise. As we see, all the queens are dead already. Algimantas finally finds something to go all in with. Pocket 6s. Tabia will definitely at least call. I don't think Ahmed can call here as well, having Tabia act to it behind him. And he's playing with his chips. He's thinking about it. But with Tabia having raised from under the gun +1, I don't think Ahmed can do anything besides fold here. Well, he can, but I don't think it's too smart. He will fold. And W will call. 41% for him. Algimanta still ahead. W will need spades or king. As we saw, all the queens are already dead. So 150,000 in the middle. Algimantas needs his 6s to hold. to stay alive in the tournament. Small pot for Tabio. He's all life for Algimantas. For you it's poker, bro. For me, it's my life. That's a 6 already. That's a sweet looking 6 because Tabio hits a king. Still a small chance Tabio can make running full house or a straight. That's one of those running full house cards. Now 2 kings left. King or a king only. Oh, as well as a jack, of course. And that's a 9 of clubs, meaning that Algimantas will double up one more time. He's up to 12 big blinds, one more time now. So running good with those flips, but still staying pretty short. Hello Dos Sugarla to the chat. Oh, Glaspetter Niklas is Kim. Good job for you, Glaspetter Niklas. You had so many fans. Unlucky. There's not much you could have done there, but what a sick hand it was. 8th place, definitely not too bad. So everyone has guaranteed themselves 6,400 euros now. First place takes home 46,700. So a lot to play for. Matthias, our chip leader, with about 200 big blinds, maybe a bit less. Tabia now with ace queen of suit. He will definitely raise. Ooh, look at that. We're gonna see another all-in, ladies and gentlemen. That's pocket kings for Ahmed, who will go all-in, and Tabio will call. Jussi now, check 10, suited. Pretty looking hand, but he will fold. I don't think Tabio can fold. Yep, he makes a pretty quick call here. And that's another all-in. Ahmed needs his kings to hold. But I don't think we saw any aces to be dead, though. Tabio still has 3 aces to hit. 372 in the middle. And now, super important hand for Ahmed now. Should he win this one, he has more than 30 big blinds. Should he lose this one, he's down in 7th place. He doesn't want to hit the king now. Doesn't want a 9 to come or an ace to come or running space to come. That's a deuce of hearts. That's a super safe card for Ahmed. So any king, any 9, any ace, and we lose Ahmed. That's an 8, and Ahmed will double up with his pocket kings. Tabia loses another small one, but he's still healthy with 1.2 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this stream, we're gonna have a free buy with 1,600 euros in there. The winner will take home a Battle of Malta package worth 1,500 euros. Only thing you have to do is go to olibet.com. If you haven't opened an account there yet, then go over there, open an account, and enter with a password #Tallinn Showdown. Easy peasy, and make yourself over to Battle of Malta for free and for potentially a lot of money. So the password is #Tallinn Showdown. As we go on a short little break, 8 minutes, we're gonna be back soon, don't go anywhere far. Use that time to open an account on olibet.com or just register if you already have the account. As well, you need to know today is gonna be the peak 50,000 euros tournament guaranteed. There has been quite a lot of overlay in this tournament in the past weeks, so go to the Olibet Blowout special as well, starting at 19:30 local time today. See you guys soon. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome! 7 players remain. Still, blinds have gone up to 8,000, 16,000. One of those 7 players is Thomas from Estonia. The only local player left at the final table. Ace-Jack suited for him now with 20.5 big blinds. He raised it up to 36,000. Ahmed has it dominated with Ace-Queen off though. Cutoff and button. Those stacks might go in. Agent wants to know where these players are from. One of them is from Estonia, one of them is from Lithuania, one of them is from Morocco, and I'm pretty sure the rest of those players are from Finland. All Finns have been crushing tournaments in Estonia since forever, and this is no exception. Let's see this one though. I would not be surprised to see those stacks go in. Ahmed just chips it in, and let's see if Thomas can get away from his ace-jack suited. 298, basically 300 to call to win 448. We can see that he is dominated, but Ahmed might have a lot of hands that Thomas is at least flipping against. King Queen, he's ahead of all those small pocket pairs he's flipping against. Basically just dominated against Jacks plus and Ace Queen plus. But Thomas finds the fold. Nice little fold for Thomas now. And Ahmed takes this one down. Up to 450 now. So come on, join us at twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. If you want the information about the free buy or the blowout tournament today. Or just, you know, chat with us all, then this is the place to come to. My name is Christian Laas. I will be with you all day today. As is usual, as things are supposed to be. As we can see, our shortest stack from Lithuania there. He has about 140,000 in front of him. So a bit less than 10 big blinds. He has 1-2 all-ins though. So he's been waiting for the right spots. Algimantas, 150,000. He will fold. Thomas will as well. Ahmed, 5-4. Will hit the muck. Jussi now. Queen 10 from the button. Suited as well. Pretty looking hand. But he's raising against Matthias. Matthias has been pretty aggressive against Jussi. And he's been coming out on top against Jussi most of those times. Well, he does have the position against 2 of the bigger stacks, so it's a bit easier for him. But it is up instead Tabio who's coming along with his pocket 8s. So second and third place in chips clashing against each other now. Let's see the flop. 100,000 in the middle. Ace, Queen, and a 2. 8s are still ahead, but hard for them to know that they're ahead. Jussi has a straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and 2 overcuts still. Check on the flop. Would have liked to see Jussi c-bet this one, but who needs a c-bet if you can hit the nuts on the turn? Another ugly card for Tabia though. But Tabia is the one to lead. He bets 30,000, tries to get rid of maybe 9s? Jack 9? I don't know. I don't understand that bet that much. Let's see what he does on the river though. Jussi just calls. And unless the river is an 8, I don't think anything too big is gonna happen. Most likely it's gonna go check bet fold. That's a 5 of hearts, so Jussi still with the nuts. Diamonds don't make it there. Tabio just checks. Jussi gonna go for 2/3 of the butt, about 100,000. I don't think Tabio can do anything besides just fold this one. I mean, you have 3 overcards. Jussi already called once, and now he's betting into. Tabio is still winning against something like 10-9 of diamonds. 10-8 of diamonds. So it is possible his 8s are ahead, but very unlikely. He will fold. Jussi takes another small one. 1.4 million for him. W down to 1.1 million. So you can see Matthias with 138 big blinds, 2.2 million. And Jussi and W with 88 and 67. Then there's a bigger cap. Then there's Ahmed with 28, Agi with 22, Thomas with 18. Still 7-handed. But we're not in a hurry. We've been playing this final table for a bit longer than an hour, so usually the pace tends to be one player per 1 hour. That's usually. Let's see if it's gonna go like this in this tournament as well. Super well organized tournament. Growing every year and nobody's surprised. Pretty sure that's a nice little change after coming from hectic World Series of Poker. Matthias now raises it up with King 7 up to 45,000 from the small blind. Makes it a bit bigger, which I like. And Agi will fold, and Matthias takes this one down with King 7 up. So password for the free buy tournament, if you're wondering, it's hashtag Tallinn Showdown. Don't forget the hashtag. It's not there for just beauty measures. You need it. There's your chance to get to Battle of Malta for free. So, nothing to lose. Martin wants to know the password. It's hashtag Tallinn Showdown. All small letters all together. No worries. Jussi now, ace-6 suited. He will most likely raise. From the hijack, thinking about how much to make. 35,000, what it looks like. And Tabia wakes up with queens right after him. Just a call from Tabia, trying to get something from Matthias, most likely. Hoping for Matthias to make a light 3-bet, which is looking like he's making. That's 125,000 from Matthias. Tabia knows his opponent here. Matthias makes it 130 instead. Very sneaky call from Tabia. And it's already working out. Now let's see. Jussi might as well go crazy here, knowing that Matthias is super widely 3-betting against him there. Especially against those two players. Matthias knows that he can push around Tabia and Jussi quite a lot here, so Jussi might think that Matthias is just going crazy here. Jussi will fold. And now, how will Tabia play his queens? If he's gonna re-raise now, Matthias will instantly know that Tabia is super strong here. Is he just gonna call and keep Matthias in? No, that's a fast 4-bet and Matthias just fist bumps him and folds. Would have liked to see Tabia just call one more time and just play against Matthias a bit more higher variance, but you're gonna make so much more money against a player like Matthias there. Just keeping him in and letting him barrel. With a hand the strongest queens there. Algimantas, 7 big blinds. So he's gonna need to make something happen and make something happen soon. The blinds are eating you pretty fast. We're playing big blind ante. So if you're big blind, you're playing the ante for all the players. So you're essentially putting in 2 big blinds. 10-5 for Ahmed. Will fold. So 40k in the pots every hand, even before anyone puts any chips in. Just from the blinds and antes, which are 8,000, 16,000, 16,000. Big blind ante. W now, pocket threes. He will raise. Almost said fold there. Thomas, I'd like to see him defend the 7-6 against the min raise, getting 5-1 almost, 4.5 to 1. Decent hand post flop. He will call. He's a bit short, but still, definitely a profitable call there. 7, ace, and 5. So Thomas takes a lead. He's not a big fan of that ace though. He will check. Let's see how W plays his freeze. He will bet 30,000. I think Thomas can call at least once here. Thomas really wants to see a 7, 6, or a 4, or an 8, or something there. That's a king. Another scare card for Thomas. We'll check one more time to Tabia, and let's see if Tabia steals this one away. Tabia must know that he's not ahead. So he can represent way stronger range of hands than Thomas. Especially with Thomas just calling with a shorter stack. That gets rid of a lot of the strong aces. A lot of the 5s, 7s. So he does bet 60,000 and Thomas has nothing left to do than to fold his better hand. Well played by Dabia. Thomas left himself with 220,000. So about 14 big blinds there. "35 hands were played. We've lost one player. Matthias has separated himself from the other two big stacks. Now has about double the amount that Jussi has. And Jussi wants to change this thing. Maybe not double. Jussi's up to 1.4 million now. And pocket queens, so under the gun we're gonna see a raise. 35 is what it's been raising up to. Gets rid of everybody besides Ahmed, who will most likely defend his big blind. 19k to win 75,000, king 10 off. Definitely good enough to defend his big blind. Even against an under the gun open. But he's thinking about it. And he will come. $94,000 in the middle. Ace, 10, and a jack. Queens are still ahead, but now Ahmed has a pair of 10s as well as a straight draw. Jussi doesn't want to hate a queen. He does now. That's another ace on a turn, giving Jussi another royal draw. He needs a king of diamonds for royal. Ahmed checks. Jussi bet 30,000. 1/3 of the pot. Ahmed is in a bad shape. King won't help him. That'll give Jussi a straight. Queen won't help him. Yes, Ahmed would make a straight, but Jussi would now make a full house. Doesn't have a diamond. Only a 10 and a 10 only. He does call though. That's a 4 of clubs, so meaning nothing comes along. Check from Ahmed. Pretty tight check from Jussi as well. Would have liked to see him go for a little bit of value. I think he can get some value from jacks and maybe sometimes 10s. But check and Jussi takes this one down. What do you guys think in the chat? Are you value betting that river or are you just giving it up? Because if you're not value betting there, then you're only value betting aces, and that seems pretty tight. Or maybe not. Tosugarla agrees with me that it should be a value bet. Nice! I'm not always wrong. I've been getting used to being always wrong. Ooh, look at that. Ahmed finds kings in the small blind. Would like to see a call. He's been calling every single time against Jussi. Jussi has been raising quite a few of those times. So I mean, if you want to be fairly balanced, I think you should call with your kings there as well. It looks like a raise. Raise to 42,000 and Jussi will just fold, and Ahmed a little disappointed for sure. Kites wants to know, the question is which hands I'm bluffing on the river that I should value bet queen. I don't know, man, you tell me. Should you bluff your queen tens there maybe? Or no? I think that's too much showdown value. Dude, I don't know. I think you're bluffing your king nines, queen nines, 9-8s, maybe small pocket pairs. As it is, it's folded around to Ahmed now on the button, ace-6. Definitely good enough hand to raise on the button, but at the same time you're raising it against two way bigger stacks who will play against you. Jussi will not, though. Neither will W. So Ahmed, nice little raise from him, and he will take it down. But it is always a little bit scary to raise against those big stacks. Because you know, if they get anything decent at all, they will play against you. And most likely play it aggressively. Tosugarla, when will Pyhakas arrive? You mean, will he arrive to do commentary or play, or what do you mean? Because I don't think he's coming to do commentary today. Unless he's gonna wake up, turn in the stream and hear that he's being waited. Ailgimantas finally finds a hand he can shove all in with. That's an ace-10 suited for him. It's a very good hand from Underground +1. And just gets the blinds at antes, but it's still about 30%, even more. So he must be happy with that. Up to 150,000 again. Still the shortest stacks though. Yeah, Tosugarla, I'm not sure. He might be dropping by. It's just all up to him. He's always welcome here at the booth. I also haven't seen him in months, so if you're listening, would be nice. Algimantas, check 7, full fold. Ooh, Thomas now. Finds a hand he can shove. Ace queen offsuit. Ahmed will not call. Neither will W. And Agi, and now it's Thomas' turn to win blinds and antes. It's a pretty exciting final table. The players haven't really been afraid of playing and putting the chips in. We haven't just seen too many coolers yet. Look at that aggression frequency for W, 40%. Same for Matthias though. And it's a bit surprising to see Ahmed in third place with 33%. Hasn't had a big stack once, but just seems confident. Thomas lets go of his ace-6. As well Ahmed with his ace-9 off. And Jussi, the aces keep on getting better. Ace check now for Jussi from the high check. He will raise. $35,000 once more. Algimantas will not defend his big blind. And he loses another 2. Down to 7 now. So we can see we've lost one player. Algimantas our shortest stack. Thomas and Agi both with less than 20 big blinds. If I'm Matthias, I'm gonna put a lot of pressure on Jussi and Tavia at this moment. 3 players with super short stacks. So whenever I can, I'm gonna push them around. Jussi and Tavia are smart players as well. They know that they don't want to play against Matthias too much. With Matthias having position against both of them. Immediate position as well, which is even better. And as we all know, position is everything in poker and in a couple more things in life. Definitely in poker. Now it's Matthias' turn to pick up 2 blinds and antes with 9 deuce. And look at this is what Matthias can do. He can pretty much pick any hand and just expect to get the blinds and antes, unless anybody wakes up with something super good. Because the difference between 4th place and 7th place is quite big. I think it was something like 15,000 for 4th and 6,000 for 7th, so about 3 times, so 2.5 times the money. So nobody wants to be the next one out. Especially Jussi or Tavia. And that's Tavia with another pair of queens now. Under gun +1, he will raise. Matthias will fold. Ooh, and that is Agi with ace-king. The money will go in. I'm not like 100% sure this is gonna go in. And as I said, yeah, he does go all in. Graphics showed that he just called for a while, but that's an all-in from me. Agi and the fast call from Tavio. Tavio hasn't won any of those. Let's see if he can win one now. Agi is in danger of busting, but he has 59% with ace-king. Meaning that the queens are dead, I'm guessing. So why else would he only have 41% with queens? So Agi still needs to hit an ace or a king. That is not an ace or a king. Agi doesn't have a club. Ace king or a running queen 10. That's a 7 of hearts. So ace or a king on the river, or we lose. Agi in 7th place. That's a 5 of clubs, and Tabio eliminates Agi in 7th place. This is how fast things can happen if 2 good hands collide against each other, and we have pretty shallow stacks. Well, top 3 players don't have shallow stacks, but unfortunate for Agi. There's nothing he can do, and that's just how it is sometimes. That's how it be. Agi takes home 6,400 for 7th place, and Algimantas, look at that, quietly just laddering. He has been by far the biggest stack since the start of this final table. And now he has guaranteed himself at least 6th place finish. As we lose our 2nd fin. Good game for Agi Busing. 6,400 for him. Tabio up to 1.7 million now. He has caught up to Matthias almost. Matthias has 2.1. And a 5-4 suited. He will raise. Gets through to Jussi, and it would be interesting to see how Jussi plays this one. He will just fold. Matthias just keeps the pressure on at all times. So if you've tuned in the past 30 minutes, or if you missed it, we are having a free buy tournament today at olibet.com. Go over there. The entry for that is free. Just put in the password #Tallinn Showdown, and the first place takes home €1,500 package to Battle of Malta this year. So you can make that free entry into a lot of money. So the package contains the hotel, the buy-in for the tournament, and so on and so on. Travel money, and that's a pretty sweet deal. Matthias now, another raise with ace-6 suited. Hold it around to Tapio. We check 2 suited. Who will call? I like to see that call. I think any suited hand with those chip stacks is a defend from the big blind. That's a check, 6 and a 9. Both players hit the pair. Check on the flop. Backdoor diamonds for Matthias on the flop, as well as a pair of 6s. Check on the turn as well. Another check on the river. Tapio doesn't go for any value. And Matthias checks behind, and just a small pot for Tapio. Interesting. Would have liked to see Tapio go for a small little bet for on the river at least. I understand the flop check and the turn check as well, but would have liked to see a river bet. We've seen that Thomas hasn't gone to Showdown once. We played 40 hands. So nobody has any information about Thomas but he has. Because he's never made it to the river. Pretty good place to be at. At the same time, I mean, he's been short stack, so he can't play too many pots. Algimantas. Another fall from him, most likely. As will Ahmed. Jussi, ace-6, and the button. We'll raise. At least I expect to see him raise. I would guess it's gonna be 35,000. Look at that. Just a fold with ace-6 off. A lot of respect for Matthias. Tapio will call, Matthias will check. Ace-8-8 on the flop. Matthias's check, guys, still good. That's a 3 on the turn, giving Tapio a straight draw. And Matthias will just fold against a bet of 18,000. So a small one for Tapio this time. Algimantas still our shortest stack, 6 big blind. And now he's in the big blind as well, so he's gonna have only 4 big blinds behind. Because he has to put in the big blind as well as the ante. So he loses 2 of those 6. Well, he doesn't immediately lose, but he has to put in 2 of those 6 big blinds. So very highly likely that he's gonna go all in this hand. Is Ahmed gonna be the one to take him out or potentially double him up? He's gonna come in with a raise. Ace-5 suited. Tapio will fold. And look at that, Matthias with pocket 7s though. I don't think Matthias is going anywhere. It's a matter of a 3-bet or a call. Interesting. Would have expected to see a 3-bet, especially with Algimantas being as short as he is. He can put a lot of pressure on Ahmed there. 2s, 9 and a 10. Matthias's 7s are still ahead. Check from Matthias, check from Ahmed. King of Spades, another scare card from Matthias, giving Ahmed a flush draw as well. Matthias checks. And now Ahmed bets. I wouldn't be surprised to see Matthias just fold this one. Not too many good river cards. You might be way behind already, so just let it go. Minikuro wants to know, any theory how Cylinder beats every single one of those events, Christian? I mean, honestly, he's playing good, but he's lucky as well. And the fields aren't like extremely large, like a couple hundred player fields. If you're running lucky, if you're playing well, pretty much just variance. But Cylinder, he is a beast. He's been in final tables so many times, winning them every time in Tallinn. Just a crazy run of cards and run of final tables for him. He's kind of getting used to that already, I'm thinking. He knows when to call with Queen High on the turn. Exactly. Ahmed pocket sevens now. He will raise. Matthias, ace 4 suited from the button. Will call. Those look like calling chips. Thomas, 16k to win 104k. Doesn't have too much behind though. Why so serious, Thomas? Maybe it's because you have 180,000 behind. You have 8-5, but you have to call. He does call. That's an 8. 10, 8, 6. Thomas takes the lead with a pair of 8s and a straight draw. Sorry, not a straight draw. Ahmed has the straight draw. Matthias misses this flop completely. Check, check. And another check. That's 5 now. Interesting card, giving Thomas 2 pair. He wants to get a lot of money in now, but Ahmed, he might feel good with his pocket 7s as well as the open-ended straight draw. Does check as well. And now it's Matthias who bets with his gut shot straight draw and 1 overcard. Leads for 55,000. And Thomas will check raise all in, and that might get rid of Ahmed. Not how I expected this hand to go. I was pretty sure it's gonna go check from Thomas, bet from Ahmed, fold from Matthias, all in from Thomas, and then Ahmed might even call this one. But now as it is, I don't think Ahmed can call, because you still have Matthias behind to worry about. Yep, Ahmed does fold, and so will Matthias. He's getting a bit more than 3-1, but doesn't have many outs. No way, I don't think he's ever gonna call this one. I mean, he's ahead of something like Jack 9, Queen Jack of Hearts, whatever it is, some flush draws, some straight draws, but still, man. You have ace high on a 5, 6, 8, 10 board. He does call. Well, Thomas is in a super good position to double up. 2 pair against a gotcha straight draw, basically. And 2 of the 7s are dead already. Questionable call from Matthias. Of course, Matthias doesn't know that the 7s are dead. $448,000 in the middle. That's a 6. Thomas wins with pair of 8s and 6s, 10 kicker. Matthias ace high, no good. But Matthias was the chip leader. Very small 10 to his stack, but maybe that extra 100,000 was a bit unnecessary. Wow. Still the chip leader, but Thomas can breathe a sigh of relief now. First time he went to Showdown, instantly doubles up. He's in 4th place now. It's battle between the 4th place, and look at that, Algimantas. 4 big blinds. He was rooting for that 7. Another ladder it would have meant for him. Only 4 big blinds. Well, most likely he's gonna be the next player out. Or at least the next player all in, but he's knocked himself up to 6th place already. Maybe he can do it more. 9-4 suited for Jussi. Underground, he will fold, most likely. You never know with Jussi. He can be crazy. But usually the craziness comes out later on. Algimantas pocket jacks. He finally waited. He waited for the jacks. He goes all in. Thomas cannot call. I don't think Ahmed can call either. He's getting 2-1, but it's 6-5. So Algimantas, he might not get any value with his pocket jacks. I mean, Ahmed is thinking about it. He's thinking that maybe he cannot call, like mathematically. But there are other factors at play as well. Algimantas has been, I mean, by far the tightest player at the final table, even with the shortest stacks. So Ahmed is thinking about that, even though Algimantas only has 4 big blinds and his shoot shove there very wide, he might not. As we see, he has pocket jacks. Ahmed is absolutely crushed. He needs 6 and a 5, or a straight. Well, we'll see the flop. 20% for Ahmed to bust Algimantas in 6th place. That's an 8. That's an ace, king, 8, all spades, and Ahmed flops a flush draw. There's actually a chance for Algimantas to lose this one now. He needs a spade or running straight cards or something like that. Spade is the biggest chance now. 10 of clubs is not a spade. Now only a spade. King of hearts means that Algimantas will double up one more time. 3rd time in this final table Algimantas doubles up, and he's still the shortest stack. 164,000 for him now. Thomas seems to be rooting this one more than usual. Those players really want those ladders. Algimantas up to 10 big blinds now. Blinds are 8,000, 16,000, big blind T 16,000. Free buy today at olibet.com. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown is the password. Go ahead, open an account or register. Also, big blowout tournament today. Fairly high chance of overlay in this one. I'm gonna play this one as well. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Matthias, 5-3 suited. He will raise. Thomas thinking about it with ace-5s offsuit, but most likely will just fold. He will. Ahmed check 10 off. Jussi king 4 suited now. I want to see him defend this. He will. At 94,000 in the middle. That's a king already. King check 3. Both players hit a pair. Pair of 3s for Matthias. Pair of kings for Jussi. Jussi checks and Matthias c-bets. 30,000 is the bet. So 1/3. A bit less. And Jussi will come along. Should a 3 or a 5 hit the turn? That's a 5! Matthias's 2 pair is gonna be pretty hidden. I mean, Jussi cannot expect Matthias to raise with 5-3. So I don't think Jussi's gonna go anywhere. A lot of straight draws, flush draws on this board, so that's like the perfect turn card for Matthias. Bringing in another flush draw. So he puts in a bet of 150,000, so full pot size bet. And that's an 8 of hearts, meaning that everything missed. Jussi does check one more time, and if Matthias bombs this one, I wouldn't be surprised if Jussi calls, because there is so many flush draws, straight draws, everything miss. And Jussi blocks quite a lot of hands with his king. That is a bomb. of a bet. 400,000. I love this bet. I mean, you have to bet large there, because there are so many bluffs you're gonna have there. So if you want any chance of folds, you need to like bomb this river. And bomb he does. 400,000, and that is super important pot for Jussi now. He knows that Matthias wants to push him around, but this time he actually has it. He has the 2 pair. Can Jussi sniff it out somehow? Jussi, the Terminator, the absolute beast in Tallinn event. That's 1/3 of his stack. He has the top pair. He doesn't have a kicker. I don't think that Jussi thinks that Matthias plays just 1 pair like that. So pretty much Jussi is thinking that Matthias has 2 pair or better. Or a bluff. And there are quite a lot of bluffs in there. Very important pot here. Should Matthias call and lose this one? All of a sudden he doesn't have a large lead between 3rd and 4th place. Still gonna be healthy, but it's not gonna be amazing anymore. Should he fold? He's gonna be left thinking. He knows that Matthias has been pressuring him. Would have been sick if Jussi's sharp though. What do you do if you're Matthias? But it's never gonna happen. It's never ever gonna happen. We can see that Jussi is in agony over this situation, over this decision. And look at that. You can't read anything off that face. That's a stone cold poker face. It looks like Jussi is gonna call. He wants to throw in the chip, but at the same time, you know, you don't want to lose. Matthias raised from the high check. Jussi defended. Check, bet, call. Check, bet, call. And now check and a large bet of 400,000. You see, he wants to throw this chip in, but at the same time, he can smell something's fishy here. Is he gonna fold? 400,000 into 854. I mean, I'm feeling his pain, and I can see the cards. Look at that. He really wants to do it, but he's been throwing in that chip like 3 times now, and then reconsidering. No way. He folds. He was so close to calling, and he ends up folding this one. What a nice fold from Jussi. And Matthias has to be disappointed. He wins a nice little pot, but still, he really wanted that extra 400,000. Very nice play from Jussi. And if people have been asking why does Jussi keep on making final table after final table, that's why. He knows his opponents. Pretty sure that's a big part of it. He knows his opponents. He's friends with a lot of them. And he trusts his instincts. I mean, he really wanted to call, but his instincts, I guess, said fold. And fold he did. Hello, Casino Patron. To buy in for this tournament was 1100 euros. 195 entries. First place takes home 47,300 euros. Matthias now raises with check 5. Tabia defends, 10-9 off. That's queen, 9 and a 7. Pair of 9s for Tabia now. Backdoor flush draw as well, backdoor straight draw. Matthias doesn't have too much. He's the one betting in 50,000. Tabio calls. Matthias, it's a pair of fives now. Another check from Tabio. Check on the turn. 7 of clubs, so should Tabio put in a small bet? I wouldn't be surprised if Matthias called. That's a check, and most likely gonna be a check behind from Matthias. Tabio will take this one down. 200k for him. And that means that Tabio and Matthias are basically even one more time. 1.8 million for Tabio, 2 million for Matthias. You can see Algimantas from Lithuania, our shortest deck. He's doubled up 3 times already, so we've seen it before. We've seen it before from Lithuanians as well. Coming back from 3 big blinds, 5 big blinds, 6 big blinds, and ended up winning it all. It wasn't that long ago. So will history repeat itself? As it is, it's the party of the Finns. 3 Finns having the big chip stacks. Then everybody else trying to survive and tag along. 1 Moroccan, 1 Estonian, 1 Lithuanian, 3 Finns remaining. King check suited for Thomas and just calls in from the high check. Not sure how much I like this. Folder out to Tabio now, who will come along.
Attention all remaining 4 high roller players. We will continue in.
And Matthias is thinking about isolating, which he does. It looks like 52,000, 65,000, excuse me. And everybody folds, and I'm not a fan of Thomas's play here. Just limp fold with king check suited is just weak. But maybe he's right. I don't know. Maybe he's raising into bigger stacks and he's gonna lose more by raising there. But it just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it's next level strats. Thomas is still in 4th place now. 26 big blinds for him. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can just raise there with 27 big blinds. King 9 off from under the gun. Thomas now. He will fold. As will Ahmed. Fold around to Matthias on the small blind. Who will try and steal one more pot. I mean, if you're gonna steal from anyone, it would make sense to steal from Algimantas, but as it is, Algimantas finds pocket 6s, moves all in. Matthias has nothing left to do than to just let this one go. Algimantas, nice job. Takes another pot for him, 200,000 for him now. So if you want to join the conversation, come over to twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. Nice little chat here going on. Tabio now with check 8. Is he really gonna raise this one from the cutoff? Especially into Matthias's button. He does raise to 32,000, and Matthias is gonna punish him straight away. But he has a good hand this time as well. Pocket queens. I mean, Matthias has built up an image of a loose player, but hasn't found anything to play against. Just read from the chat that Jarttu made it to 13th place in this tournament, right? Lost to W's pocket kings with his pocket tens. Would have been pretty sick to have you at the final table, Jarttu. You see, Queen 3 from under the gun. He will fold most likely. No, that's a raise from under the gun from Jussi. Look at, do you remember, Jussi a couple rounds ago, he folded Queen 10 suited from under the gun. And now he raises Queen 3. No, that was a graphic error. He still has his brain. He doesn't raise Queen 3. That's good. But it's Tabia who raises with King 10 off. Thomas tags along as well, Ahmed. So we'll see a flop three ways. Queen, Queen, 6. So 2 pair for Ahmed. Check from Thomas, check from Ahmed. Tabia will continuation bet. Thomas will most likely fold. You never know though. And then Ahmed is not gonna fold. So unless Thomas is doing anything here, I expect Ahmed to at least call. So 35,000 from W. Thomas is thinking about it for sure. He does fold. He glances over at Ahmed and then folds. Maybe he has a read on Ahmed or something. Just instantly folds after he looks at Ahmed. Maybe he just got reminded that, oh, there's one more player still left, so no need to go crazy with ace-high. So 8 of hearts, giving Ahmed now a flush draw as well. Check from Ahmed. Tabia puts in another bet. 70,000 now. Really wants to get rid of Ahmed. Ahmed has quite a lot of aces. 6x. Let's see how Ahmed plays his 2 pair with a flush draw. He does just call. 322 in the middle. 184 behind. Ahmed checks and Tabia checks behind, and Ahmed takes this one down. He's up to 500,000 now. Ahmed has been playing super good considering how short he's been. Hasn't made any mistakes. So you can see the VPIP here. Tabia and Matthias by far the most highest number of VPIPs. They've been playing 41% of the hands, and then there's Jussi with 27%. Six players still remaining. Pocket tens for W now. Definitely we'll see a raise. W has 1.6 million. Has lost a couple 100,000. But nothing too bad. So he does raise to 32,000. Over to Ahmed. We check 10, move, fold. Jussi will not fold. Most likely will just defend against W with ace-8. We see one of those 10s being dead. Well, let's see. Jack, 9, deuce. 10s are still good. Check from Jussi. Let's see if Tabia wants to check this one or continuation bet this one. He does see bet. Wouldn't have mind either way. And Jussi will just fold. 1, 2, 3k to Tabia. Chip stacks in front of you. Algimantas from Lithuania, still our shortest stack, but he's been fighting. I mean, he's feisty. Let's not count him out, not at all. But it is the battle of the Finns, as it is. Matthias, still the chip leader, has the best position by far of this table. I mean, he has the dream table position. Two of the bigger stacks to his right, the shortest stack to his left. I mean, he can do whatever and print money. I'd like to see him play a lot of hands. You know what I also like? The beer flowing. Gonna be an exciting later game. Yeah, I agree with you, casino patron. But there's still time. There's still time. I mean, it's 3 p.m. You don't have to be super drunk at 3 p.m. I remember the Cool Bet Open. I think I was doing commentary for that, and that was a fun heads up. That's a 2-pair for Jussi now. Not too much for Ahmet though. Jussi checks it over. Sneaky check from Jussi. 18,000. Jussi just calls. Wouldn't have mind to see a raise on this draw heavy board. But that's a nice looking turn card. For 2-pair. Another check. See, Ahmed wants to bluff one more time. That's check. Queen of spades on the river. So counterfeits uses 2-pair. He's still ahead of all the draws. Another check from Jussi, and let's see if Ahmed now wants to bluff this one. No, he doesn't. He checks his check high. Jussi takes this one down. So the battle is won by Jussi, but not yet the war. The players seem to be having a good time, at least. I mean, that's usually the case when you have half the field being Finns. Algimantas, 9-3 will fold. So will Thomas. Oh, Ahmed with pocket kings now. Let's see if he can get any action at all. And he's in the cutoff and raising into 3 massive stacks. You expect to get some action. Let's see how much he raises. Looks like 32,000, so min raise from him. Jussi will fold. Davia will fold as well, but it looks like a 3-bet from Matthias with 6 deuce off. So I mean, I understand what he's doing and why he's doing that. I think it's a correct 3-bet against Ahmed because he can push him around. But the timing is bad. Let's see if Ahmed plays this one even sneakier and just calls or just jams it in. Yeah, if you want to come to Battle of Malta, then definitely join the free buy tournament today. If you don't want to buy in yourself. We have one €1,500 tournament added to the tournament, so Today at 9 p.m. at Olibet. Just put in the password hashtag Tallinn Showdown. You can get in Battle of Malta for free. I'm gonna be there organizing the tournament. So look at that, Ahmed does just call. That's a 6. That might mean trouble. Ooh, that's a lot of trouble for Ahmed. I mean, there's no way Ahmed is gonna get rid of his kings. That's a sick board for Matthias. You're not gonna put your opponent on a 6. 55,000 is a bet. Ahmed is thinking like, how can I get most amount of money out of Matthias here? Ayah. We're gonna lose Ahmed here unless there's gonna be a 9 or a king or whatever, something that it save Ahmed money. That's not gonna save him money. Ouchie. So 354 in the middle and 299 behind for Matthias. If I'm Matthias, I'm checking. I really want to give Ahmed an option to bet, or at least, you know, make it look like I'm giving up so I can bluff on the river or whatever. I'm not betting that card. How much is the bet? It looks like 90,000. Ahmed, he's now the time. We see he's in dire straits. Ahmed doesn't know that he's behind. I mean, if I'm Ahmed, I'm fist pumping and putting it all in. He does just call. Makes it look like he can still have all those straight draws, flush draws, and all those cards. Is it a king? That's an 8 of clubs, so flush makes it there. But I don't think Matthias can do anything else than just ship the last remainder of 209,000 that Ahmed has left. And Ahmed is not folding. No way Ahmed is folding. Matthias, those are 50k chips. He goes all in. Ahmed, I don't think you can ever fold there. He does call, and that means we lose Ahmed in 6th place. So unlucky. I mean, well played by Ahmed. Well played by Matthias as well. But that's a nice flop for Matthias. We lose Ahmed from Morocco, and Matthias extends his chip lead up to 2.6 million now. Unlucky flop for Ahmed. Well played, actually. Honestly, I do like the slow play pre-flop. But sometimes that's how it goes. Look at that. Matthias has 160 big blinds now. Tabio with 103. Jussi 75. And then there's a large gap. Thomas and Algimantas with 22 and 11 big blinds. We've lost 3 players already. 5 players remaining as we go on a short break. So don't go anywhere far. Go to olibet.com. Join the free buy. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown. And there's if you don't want to join the free buy and just play a 50,000 euro guaranteed tournament, then join that tournament starting at 19:30 local time today. Most likely gonna be overlay in that one as well. I'm gonna play this one. So go to Olibet, register to all the tournaments, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Ciao, guys. And we are back. Welcome back. My name is Christian Lass, your host and your commentator for Tallinn Summer Showdown 2019. 195 players, and 5 of them remain. Out of those 5, 3 are Finns, and you can recognize them by them having the biggest stacks. This is a familiar face. Jussi. He has done it before, he has won it, he has made the final tables. It seems like he's at every final table in one of those Tallinn events. He's playing well, he's running well, but it's at the moment it's Matthias, this guy in front of you, our chip leader. He just eliminated Ahmed in 6th place with his 6-2 offsuit against Pocket Kings, flopping 3 of a kind with the 6s. Tabio raises it to 40,000, and Matthias, look at him, look at this man, I love it. Putting a lot of pressure on Tabio here, 3-betting to 160,000, and let's see if Tabio wants to call. I would expect not, but the chips that he has in hand tell a different story though. That seems like a 4-bet. Tabio does not want to get pushed around, that's for sure. It's a very small 4-bet as well, that Matthias might even call this one. He's thinking about it. Would be interesting to see a 4-bet hand, Queen Jack off versus Queen 3. Matthias, another fist bump to Tabio, meaning that Tabio will take this one down. 1.9 million for Tabio now. 2.4 for Matthias, still our chip leader. This is kind of to show how Matthias plays. Nice aggressive play. As you can see, the blinds have gone up to 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 ante. The phones have been taken away. I love this rule. I mean, if you want to use your phone, step away from the table, but usually the game gets boring if people just stay at their phones and just play their cards, and it's better. It is better that way, and you just saw it why. Matthias 3-betting with Queen 3, Tabio getting creative with Queen Jack off. Jussi, 1.2 million, under the gun will fold. Tabio doesn't want to fold too many hands, I like it as well. Matthias has position against Tabio, but Tabio isn't afraid at all. Neither is Thomas, pushing all in with ace-queen suited. I don't think Tabio can call this one, and Thomas takes down the raise and the antes. Hello, Spattery. Welcome to our chat. If you're watching us from anywhere else than twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club, tune into Twitch as well. You can join the chat. If you want to get to Battle of Malta for free, then what you can do is go to olibet.com and enter our free buy tournament. It's free to enter. Put in the password called #Tallinn Showdown, and the first place takes home €1,500 package to Battle of Malta. So nothing, literally nothing you can lose there. If you don't want to play a free buy tournament and you want to play a bit high roller tournaments, then there's a satellite starting in about an hour to the €50,000 guaranteed blowout tournament. 40 seats guaranteed in that satellite, €22 for that. And if you want to buy straight into the blowout tournament, it's €110 the buy-in and €50,000 guaranteed. I'm gonna play this one for sure. So once it starts, I'm gonna invite you all to rail and see me fail miserably. Nah, I'm gonna win it. Algi Manta, 7 big blinds now. He has doubled up 3 times. Hello Vesselis as well. Hello Casino Patron, my name is Christian Laas. King 7 for Matthias. I expect to see him actually raise this one. He's been raising quite a lot. Hasn't changed it up too much. And now Algimantas finds something to go all in with, and Matthias, I don't think he can fold. It's 100,000 to win 236. Let's see what Thomas and Jussi and Tapio does before though. Tapio thinking about it with Queen 9. But I don't think Tapio can call. Matthias still has to act behind him. Yes, it's 7 big blinds, but he does fold. Matthias will most likely call. As he does, and Algimantas needs his ace-jack to hold, to double up for the 4th time. That would be the first time he would have more than 200,000 in chips. So he's been sporting the short stack for a while now. 4th all in. 4th, basically a coin flip, a Swedish coin flip. Let's see if he can do it. 64%. Queen 4-4. Very good flop for Algimantas. No clubs. 10 of diamonds. Even better, now king won't help Matthias anymore. Just a 7 on the river would do it. That's an 8. Close but no cigar, meaning that Algimantas will double up for the 4th time. Matthias doesn't lose that much. I mean, he's still the chip leader. $2.3 million left for him. And Algimantas, he's a miracle man. He's doubling up hand after hand. Somehow he manages to get his chips in good every single time. You can see 5 players still remain. Algimantas still our shortest stack, but now with a bit more breathing room. 16 big blinds for him. Matthias and Tapio, 1st and 2nd, Jussi in 3rd place, and Thomas from Estonia in 4th place. Very close with Algimantas though. With Matthias being the big blind, I don't expect anyone to open up super loosely against him. This is why I think Ace-5 will hit the muck. Yep, he will fold. As will Thomas, with 20 big blinds. 8-6 suited for Tapio in the small blind. Most likely would just call. Matthias will check. Jack 6 has him dominated. Let's see the flop. That's a check as well. Jack 5-3. Not much for Tapio. Back to a straight draw. But he's the one betting. 20k. Matthias will call. Ace of spades. Matthias still good with a pair of checks. Adds a flush draw as well. Tapio checks. Not sure I like this bet. Would have liked to see him check. You don't want to get check raised with Jack 6 there. But he will take it down. A small pot to Matthias. Mini Cooler asks, pop quiz to question. Do you know where the expression close but no cigar comes from? I have no idea. Close but no cigar. Let me think about it. I mean, if I had to think about it, it comes from fake cigars from Cuba. I don't know. Is it like bad cigarettes? Or is it good cigarettes? Is it cigarillos? Okay, my final answer is gonna be that it's someone smoking Al Capone's cigarillos and saying close but no cigar. Tell me the right answer. I have no idea. It might be from a movie. Usually those sayings come from like movies or books. King 9 suited, meanwhile, for Tabia. From the button, I expect to see a raise, as he does, and gets the blinds and antis. 50k in the middle every hand, so stacks are getting shallower, definitely. Jussi started with about 145 big blinds, and now he has 60 left. So, we have the answer for the question where the saying close but no cigar comes from. From the practice of giving cigars as prizes at carnivals in the US in the 19th century, this phrase would be said to those who failed to win a prize. That's a fun, nice little fact. Where did they give cigars as prizes though? You see pocket eights. We'll raise. I'm sure Tabia wants to play with his queen 8 suited. Matthias definitely wants to play with ace 10 off. Tabia will fold. Matthias will call. And we see the flop heads up. Four, 7 and an ace. So pair of aces for Matthias. Jussi has one overcard to his 8s. Let's see if Jussi wants to c-bet. That is a c-bet of 50,000. I don't see anything besides Matthias just calling happening. That is a call. 9 of spades. Pretty irrelevant card. Jussi does check, so does Matthias. Bringing us the river of 7 of hearts. So, Jussi does win a couple of those hands. Flush draw didn't make it there. Neither did the straight draw. Jussi checks, Matthias bets. It looked like Jussi made a quick fold, but now Jussi's thinking about it. 110,000. Jussi does call. Not sure I like that too much. Yes, the flushes didn't make it there, the straights didn't make it there, but the 8 of clubs in your hand blocks both of those hands. Both the flushes and the straights. So maybe let this one go and call with something like 8 of diamonds, 8 of hearts, or 8 of diamonds, 8 of spades. If you want to call. I don't know. That's my idea of the hand, but Matthias gets paid. Sofa King says that 8 of clubs doesn't block many flushes. Yep, then maybe not too many. Something like 10-8, 8-6. Maybe just those hands. Fold around to Algimantas, who will fold. So 4-3, Thomas has by far been the quietest player. I mean, Algimantas has been tied as well, but he's been all in 4 times. He's won those, so he's definitely made some noise. But Thomas has been all in once and just quietly making things happen. He flops pair of 4s now. Check, check on the flop. 9 of diamonds means that Thomas is still ahead. Check, check. Three of clubs. 2 pair for Thomas now. Hard for him to get paid. Does check. Jussi checks behind. And Thomas takes a small one.
All right, we have another big all-in and call here at Tallinn Summer Showdown 2019, and this is from high roller table when 4 players left. All in is
So Algimantas with 14 big blinds, Thomas 20 big blinds, and now Jussi only has 48 big blinds remaining. Hasn't been going super swimmingly for him. I mean, he's still third place. Definitely not short stack, but he's been dwindling down slowly. Of course, he has the hardest seat draw as well. 2 bigger stacks to his immediate left. It's not that easy. It would be good if you're running like a god. If you're getting good hands, then you can take advantage of those aggressive players on your left, but still. If you're not getting too many good cards, then it's not that easy. Pulled around to Thomas with King 10, who just folds, and look at that. Now Jussi gets a strong hand, and let's see if he can get something from Tabio. Pocket aces for Jussi, pocket sixes for Tabio. Actually 2 decently strong hands. Tabio just calls. Let's see the flop. 3-9 king. Jussi loves that flop. Tabio not that much. He does c-bet 50,000 and Tabio calls fairly quickly. Over to the turn, which is 7 of clubs. Safeguard for Tabio, should he think that he's ahead on the flop. Very safeguard for Jussi as well. Jussi really doesn't want to see anything like Queen of Spades, Jack of Spades, or anything between those lines. So he bets 105,000. Tabio looks like he's just gonna fold this one. He does. And finally a small little bot for Jussi as well. Up to 1.1 million now. Hasn't fallen under 1 million yet. And I'm sure he's hoping that he'll never will. Matthias, 2.5 million. Pretty big chip leader. Tabio in between there. 1.7, and then there's Jussi with 1.1, and then there's 2 smaller stacks. So as long as there are those smaller stacks in play, Matthias can really harass Jussi and Tabio, in theory. Because Jussi and Tabio really don't want to fall before those shorter stacks do. So Matthias can put so much pressure on them. Because Tabio and Jussi can make quite a lot of money by just waiting until the shorter stacks bust. Fold around to Jussi in the button. What looks like a raise. It is a raise to 50,000. Tabio thinking about it with 5-3 suited. And that looks like a 3-bet. Tabio isn't afraid to 3-bet at all. He's been going after Matthias, he's been going after Jussi. He does 3-bet to 160,000. That is the northern way of playing. This is why those Finns keep on playing and making it to the final tables all the time. Just nice aggressive poker, knowing your spots. Tabio knows exactly that Jussi cannot play lightly against Tabio, so he just goes after him immediately. He doesn't wait for many opportunities. Once he sees one, he's gonna grab. Like a hound. So in about half an hour, there's gonna be a big satellite to the blowout tournament happening today. 50,000 euros guaranteed. The satellite has 40 seats guaranteed, so pretty big one. 22 euro is the buy-in for the satellite, so probably even gonna be an overlay on the satellite, so hop in and make some free money. You see, King Queen suited for him. Most likely we'll see a raise. Raises it to 50,000. Fold around to Algimantas, and if I know anything from him, he's not gonna defend with 9-6. Just leaving himself with 12 big blinds behind. So nice fold from him. But he's gonna need a fifth double up soon. I mean, the blinds and antis, they're crucial. They're just relentless, and they will eat into your stack if you don't play a couple of rounds. Queen 3 for Jussi now. We'll fold. Ace 5 Matthias definitely would raise from the button, especially against two shorter stacks. I think he's trying to figure out how much they have, and maybe he should just shove it. But knowing that those players will not play against him that lightly, he can just raise fold. Raises it to 40,000. Thomas thinking about defending his big blind. Check 8, getting 4.5 to 1. But that's a sigh of letting go of your Jack 8. He'll fold. Decent fold. He knows that Matthias is not gonna make it easy for him. He's gonna put a lot of pressure on, so maybe it's easier to just fold pre-flop. Especially with Algimanta still having a shorter stack. As we wait for the players to put in the blinds and antes. There are 10,000 and 20,000. Big blind ante being 20,000. One more player should bust and the big blind ante is gonna half. So it's gonna go down to 10,000. Every player have guaranteed themselves 11,500 euros. First place takes home 46,700. Has it changed? It was 47,300 before. Anyway, as it is, small difference, about 47,000. Matthias raises with Queen 7 and Jussi tags along with Queen Jack. Has Matthias dominated pre-flop? Ooh, nope. That's a straight draw for Jussi. Nothing too much for Matthias. Jussi does check, Matthias does bet. And life is in order. But Jussi is not going anywhere. Still has Matthias dominated with check kicker, as well as the straight draw. 8 of diamonds, meaning that Jussi doesn't hit anything. Check, check. Ace of hearts now. Jussi's check kicker still plays. And it does go check, check. So Jussi with pocket 8, pair of 8s, ace, queen, check kicker, takes it down against pair of aces, 8s and ace, queen, 9 kicker. Excuse me. Bohui wants to know where he can find a free roll. Go to olibet.com and it starts at 19:00 local time, Estonian time, so GMT +2. And password for it is hashtag Tallinn Showdown. First place takes home 1,500 euro Battle of Malta package, so pretty nice free roll. Matthias, he loves that hand. 5-3 suited. The Finns do love that hand. Tabio has 3-bet with it in. I think Jussi did it at one point, and now it's Matthias' turn to raise with 5-3 suited. Off clubs. Ahmed, we lost in 6th place, taking home 8,200. Kim, he busted in 7th, took home 6,400. All of these players have guaranteed themselves 11,500 euros, so very nice tournament for them already, but first place takes home 47,000 euros. But that's even better.
And we have Oinen Gold on the main of the final. Thomas is only with ace-3 of suit. He has been called by UC with ace-7, ace-6 played 7 hearts. And we go and see a flop.
Let's see now. Under the gun, 5-handed, 11.5 big blinds, ace-4 are suited. That's a fold. The buy-in for this tournament was 1,100 euros. We had 195 entries, and we're down to 5, as you can see. So it's the biggest Tallinn Summer Showdown ever. Last year we had 165, year before that 127 if I'm not mistaken. So it's been growing, and it's been growing fast, and that's no surprise to anyone who's been here. It's like fantastically well organized tournament. Matthias leads for 25,000, and Toby, I will just check fold is 8-7. Or will he? Yeah, he will. So Algimantas now has to put in the big blind, has to put in the ante, meaning that he only has 9 big blinds behind. So getting shorter. Thomas, of course, he doesn't want to make any big moves before Algimantas. The difference between 4th place and 5th place, 3,500 euros. So that's pretty much free 3,500 that he makes should Algimantas pass before him. And the payout pressure is even bigger on Jussi, who's stuck in between those big stacks and short stacks. So he cannot pretty much do anything against those big stacks. Because the difference between 5th and 3rd place is already 8,000 euros. So that's pretty much 8,000 euros he makes just waiting for Thomas and Algimantas to bust. That's very simplified version of ICM for you. Just make money by folding. And Matthias makes money by just playing every hand and putting pressure on. As he does, just makes chips. I'm pretty sure Matthias in this situation, he's gonna print chips by just raising every hand. Just because Jussi and Tabio being super handcuffed against him. Tabio maybe not that much, he can play still play some hands, but Jussi quite handcuffed. The players have quieted a little bit. Not that much talk and laughter anymore as we had at the beginning. I guess it's the pressure of winning the tournament and, you know, getting closer to that point. Tabio, ace check, offsuit. It will raise. Min raise to 40,000. So difference between Jussi and Tabio already. Tabio makes it 40,000, Jussi tends to make it 50,000 pre-flop. Matthias makes a 3-bet against Tabio, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see how Tabio plays this ace-jack. He does just call, but Jussi has position against him. Should Tabio not hit the ace or a jack, it's gonna be very tough for him to play against Matthias. So Tabio really wants to hit the ace or a jack. That's an open-ended straight draw for Matthias actually. So super good flop for Matthias. Tabio will check. Ace is still good. Matthias bets 110,000. Look at that. What a bad time to raise. W has shown that he's not afraid of Matthias, but Matthias is not going anywhere. Open-ended straight draw. Backdoor flush draw. 9 would give him the absolute nuts. So even against the set, Matthias has fairly decent odds. Getting 3.5 to 1, even more. He does just call. This is turning out to be an interesting hand. This is why W should not play big pots against Matthias, but maybe, you see, should Matthias be afraid, then W's ace-high might still be good by the river. He does check. 930,000 in the middle. How does Matthias want to play? He's 10 high. Does he want to see the river? Because I'm sure he doesn't want to get check raised off his open-ender. At the same time, he only has 10 high. He is thinking about it. Matthias must know that W has shown that he's not afraid of Matthias. Check, check on the turn. That's a queen of diamonds, meaning that W's ace-high is still good. But it's super hard for W to know it. But should Matthias be afraid of W? Look at that. W is the one leading into Matthias here. 350,000. That's a very believable story of a set, actually. I mean, if I'm W, I'm playing a set that way. But at the same time, how sick would it be if Matthias just goes all in here? No, and W bluffs with the better hand and for the first time takes the lead. Super interesting hand here. Just turns the ace-jack into a bluff, not knowing that Matthias had only a 10 high. Matthias doesn't hit the straight, nor will he hit the pair, and that's how it goes. W takes the lead. Well played hand by W, for sure. What do you guys think of the hand? Like, I mean, it must take a lot of balls to just turn your ace-jack into a bluff on a board like 5, 6, 8. I mean, sure, it doesn't hit Matthias's 3-bet range that much, but Matthias has all the overpairs. Yes, W has most of the sets, but still, that's not that likely than Matthias having an overpair. Super interesting hand. Mr. Mork says that nice bet on the river, and Spadery says that hard move for sure. Yeah, I agree with you guys. It's not that easy to make that move. W doesn't seem to be faced by Matthias at all. He's not afraid. I'm fairly sure that if I saw inside W's head, he would think that he has an edge over Matthias. He hasn't been afraid to play against Matthias like whatsoever. Yeah, I agree with you that the turn could have been a check raise. This is why I like the check behind by Matthias there. Agimantas, queen check. 9 big blinds, would have liked to see him go all in. Jussi though, ace check now. Look at that, just a call and a check by W and Jussi. Two fairly strong hands. Going head to head. Ace 10-10. Ay ay ay. Look at that. W with a 3 of a kind and Jussi with a strong ace. And a check check on the flop. None of those players want to put any chips in the middle. Now you see final bets. Bet of 25,000 and Tabia chest calls. So super small bot actually, considering how strong the flop and pre-flop hands were. And now Jussi will bet and Tabia will raise. Or will he? Tabia doesn't look super happy. He's gonna definitely chest call. But with the hand gestures that he did, it looks like he doesn't want to raise anymore. But that's a neutral, man. I mean, he's never folding his 3 of a kind with the best kicker, and there's no way you're... I mean, he's not folding. So that looks like a neutral to me. I mean, if I'm Jussi, I'm thinking I'm winning this and just... I'm gonna be disgusted to see W turn over 3 of a kind. I mean, what is he thinking there? He's only losing to a couple of flushes. And if your opponent have a flush, then, I mean, so be it. So unless there's a like a graphical mistake or something, that is a huge neutral from Tabia. That is also possible. Also, it's 70k. It's 3% of your chip stack. It's not that hard to just look your opponent up. I mean, what is happening here? He can't be really thinking about it, can he? He hasn't been afraid to play any pots. This is why I'm thinking that it might be a graphical error, and he maybe doesn't have a king 10. No, that's a 10. Look at that. I mean, Jussi can't believe it. What is going on? I mean, definitely Jussi has some of the flushes, but Jussi also has some of the 10s. Jussi has a lot of the bluffs, and as we can see, he has aces for value as well. So I mean, that is not even a that is a tactical slow rolling, making Jussi angry. I agree with that. It's just putting your opponent on a tilt. We can see Jussi shaking his head, so. It might be working. Look at Thomas, he's just like, what is going on here? I wish I had some hands. I really want to play poker with these guys. Algimantas, he will fold. So next hand he will be in the big blind position. Losing another set of blinds and antes, most likely. Tabio chest calls with ace-9. Matthias, the lucky 6-2 soft suit. He does raise to 70,000. He doesn't care. He will crush it. Bohoy, you need to go to olibet.com, and it starts at 1900 local time, Estonian time. So if you're from Estonia, it starts at 1900. It's a free buy tournament, and it has a password. The password is #Tallinn Showdown. Just go to Olibet, open the poker client, and you'll find it there. You should at least find it there. Straight draw for Matthias, as well as a flush draw, but Tabio has top pair with a better flush draw. Matthias bets 190,000. Tabio isn't going anywhere. Sorry, it's olibet.eu. So, the river is the king of diamonds, so both players make the flush, meaning that neither of those players will bet. Tabio will extend his chip lead. Now it's his turn to be up to 2.6 million. So, Look how the tables have turned. Tabio now with 130 big blinds, Matthias 90, Jussi still in the middle of the pack with 53, but Thomas and Algimantas have 15 and 9 big blinds each. So Thomas is waiting for Algimantas to bust, Algimantas is hoping to ladder. This is the situation, basically. Or to at least get a good hand. Lines 10k, 20k, 20k at big blind ante. King Queen for Thomas, and does he just fold? He does fold with 15 big blinds. Just comes to show you how he's just waiting for Algimantas to bust. That's free 3.5 thousand euros for him should Algimantas or anyone else for that matter bust. So he's not playing given hands like King Queen off, which are pretty strong hand, but awkward chip stacks.
Against Sebastian. Wow. Igor has ace-4 clubs.
King 9-9 on the flop. Algimantas still ahead with check high. But Matthias is the one betting in, and I'm pretty sure Algimantas will just fold.
7, 5, 3, the board. Let's see the real card.
Yep. Matthias makes some easy money here. Algimantas left with 7 big blinds. Already doubled up 4 times. Can he do it for the 5th time? MC wants to know the password. The password is hashtag Tallinn Showdown. All small letters all together. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown. And if you're here for the password, feel free to stay on the stream. Just hang with us. It's been a good time, and it's a very interesting tournament as well. Players have been playing super good. And the dynamics are interesting for me at least. So if you're coming here for the password, feel free to hang around. The chat is super friendly and nice, and if you have any questions about poker or life in general or whatever, you just want to chat, then this is a nice place to stay at. Jussi will fold. Tabio, I'm thinking he's not gonna fold. Pocket aces for Tabio here. Min raise. Matthias is not going anywhere. We might even see a 3-bet. Ace 2 suited for Matthias, and he does 3-bet. And look at that. Algaminatas just folds pocket 7s here. That's a good fold, but I mean, don't get me wrong, but that's 7 big blinds and folding pocket 7s. Now Matthias 3-bets and Tabio puts another small 4-bet in. That's, I think, second or at least second time, but maybe third time that Tabio has 4-bet Matthias. Matthias with suited ace, he might even call this. Getting almost 3-1. Bit more. He does just call. And that means there is 650,000 in the middle, so should we see some space or something, we're gonna see fireworks. Matthias is getting sick and tired of Tabio running over him. It's a very safe board for Tabio. 4, 6, 9. Just one spade. I want to see a very small bet from Tabio, something like 150. He likes to go for 250. And Matthias, he will just fold. And Tabio now, first player to break 3 million in chips. And he has double of what Matthias has. So in the past hour, Tabio has just extended his lead. Pretty big. Payouts in front of you. First place takes home 46.7, second 32.2, and third 19.5. All players have guaranteed themselves 11.5. So nice payday anyway. The buy-in for this tournament was 1100 euros. 195 entries, Prize pool of 185,000 euros. 24 player cashed. And we're down to 5. No vaatame says, bully starts to get bullied. That's exactly what is happening. Can't play Matthias though. He does have Matthias, but it looks like W has Matthias's number. It's just W has been outplaying Matthias hand after hand. Thomas now from the small blind. Goes all in, and let's see if Jussi calls. Jussi might just call here. Because that's 13 big blinds, Jussi has Thomas actually dominated. That's a tight fold. That's a super tight fold. No, that's a call. Jussi does call. I love that call, and now Thomas is in trouble. And Thomas needs a 3 or a chop or something to make a better hand, or at least chop it up. Anyway, Thomas needs some help. My point is 540,000 in the middle. That's a 7 on the flop. That's an awful flop for Thomas. He needs running 3s or running straight cards. 6, 4 deuce or a 3. That's a 10 of spades and Thomas is dead. No, actually not. An ace would give them both aces and 10s and 7 kicker. So only an ace on the river. King of spades. Jussi makes the nut flush. Thomas is eliminated in 5th place. Look at that. Our Lithuanian player against 3 Finns. He has been the shortest stack this whole tournament. I'm sorry. And now he snuck himself up to 4th place. He hasn't had more than 15 big blinds once. He has doubled up 4 times. And he's still in this thing. Well, super short. But he's still in this one. As the old saying says, all you need is a chip and a chair. He does have both of those things. He has more than one chip. He has a nice little chair. And he has 15,000 euros guaranteed for himself. But we lose the last local player. Thomas Boyle takes home 11,500 euros. Well played for him. 3 Finns, 1 Lithuanian. And Finns have all the chips. It's a party for Finns in Estonia, as it usually is. Jussi, Tapio, Matthias. But nothing is certain just yet. 6 big blinds remaining for our Lithuanian player. Fold from Matthias. Queen 9 will... Interesting that Matthias folds Queen 9 here. Algimantas, he must go all in. 6 big blinds, 6.5 big blinds, ace 3 suited. Only 2 players behind him. Doesn't want to do it, but I mean it's fairly simple all in. You see, he will not call. Tapio will fold as well, and Algimantas. That's a nice start. Up to 9 big blinds now. Blinds 10k, 20k. And it looks like we still have 20k big blind ante, so it didn't half. Sometimes the big blind ante will go to half when there's only 4 players remaining, but this time it stays at 20k. I love it. More action. So Chi Thomas Boyle for 5th place. Algimantas is from Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken. Jussi, 10-8 suited now. He'll raise. Jussi has changed it up. He started raising to 50,000 and now he's raising to 40,000. Matthias finds a good hand. Ace-Jack suited from the big blind. Let's see if he wants to 3-bet this one. He does. Up to 160,000. I love the sizing. And Jussi has no other option than to just give this one up. Especially with Algimantas only having 9 big blinds. So Tabi are a chip leader with 2.9 million or 145 big blinds, so very healthy stack. Jussi and Jussi and Matthias both with 60 to 75 big blinds, so fairly healthy. Algimantas with only 9 big blinds, so he's the next player expected to bust. And this is something that those 3 players are going after. They're like sharks. They smell blood in the water, so they go in after Algimantas. This is like acceptable soft play position at the moment. Because Algimantas is just so much more shorter stack. So none of these players want to play a big pot against each other. They just want to wait for a good hand and just pretty much 3v1 Algimantas. Sounds rough, but that's how it is sometimes. (7-6) suited for Tabio. Would like to see him raise. He can pressure Jussi and Matthias both. Gets rid of Matthias. Folded around to Jussi with King 6. And exactly as I expected, Tabio just takes the blinds and antes. Look at that VPIP for Matthias. More than half of the hands he's played. It's been going like a roller coaster for him. But right now he's pretty much where he started the final table from. 1.5 million. He was up to 2.6 at some point.
Queen Jack against Matthias. Jack 10.
It's Matthias now.
Let's see the
2-3. He will fold. Algimantas, Queen 8 will hit the muck. You see Ace 9 suited. Very nice hand from the small blind. Just a call against Tabio. Who will check. Ace, Queen 9. 2 pair for Jussi. Nothing much for Tabio though. Backdoor draws, but Jussi doesn't even need to put the chips across the line. Tabio instantly folds. So Algimantas now, down to 6 big blinds, all 6.5. All these players have guaranteed themselves 15,000 euros, so very nice result already. 4 remaining. We started 8-handed. Algimantas, I don't think he wants to shove 9-7 here. No, he does not. You see, pocket 8s, definitely he wants to play those. Just a call from the button. What an interesting call. W just calls as well. Matthias, Queen Jack off. Let's see if Jussi goes for a limp raise. Or he just wants to limp call here. Matthias raises to 100,000. Jussi calls. That gets rid of W and now heads up for the flop. 240 in the middle. That's a super good flop for Jussi though. Deuce, 5-7, no overcards. 8s are still good. 80,000 is the bet from Matthias. And Jussi will call. So 400,000 in the middle now. Nine of clubs doesn't change anything one more time. Jussi adds a straight draw. 8s are still good. Matthias, what are you doing, my man? You really want to get rid of Jussi here, don't you? I mean, it is a believable story in a sense. He can have 10s through aces here. But Matthias bets 270. Jussi isn't going anywhere. Jussi calls. That's a queen on the river, so Matthias, he can actually go for value here. 940 in the middle. Jussi has less than a pot size behind. I mean, if he wants to go for... If he wants to go for it all, he can. He does! He goes all in. 3 fast bets, and I have to think that he would have done the same should he not hit the queen. And what do you do if you're Jussi? Holy moly, I think you have to fold. I mean, you have the Lithuanian player with 6 big blinds. Yes. And this is the pressure that Matthias can put on Jussi in this situation. Yes, he did hit the queen, but I mean, if the queen isn't coming, then I have to think that he's doing the same move and it's gonna work. So either way, Matthias, by playing the hand the way that he did, he's gonna end up winning. And look at that. And Jussi he was handcuffed. Called twice, but Algimantas having 6 big blinds after him. I mean, that's a pretty hefty difference between 3rd and 4th. That's almost 5,000 euros you make just by waiting there and just folding your 8s. Interesting hand, and that just shows that Matthias is not afraid, like, not at all. He just takes another sip of his beer and business as usual. Hasn't been very lucky against Tapio, but he's been crushing Jussi. And everyone else as well. 3 mil, 2 mil, 1 mil, and then Algimantas with less than 100,000 now. Jussi's left wondering if he made the right fold. We saw that he did. Matthias got very lucky on the river, but I'm thinking that Matthias is shoving the river no matter what. Matthias, 4-3 now. Raised to 40,000. Algimantas, can he do it for the 5th time? Algimantas has doubled up 4 times. Goes all in. Jussi calls, overcalls actually, with ace-3. Let's see that if that brings Matthias along as well. What is Matthias doing? Is that a re-raise? No, that's a call. So 3-way all in. Algimantas is in a very good position to triple up here. I mean, this man is a miracle man. He's doubled up 4 times already. Now he needs to triple up. For the 5th time. Can he do it? 6, 7, and a queen. I mean, Algimantas is still ahead. Way ahead. Another 7. Gives some opportunities with Jussi. That's a check, meaning that Jussi and Algimantas will chop it unless Matthias makes a random bluff here. He has nothing to win with the bluff. There's no side pot. Legit no reason to bluff here. So he does check, meaning that Algimantas and Jussi will chop Matthias's money. And that's exactly what happens. So means that Algimantas should have 148k. So he's still super short. But better than nothing, man. 7 big blinds remaining for him. Not a good news for Jussi. He just can't wait for Algimantas to bust. Meanwhile, Tabio takes a short break from the table. If you want to play the free-buy tournament, the password is #Tallinn Showdown. You can make your way to Battle of Malta package for free. So basically it's a free tournament. You can rebuy for money, but the entry is for free. And first place takes home Battle of Malta tickets as well as the package. Hotels, flights, everything. Everything is taken care of by Olibet, so you have to go to olibet.eu and just register for free with password #Tallinn Showdown. All small letters all together. Also, the satellite for the blowout tournament started 5 minutes ago. 40 tickets guaranteed. The buy-in for that is 22 euros, so most likely gonna be an overlay for that as well. So if you're a poker player, if you have an account on Olibet, definitely hop into that one. It's only 22 euros to get part of the 50,000 euro prize pool. And if you're not, open an account now. Queen 10 for Algimantas now. 7 big blinds, he should go all in. He does. Nice all in from him. And he gets the blinds and antes. Up to 10 big blinds now. I mean, it's something with the Lithuanians and short stacks and doubling up and then ending up winning the tournaments. I mean, he's definitely not in prime position to win, but I remember from not that long ago where Lithuanian started the final table with 3 big blinds, doubled up I don't know how many times and ended up winning it. So everything is possible in No Limit Hold'em. This is why this game is so beautiful. 10-7 for Tabio. Also the button though. He does raise to 50,000. Get some folds. And it seems like the blinds have gone up. New blinds being 12,000, 24,000 with 24,000 ante. Yep. We have the confirmation in front of us. So, stacks get a little shallower. So, Tabio with 126, Matthias with 78, Jussi with 36, and Algimantas with 6 big blinds again now. Four-handed. 195 players started this tournament. Well, 195 entries. 4 remain. Matthias now with a raise to 50,000. And he takes down this one. Very similar differences between stacks. 3 mil, 2 mil, basically 1 mil, and basically 0 mil. So Algimantas needs to make something happen. But he has made something happen. He has doubled up 5 times now. He was by far the shortest stack when we started the final table. He still is, but he's a story, man. He definitely is a story. Algimantas pocket kings this time from the button. Jussi folds. Tabio 6-5. Will fold as well. Algimantas doesn't get any action, unfortunately for him, but he gets some chips, and that's something. I wonder if he showed the kings just to get some more fold value, fold equity. Will he though? Tabio meanwhile, all smirks and smiles. Jussi definitely a little bit frustrated. Not much he can do in this situation. But we've seen him struggle before and then come back. And then there's Matthias, the beast himself. Algimantas will fold queen 3. Jussi will as well check 7 suited. Doesn't want to play against Matthias and Tapio. And Tapio lets go of his 7 deuce, and as we've slowed down a little bit, and 95 of this final table is where we slow down for the first time. But just a little bit. Everybody's waiting until seat number 1 makes his moves. I mean, Casino Queen, that seems to be the case. I mean, I'm not even joking. I wouldn't be super surprised if Algimantas ends up winning this one. I mean, I would be surprised, but I've seen worse. I mean, I've seen sicker things happen. It's no limit hold'em. Jussi though, 50k, pocket 9s. Matthias doesn't want to play. Algimantas wants to play even less. And we take down another set of blinds and antes. Still 4-handed. Still Algimantas with 6 big blinds. The world is still in order. So let's see. Tapio, queen check. 24k is the big blind, so he's gonna come in and raise him, most likely. He's the chip leader. Queen check is a decent looking hand. Fold around to Jussi, and another hand. Another raise, another blinds. You can use that time where the play has slowed down a little bit to register for the free bet tournament. It's a free roll for €1,500 package. Not much you can lose. I'm gonna play this one. I'm also gonna play the blowout tournament today. It's all a bet. 50k euro guaranteed. Last couple of months it has had quite a big overlay actually. Like maybe 15,000, 20,000 euros overlay. So if you have 110 euros, then definitely come in that tournament. If you don't, you can hop into the satellite running right now. 40 seats guaranteed. Buying for that is only 22 euros. Matthias pocket queens, and Tapio will defend with king 7. $8-5-5 on the flop. Good flop for Matthias. Check for Tapio. And Matthias will bet and Tapio will fold fairly quickly. You can see the stacks, the busted players as well. We lost Thomas Polli in 5th place. He took home 11,500 euros. He was the last remaining Estonian, the local player. Now it's a party for the Finns, as well as the Lithuanians, so the neighbors are doing a better job at this moment. 27 Estonians played this tournament. 9 of them made the money, so actually the in the money percent was pretty damn good. Algimantas, king 9. Finally hand he can go all in with. And Jussi, I think Jussi might call. Because it's only 7.4 big blinds. No, blinds have gone up, so even less. Exactly 6 big blinds. Jussi will fold. Tightish fold for Jussi. Algimantas takes down another. Blinds and antes. Spadery says, I want Algimantas to double 2 times. Is it Spadery or is it Spaderoo? It looks like Spaderoo. Spader, why. Jussi king queen now. King Queen suited, definitely good enough to raise, even if you don't want to really play against Matthias and Tabia. And here's why. Tabia will come along. Algimantas has to fold. Oh, Tabia actually 3-bet to 150,000. And let's see if UC actually wants to maybe 4-bet shove this one. Because King Queen suited is a strong hand. Yes, you have... No. So many thoughts in my head going on at once. I mean, in any other situation you do want to shove against Tabia with King Queen suited, but not with Argimantas only having 4 big blinds. I mean, you just reluctantly have to fold your King Queen. Because that's 4,500 euros that you make by just waiting for Argimantas to bust. I'm sure Jussi knows that. He's gonna show the King Queen suited. Tabia doesn't show his hand. And Tabia extends his lead. 3.1 now. Jussi is not giving him an happy look. You can only imagine the thoughts going on in his head. I mean, it's not good. It sucks to be in this situation. We've all been there. Just handcuffed and... He just waits for Argimantas to bust or double up or anything to happen. Dapri wants to know the payouts. It's 4th place is 15,000, 3rd gets 19.5, 2nd gets 32.2, and 1st gets 46.7. So pretty big pay jumps considering the buy-in. Argimantas now, Queen Jack, he goes all in. Can he do it for the 6th time? Matthias makes the call, and Argimantas has Matthias absolutely dominated, 72%. 5 times he has doubled up. Can he do it for the 6th time? 6 times in a row. Let's see. 368 in the middle. One more time, Algimantas has managed to get it in good. UC is super tilted there. That's a 10! Ooh, that's a 10 with an ace and a king, meaning that Algimantas flopped the nut straight. So only a queen will give Matthias the chop. I mean, that's a jack. Wow, now a couple of more extra outs to win this one. 10 or a jack on the river, queen to chop it. The river is an ace. That's not a 10 or a jack or a queen, meaning Algimantas will double up for the 6th time. 6th time in this final table. I mean, I've seen crazier things, but not that much crazier things. He's still the shortest stack, by far. He's still gonna need like 3 or 4 double ups to be feeling good. But he seems indestructible. Oh yeah, Wacky Jackson is right. That's 6th time surviving all ins, 5th time doubling up. 1 time he did chop. But to be fair, he chopped 3 ways, so he basically doubled up still. Very exciting four-handed play here. I mean, that's a dream scenario for a W at this moment. And pretty much nightmare scenario for Jussi. Algimantas, King Queen off now. From the button. Raises it up to 50,000 now with his newfound chips. I want to see W go all in now. I mean, it's still Algimantas. He still has only 12 big blinds, so ace-9 against button open should be a shove there. But he does just call. Jack 7 deuce. W's ace is still good. And it is W who leads in for 50,000. Interesting lead in there, but it works Gets Algemantas to fold king queen. And he's down to 13 big blinds now. Jussi, I mean, should Algemantas double up through Jussi, it means that Jussi is the one who's the shortest stack. They pretty much switch places there. Jussi, if I'm not mistaken, he started as the chip leader. They were very close together, Matthias, Jussi and Tabia. As it is, Jussi is only down to 29 big blinds now. Not in danger, definitely not in danger. Has some wiggle room, and definitely with aces as well. Aces in the button against two aggressive players. Ooh, and oh, yay, that's ace queen for Matthias. That must be a double up for Jussi. The chips must go in, don't they? Okay, Jussi raises to 50,000. Matthias 3-bets to 170. Let's see how Jussi plays this one. I mean, if Jussi is gonna shove, his hand is looking super strong. It must look super strong. But at the same time, yeah, I wouldn't mind Jussi calling, but I'm sure that should he shove that he's gonna get called by ace queen. But Jussi must expect for Matthias to 3-bet him super light there. He does 4-bet, Matthias goes all in, Jussi just calls, and if everything goes the way it's supposed to go, Jussi's gonna double up. Aces against ace queen, 93% for Jussi. He finally finds the dream position to get back to 1.5 million that he started with. Matthias, though, he's the one who has Jussi at risk. Let's see the flop. We've seen crazier things happen. We saw kings bust against 6-deuce. Funnily enough, 6-deuce has more outs than ace queen in this situation. Let's see if he can hit a queen. That's not a queen. No spades for Matthias either. So only running queens. That doesn't look good for Matthias. King on a turn seals it. Matthias loses a big pot against Jussi. Jussi doubles up. Not much Matthias can do as well, though. That's a queen on the river just to make it hurt. Matthias left with 1.1 million. Jussi up to 1.5 now. W still with 3 million now. Much needed double up for Jussi here. He was losing chips left and right. He was down to 700,000 almost. So let's see if Jussi can make things turn around now with that double up. He's in second place now. That's how poker is sometimes. That's just a cooler. Nothing Matthias did wrong there. I don't think you should fold ace queen four-handed against 27 big blinds ever. Blinds 12 and 24. Big blind ante another 24. So we have a little bit more playing room now. Our shortest stack still Algemantas with 13 big blinds. So he's not in super immediate danger anymore. You see king 10 off. Just a fold, four-handed. That's a tight fold, in my opinion. Yes, you don't want to raise against Matthias and Tapio, but still, king 10 off is good enough hand to raise four-handed. Algemantas loses big blind and the ante, so he's left with 11 big blinds now. So slowly again dwindling down. As EDC says in Twitch chat that Algemantas MVP. I agree, I mean, he's a survivor. He's a fighter for sure. Tabia. Queen 4 will fold. Matthias 9-7. I don't think he will fold 9-7. I think maybe everyone else in this situation might fold it, but not Matthias. And this is why. Just 50k for free. Just taking down blinds and antes. That's even 60k for free. Look at Algemantas went to Showdown stat. 100%. So he's either all in or nothing. That's how it's been too. So Matthias first to act now. 8-6. Not sure what he will do. He might raise, but most likely will fold. He does. So will Algemantas. So Jussi and Tabia now. Queen 6. That's just fold. Queen 6. I mean, that's a lot of respect for Tabia. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but I would at least try and call until Tabia starts isolating me. I haven't seen Tabia isolate too much. I agree. So if you're watching from anywhere else and you want to join the conversation, come over to twitch.tv/Olympic Poker Club. We have a nice little chat going on. My name, of course, is Christian Lars. I will be with you until the end of the tournament. And Algemantas finds another hand to go all in. He's done it 6 times. Can he do it 7 times? Jussi must call him. Ace King from Algemantas. Ace Jack off for Jussi. I mean, Ace Jack is just too good to fold. He does call, and one more time Algemantas. Wait! Even Matthias might tag along. King Queen suited for Matthias. Let's see. I mean, if everything's going super well, Algemantas might even triple up here. And he might move past Matthias even. Matthias. I mean, if I'm Matthias, I'm calling. I just want to call with King Queen suited. That's a strong hand. That's not a weak hand that you have to fold there. The buy-in for this tournament was 1,100 euros. Everyone has guaranteed 15,000. Look at that. Algemantas in prime position to double up, at least double up one more time. 7th time, maybe even triple up. Algemantas does release. So, 70% for Algemantas now. That would be 7 times in a row to double up or survive an all-in. Ace King against Ace Jack. 576 in the middle. King Queen 4. That's a pair of kings for Algemantas, but Jussi actually adds outs. Every 10 would give him a straight now. That's an ace. So he needs an ace and an ace only. That's not an ace, and Algemantas for the 7th time doubles up or stays alive. You see, look at his face. That's a man who's in disbelief. I mean, how many times can one man survive? Are you a ghost or a man? How many times do I have to try and kill you? I'm not sure if I agree with the fold from Matthias though. Ace King, Ace Jack, fairly standard. I think the call with King Queen suited there is fairly standard as well. As it is, he would have lost, but I mean, King Queen suited is a very strong hand. Let me know what you think. I'm not like 100% sure about that. It just seems like a call there. Ace 7 for Tabia. He will raise. And Algemantas will come along from the big blind with Queen 10. 9, 6 and a 3. Ace high still good. Check by Algemantas. Bet of 50,000 from Tabia. And Algemantas releases. Tabia slowly and surely growing his chip stack. 3.2 now, look at that. Now is actually even better for Tabia. He can pressure UC, Mattias and Algimantas both, because now Algimantas isn't that short to bust next. And Tabio can just pressure, because no one of these players want to be the next one out. Smeagol says that it's pretty meh to put in 1/4 of your stack with King Queen. I mean, if you're saying that, it just if it's me, I'm calling there. Maybe even reshoving and getting rid of Jussi. But at least calling. Ami wants to know the payouts. It's 4th place gets 15,000, 3rd place gets 19.5, 2nd 32.2, and 1st place gets 46.7. UC does call from the small blind with 8-5, W checks with 8-4. That's a better force for W. Backdoor spade draw for UC, but nothing much more. Bet from W and UC will just fold. And that's how I expect a lot of the hands to go. Just small little bets and small little pots for W. Three Finns remaining against 1 Lithuanian. We lost our last local player in 5th place, Toomas Polli. Look at that, pocket 5s for Algimantas now. I want to see him come in with a raise. Which it looks like he does. No, it's just a limp with pocket 5s. 4-handed, I think raise is much stronger, especially with a hand like 5s that lose most of its value 4-handed. But we'll see. That'll bring along Tabio from small blind that Mattias will get to check. Ace King check. Straight draws from Mattias and Tabio. Algimantas still good with 5s. Very hard for him to know that though. 8 of hearts, 5 still good. Tabia the one to bet. 25,000 is the bet. Very small bet and takes this one down as well. And everything is going according to the plan for Tabia. Just small ones, swindle those stacks down and just slowly but surely make sure that you are the one in the lead and just getting even bigger and bigger. Trixon makes a nice valid point here that Tabia has bluffed the last 3 hands. So he has. But it's been working and it must work because I mean now is the ICM paradise for Tabia. All 3 players are super afraid of playing pots against him. Unless they have super strong hands. Ace 10 for Jussi. He will raise, sorry, Jussi with Ace 5. He'll raise to 50,000. And Tabila will tag along with Ace 10. Rest of the players will fold. And we'll see if flop heads up. Tabila has Jussi dominated at this moment. But that's a 5 on the flop. 5-8 queen. Jussi will check. Tabila will bet and Jussi will make a quick call. 7 doesn't change anything. Check, check. Deuce of spades, check, check. And Jussi will win this one. W actually shows the Ace 10. So look at the chip counts in front of you. 470,000 for Algimantas, 19 big blinds. Matthias, 42 big blinds, 1 million. Same for Jussi. So, 4-3 for Tabiana. Under the gun. Let's see if he wants to play wide enough to even open 4-3. No, he doesn't. 10-6 for Matthias. Will release. No, Matthias raises with 10-6. I love it. I actually very much like how Matthias has played this final table. Everything hasn't been worked out, but still, I think he's played it super well. He knows exactly where and who he can steal from. He's lost a couple of coolers, but you know, if those coolers are the other way around, he's one of the chip leaders. As it is, he's still in second place. Pocket sevens for Matthias now. Will definitely come in with a raise. The question is how much? Most likely 50,000. Yep. That's a 7 on a flop. I didn't see who called. Algimantas and... It seems like Algimantas called. And maybe Tabio tagged long as well, meaning that Tabio has an open-ended straight draw, Matthias has a set, and Algimantas has nothing. Check from Tabio. 70,000 from Matthias. Algimantas folds. Let's see how Tabio plays his open-ender. He just calls, doesn't hit the straight on the turn. Check from Tabio. Tabio will get a better straight now, should a check come. Doesn't change too much. 150,000 it looks like. Ease to bet. 250,000, wow. That's a bomb. I think W has to fold against that bet. So he does, and Matthias hits a set and he's up to 1.3 million now. So it looks like the players are going on a short break. So, if you want to get the password for the free buy tournament, the password is hashtag Tallinn Showdown. All small letters all together. Don't forget the hashtag. We're going on a 7-minute break, so we're going to be back soon. Register for the free buy during that time, and we'll be back soon. Ciao! Welcome back, everybody. Tallinn Summer Showdown. 4 players remaining. We're back from a short break. If you want to play the 50,000 euro guaranteed blowout tournament at Olibet today, then there's a massive satellite going on at this moment. 22 euros is the buy-in, 40 seats guaranteed to this tournament. You can still late rich to the satellite. I'm definitely playing the blowout tournament. There might be, most likely it's gonna be overlay in this one, so nice little value for you if you're a poker player or if you're an amateur trying to learn. Or not just learn, you know? Get a big score. Get your poker bankroll going. First place in this tournament takes to close to 10k, so that's gonna be a big boost to anyone's bankroll. Matthias now. He's raising it up to 85,000. And a 3-bet from Tabio with ace-4. And let's see how much pressure he can put on Matthias now. Tabio just called from the small blind. Matthias raised it up to 85 and now a 3-bet from Tabio. Matthias has Tabio dominated. Hard for him to know that though. 1.2 million behind for Matthias. 215 to call. Do you really want to just call 300k with ace-10 off? No, you don't, and Tabio does exactly what he can right now. He can just push around Matthias and Jussi so much. All of those players, actually. Matthias, who had a VPIP of 51% previously, has dropped down to 43, and Tabio, who had something like 40, is now up to 46. So this is how table dynamics change all the time. Snowman wants to know the password. It's hashtag Tallinn Showdown. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown. Don't forget the hashtag, all small letters all together. And if you're here for the password, just tag along with us. It's a very interesting tournament. With 3 Finns battling against 1 Lithuanian. 195 entries in this tournament, making a prize pool of 185,000 and change. Ace-3 for Jussi now. Andrigan, let's see if he even wants to raise this one. With Tabio being red left of him. Yep, he doesn't. Tabio will most likely raise. Queen 9, button. Blind still 12 and 24k. And he does get the blinds and antes. I mean, this is just a dream for Tabio. He can raise super wide. And also has Jussi just handcuffed. The pace of the game has slowed down significantly, but it doesn't make it less interesting. It's so much to learn when you're starting in poker or just figuring out what ICM means. Just watch what Tabio is doing. He can push around this player so much because there's so much value in someone else busting before you, especially for Jussi, Matthias. They can just make so much money by waiting for the other players to bust. Matthias' turn now to take the blinds and antes. Tabio, the runaway chip leader. Matthias, Jussi, fairly similar stacks. Algimantas now down to 14 big blinds one more time. Algimantas has been one heck of a story in this tournament. 7 all-ins he has survived in this final table. Meanwhile, Jussi is flexing with his stack of 500 euros. Yeton Exactly, UC was at the final table just a couple months ago. I agree. I've been getting used to seeing him in these final tables all the time. I think it's his third time in the Tallinn events to make the final table. I was on a break and I was talking with Wacky Jackson, and I heard that Algimantas was one of the shortest stacks when the bubble broke as well. He was in between 2 and 10 big blinds this whole tournament up until this point. And he's made it to 4th place at least, and still going. Hasn't had more than 20 big blinds once, and 20 is like a massive stack for him. Most of this final table he's been down to 4 to 10 big blinds. So he's won quite a lot of all-ins. One heck of a run. Just comes to show you that just never give up.
On the floor, we have Queen 6 juice.
Algimantas, 7 deuce, will fold.
Turn card will be another 6. And the river.
So will UC. 9-3 off from the button.
We are losing.
Let's see how Tabia plays his 3-4 off.
On the 4th place.
Matthias and Tabia, they have played the most amount of hands together, for sure. And Tabia raises and Matthias just folds his check 9. I actually would have liked to call with check 9 off in position. Even though Tabia has the ICM advantage there, you still have the position. Check 9 plays fairly well post flop. And it wasn't that big of a raise as well. Yeah, Jussi and Matthias are final table regulars. They both have made quite a few of them here in Tallinn. Ton wants to know how Thomas busted, but I don't know, I'm having some brain farts, I can't remember for some reason. I always remember poker hands, but I can't remember at this point. Maybe chat can help me out. How did Thomas bust? Why can't I remember that? Fold around to Matthias, a6. He will raise it up against Algimantas and he will take it. Oh yeah, thank you chat. It was blind versus blind. He shoved ace-3, about 12 big blinds, and then UC thought about it for a while, and then ended up calling with ace-7, flop d7, and that was it for him. Still four-handed. It looks like Tabia's tournament to win. He has more than half of the chips four-handed, meaning that usually means that you can push around players quite a lot. Ace-7 is definitely good enough to start doing it now. That's a raise to 50,000. Matthias folds his ace-5. You see king-9 suited, good enough to defend, for sure. UC has been hovering around that 1 million chip stack for a while now. Ace-9 check, meaning a pair of aces for Tabio, pair of 9s for UC. Got a 50,000. If I'm... UC is just folding a 9 straight away, and Tabio shows the ace. Doesn't hurt Tabio to show the ace that much. Especially when he thinks that UC might think that he's not betting anything less than ace there. But Tabia knows that he's gonna bet all of his range there, so if you can make UC fold pairs there, then that's better for him. First place takes home 46,700 euros. Players have not made a deal, haven't even discussed it. would make sense for Jussi and Matthias to think about it, but if I'm thinking correctly, I think that they still have the edge over Algimantas, so they really want to hope to dwindle him down. Matthias finds pocket aces, raises it up to 50,000, and Tabia defends with 10-7 off.
Sebastian has ace-10 offsuit. Let's see.
That's a 4, 6, and a 9, so straight draw for Tabia. He will check. Matthias still. Good flop for him. Still with an overpair. Check, check on the flop, and that's a trappy looking check from Matthias. Tabia makes top pair of 10s here, as well as a straight draw. Now is time for Matthias to try and get some value. 55,000. Quick call from Tabia.
Sebastian wins with
6. Matthias is still good with his aces and 6.
14,009.
Tabia checks. Matthias, whatever Matthias is betting, Tabia is gonna pay off. I don't think Matthias is gonna bet large here. Looks like 135 or something like that. 130,000, and Tabia will call fairly quickly. Or will he? He's thinking about it, but I mean, you have top pair of 10s. You win kick jack, king queen, queen jack, ace queen, ace jack, all those hands. Quite a lot of bluffs in Matthias's range, especially after checking back the flop. Also, Matthias might value bet like 7s or 8s there. He does call, and Matthias takes this one down. Up to 1.5 million now, Tabia down to 3.2. Still a big chip leader. So quite a small bot. I think if Matthias is betting the flop, he's gonna get even more, but that's being result oriented. Algimantas now down to 14 big blinds. Next hand he's in the big blind, meaning that he's gonna have to put in the ante as well. So he's slowly dwindling down again. He was up to 21 big blinds at one point after winning the 7th all-in.
And immediately in heads up at the high roller, there's all-in and call. Igor Mihela is all-in with king jack of spades against Sebastian's pair of deuces.
Pocket 6s for Algimantas now. I would expect to see an all-in, nothing more.
That's
Looks like a raise to 100,000 instead.
2 spades.
Yeah, basically an all-in. Tabia, king check, will fold. As will Matthias.
Ace of hearts.
So up to 400k now.
That's 4 of diamonds. And we have
fairly deep stacks actually.
Igor Mihela from Estonia and the winner Sebastian Val from Finland.
I have some news from the felt as well. I don't know if you heard it from the microphone, but Igor Bihela from Estonia got 2nd place, and Sebastian from Sweden, he won the high roller. Finland, sorry. He won the high roller for 30,000 euros. So if you had any sweats on the high roller tournament as well, then Sebastian is the winner. Igor got 2nd place. Jartto, did you have 50% of Sebastian, if I remember correctly, right? So that's easy 15k for Jartto there as well. This man can't not print. Raise from Tabio, 3-bet from Matthias with pocket 4s, and Tabio calls. 400k in the middle, heads up. King, king, and a deuce. Nice flop for pocket 4s actually. I think Matthias will continue Asian bet and Tabia doesn't want to call this one. Unless he wants to do something tricky here. We've seen Tabia play against Matthias before as well. And just make moves. 135,000 is the bet. He has some backdoors. Can represent the king, but he's out of position, so he will just release. And Matthias now up to 1.7 million. It's going like a roller coaster between those two. So one more time Matthias has climbed away from Jussi. They were pretty much even, and now Jussi with 900,000, Matthias with 1.7. Jussi is still fighting, he's still in there. Tabia 9-6 will fold. Matthias, I think he will raise. He has been raising those kinds of hands, especially into those two players. Gets rid of Argumentas, as well as Jussi. And Matthias has been printing a lot from the button. He's been playing his patterns super aggressively, and that's nice to see actually. Of course, Jussi hasn't found anything too big to play against as well. So we're still four-handed. Not much has changed. Tabia has lost a little. Matthias has won a little. Everyone else pretty much the same. There's still time to get on the satellite for the blowout tournament happening in 2 hours. 50k guaranteed there. It's a monthly tournament, so if you have a chance, try and get in this one. Usually has an overlay as well, so quite a nice value for that. Matthias raised to 50,000. Pulled around to Tabio, who will call. 5-2 suited for him. That's an 8 already for Matthias, so 8-3 jack. Absolutely nothing for Tabia. Not even a club. Check, check on the flop. Queen of clubs. Tabia will check. Matthias will check after him. It's king of hearts. Another scare card for Matthias actually. Let's see if Tabia tries to steal this one away or just gives this one up. He does. Check, check on the river as well, so Matthias takes this one down with a pair of 8s. So another small one for Matthias. 1.8 for him now, Tabia down to 2.9. Algemantes down to 14 big blinds now. So once more, Algemantes is our shortest stack. But let's not count this man out. He has doubled up more times than me in the past month. Just in this final table. We'll fold queen 5. Jussi, king 8 from the button. Against Tabio and Matthias though. I think he wants to fold this one. But he's definitely thinking about it. Yeah, he will muck. Over to Tabio, queen 7 suited. A call from him, and Matthias will check king 9. 72k in the middle. 8 6, and those cards really want to stick together. Top pair for Matthias, open-ended straight draw for Matthias. Check from Tabio. Bet of 50,000 for Matthias. Let's see if Tabio wants to just call. He does call. 8 gives Matthias 2 pair. Fairly strong kicker. And Tabio leads this one. I like this. I really like this bet. 120,000. It's not gonna get rid of Matthias though. Matthias is way too strong of a hand. But Matthias is thinking about it. He's not folding. Not in this world. At least not to that turn bet. He does call. So 412,000 in the middle. Tabio needs a queen, 10, or a 5, sorry. That's a check of diamonds, meaning that Matthias is still good. Let's see if Tabio wants to try and steal this one away though. That's a good card for his range actually. Nonchalantly puts in 200,000. That looks pretty strong. 250 even. If I'm Matthias, I'm a little worried. Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack got there. Flush has missed. 8 was ahead. Can play this way as well. But at the same time, he beats hands like Queen 5, Queen 7, Ace 5. That might turn their hands into a bluff. Definitely not an easy decision for him. It was call, a check pre-flop, check bet call, and then a lead from Tabio. So Matthias is trying to figure out what does Tabio have that plays this way. Look at that! That's a raise! Holy moly, Matthias is turning his 9 into a bluff, trying to get rid of Tabio's jacks. He raised it up to 820,000 and Tabio folds, and what a move from Matthias. I was not expecting that. That was a very nice play from Matthias. That might have even got rid of Tabio's 8. What do you guys think of that bluff? It's a very strong bluff, but we're just not used to seeing that in those final tables. That's a super high level bluff right there. And there we have it. Matthias has caught up to Tabio. Basically even in chips now. Then there's a big cap, then there's UC, and then there's another big cap. And then there's Armidas. UC, Ace 5. Let's see if he wants to raise now. No, another fold from Rissi. Over to Tabio, 2.4 million. Raised to 50,000. Matthias, small blind, Ace 7. Just a call, interesting. I really don't like just calls out of position with Ace 7 off. Would we expect to see a 3-bet or something? Let's see if Algemantas wants to come in as well. Algemantas does call. So we see a flop 3-way. After a while we say 3-way, but 174 in the middle. That's a queen, king, and a 6. Straight draw for Algemantas. Ace-high for Matthias, and Tabio hits a pair of 6s. Actually ahead. Check, check. Over to Tabio, who bets 53,000. Gets rid of Matthias there, and Algemantas also falls. Algimantas is down to 11 big blinds now. Nice aggressive play from Tapia there. Gets things going once more. $2.6 million for him now. Rivador thinks that he wanted a check or a 9 to fold. Yeah, most likely. I mean, but that kind of move might even get rid of an 8. Tabio, pocket 10s. Algimantas goes all in with ace deuce. I mean, Tabio is calling, Jussi is folding, and is this the end of the dream for Algimantas? 8th time, and finally someone has him dominated. First time that he's been behind. He can still hit an ace, or a flush, or a straight. But Tabio has pocket 10s against Algimantas ace deuce. He needs to hit it. 8th time in a row. Can he do it? That's a deuce already. Queen 6 deuce. He needs another deuce, or an ace, or running clubs. 600k in the middle. 6 of clubs gives him a flush draw. No way. Can he really do it? 30%. No, 9 of spades means that we finally lose Algimantas in 4th place, meaning it's the battle of Finns. 3 Finns remaining. Algimantas takes home 15,000 for his 4th place finish. 8th time of being all in was how he fell. Well played from Algimantas. He climbed, he climbed, he climbed until finally he demised. It had to happen at some point. The players, I think they're gonna discuss a deal or take a small break. Something is gonna happen. So will we. If we wanna play the free buy tournament, then the password for the tournament is #Tallinn Showdown. So you can win a free package to Battle of Malta worth 1,500 euros for the winner. So go to olibet.eu and then just register with the password #Tallinn Showdown. We're gonna go on break for just 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere far. See you guys soon. Good luck, everyone, is what I heard Jussi say at least. As far as I know, they just changed seats. And they did not make any deal, so we're remaining three-handed. 3 Finns for the title of Tallinn Summer Showdown. Name a more iconic duo. Finns dominating in Tallinn. Jussi, Tapio and Matthias. Tapio our chip leader. Matthias in second place. Jussi in third place, with quite a big difference between second and third. So Jussi needs to make something happen. He got one double up against Matthias while we were four-handed with aces against ace-queen. Can he do it again? He needs a couple of those. I don't have any information about the players making deals, but I'll get on to that when we get there. Blinds have gone up to 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 big blind ante as well. There's a lot of money in the middle, even before the hand starts. My name is Christian Las. I will be with you until we crown the champion. Let me know who you're rooting for. Does it even matter to you at this point? We've seen Jussi make it to final 3 before. We've seen Matthias do it. Now it's Tapio's turn. He's the chip leader. Festival after festival, Jussi and Matthias are making those final tables. Now it's Tapio's turn. Can he actually take home the title? Matthias, 8-2, fold. Jussi now. With about 22 big blinds and check 10 off. Looks like a call. Or is it a raise? Raise to 65,000. W will tag along. 9-7 suited for him, so 160 in the middle. That's a pair of checks for Jussi now. Queen check 3. Jussi will bet 50,000. Not much for Tapio, not even a club. So I expect Tapio to just give this one up, or do that. Raise to 150,000 with absolutely nothing. Wow. Is Jussi in a mood of folding now? He's in a clear third place. There are a lot of draws in there. He has a pair of checks, 10 kicker. If I would think about it, I would think that Jussi is not in a mood of folding, especially against Tapio, who has been making moves this whole tournament, this whole final table. We can see he can just raise with nothing here. Just a 9 high, not even a straight draw. It looks like Jussi's folding, shows the check as well, and Tapio gets better of Jussi this time. Picks up where he left off, bluffing and taking chips where he has no business of taking chips. Really well played from Tapio. Really hard situation from Jussi as well. This is why I would like to see a check from Jussi actually on the flop. There's not much you can get value from. You don't really feel comfortable against a 3-bet, so why not just check? Just play some turns. Jussi left with less than 20 big blinds. Ace-2s for Jussi now, on the button. 18.5 big blinds for him. And 131 of this final table. All in. Tapio or Matthias cannot call this one. A nice aggressive move from Jussi. At 75,000 to his stack, so more than 10%, about 15% of his stack, just taking the blinds and antes. So basically, I would expect to see Tabio try and push Matthias around a little bit, as long as Jussi is staying the shorter stack. The difference between second and third place is more than 10,000 euros. It's about 13,000 euros the difference between third and second. So Matthias really wants to wait Jussi to do something or be at risk before he can actually play against Tabio. Tabio, 7-5 suited now. 60k raise, Matthias. Pretty looking check then. Might even see a 3-bet with a hand like this. But most likely would just call. But no, these are raising chips. 3-bet to 220, not afraid of Tabio at all. Tabio will fold. Matthias up to 2.3 now. The same thing goes to Tabio though, that he really doesn't want to double up Matthias. That would just pretty much steal the tournament from him. As you can see, we lost Algimantes in 4th place. He put in a valid effort. Doubled up 7 times and survived all ends. The 8th time couldn't do it, unfortunately. Ace 2 suited against pocket 10s. Pocket 10s held. And now we're down to 3. Matthias has the button. And King 5 off. Matthias has been raising a lot against Jussi's peak blind. Let's see if he wants to raise against Tabio's as well. No, he doesn't. Jussi. 565 behind, ace 5 suited. We might see limp jam or just a jam. That's a call. I'm pretty sure he wants to call and all in with a hand like ace 5 suited. Tabio, 9-3 off. Let's see how crazy he goes. He does raise to 95,000. Let's see if Jussi shoves. He does shove. Well played by Jussi, and Tabio cannot call this one. Just adds 125,000 to Jussi. Tabio knuckles him. And up to 700,000 now for Jussi. Still a long way to go, but that's a start. As you can see, more than 185,000 was the prize pool for this tournament. 195 entries. 19.5k guaranteed for third place. Second gets 32.2, first 46.7, so pretty flat payouts for now. Pretty even chip jumps, money jumps. We still have 1 hour left until the free buy starts. The password for the free buy is #Tallinn Showdown. So if you want a chance to get to Battle of Malta for free, then you can do it by going to autobet.eu and registering with the password. 1,500 euro package for the winner for free. Sounds like a good deal for me. Jussi raises with ace 5. Matthias is not gonna let that happen. He's gonna 3-bet shove against Jussi, and Jussi cannot call with ace 5. Ace 5 suited isn't just strong enough. I think he's calling with something like ace 10 off or better, but not with ace 5. Unless he feels like gambling, but Jussi has made some smart decisions. He's made some good folds, and I think he's gonna make this one as well. He's taking his time. He doesn't want to rush into any decision, but he's been leaning towards folding in these situations. He's been folding a lot. He's been right most of the time. Couple of times he's been wrong, but this time he would be right. That's all his chips. Ace 5, just not, doesn't play that well against an all-in range. Even if you're ahead, you can't be that far ahead. But if you're behind, you're gonna be pretty far behind. And he figures it out and he's gonna fold. Meanwhile, I realized I haven't registered to the free buy. I'm gonna do that as well, because I want a chance to play Battle Malta for free. Password hashtag Tallinn Showdown. $10-7 for Matthias in the small blind. He will just call, you see, most likely will check behind. You see the flop. That's one diamond, and that's a deuce. Meaning that Jussi takes the lead with a pair of deuces, but Matthias is the one betting. Bet of 30,000 and a quick call from Jussi with his backdoor straight flush draws and a pair of deuces. That's another two. Let's see if Matthias wants to bluff now. He's not gonna get rid of Jussi anymore, no matter what he does. Check, check. That's a three. Full house for Jussi now. And Matthias is gonna fire into the abyss. These are chips he's never gonna get back. At least 100,000. How much to raise if we are Jussi? All in would make sense. Try to make it look like a bluff. He does go all in, and Matthias quickly falls. He's 10 high. So, three ways. Matthias, 2.3 million, and Queen 3 will fold. I expect Jussi to fold this 9-5. Especially considering that W has been putting quite a lot of pressure on Jussi's limps, so he will fold. W gets a walk. 75k for him. Queen 8 now for Jussi. And the button. From what I've seen, I think Jussi will fold this. Yep. Over to Tabio, who will limp. Jack 7 suited for him. Matthias checks with ace-6. And flop is a Jack 10 and a 9. Good flop for Tabio. Oh, Jussi's in there as well. Jussi limped and he flopped the straight. If the graphics are not mistaken. I think no. Jussi folded. That's a straight on the board now. Meaning that W and Matthias will most likely just chop this one down, and just uneventful hand considering that W had the top pair, flush draw on a turn. Just ended up chopping it. None of these players wanted to play a big pot against each other. Jussi's just like, I had Queen 8. Queen 8 TD that. Would have been way more tilted had he just played this one and then having run down Queen and 8. So, King 2 suited for Tabio. He'll come in with a raise. Matthias, Queen 10 off. Definitely playable hand. He will call. Let's see if Jussi wants to tag along. No, he doesn't. Straight draw for Matthias. Not much for Tabio, but King Guy is still good. Check, check. Now a flush draw for Tabio as well. Still a straight draw for Matthias, who will lead. Looks like 100k. $150 even. Pot size bet. Tabio isn't going anywhere. He's gonna raise this one. Raises it up to 400,000, and Matthias will fold this Queen 10. Nice aggressive play once more from Tabio. Tabio has been impressing me. I think all three of those players have been playing very well. Jussi hasn't had many chances. He was handcuffed whole final table. Now he's made it to final 3. With a shorter stack, but still playable. Tabio hasn't been afraid to make any moves. Likewise, Matthias. It's nice to see players playing well. King 10. King 4, sorry. For Matthias. Now he wants to raise though. Last time he folded a hand like this from the button. Not this time. He's gonna raise to 65. He's gonna get at least a call from Tabio's King Queen. That doesn't look like a call. That looks like a raise. 200k, yeah? 150. And Matthias folds. Matthias 2 million now. Tabio 3.2 and Jussi with 700,000. Tabio can really play aggressively against Matthias in this situation. Should he double up Matthias, he's still gonna be way ahead of Jussi. So now he can put some pressure on. Because Matthias has to wait for Jussi to bust pretty much to make extra 13,000 euros. ICM is a hell of a drug. I think we're pretty much just waiting for a cooler to happen. It just makes most amount of sense. Or W slowly dwindling down those other two players. Matthias this time, it's his turn to get a walk. Third place gets 19.5, second 32.2, and first 46.7. The free buy starts at in 53 minutes, so if you haven't registered, now is your time to do it. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown is the password for that. There's still 23 minutes to register for the blowout satellite as well. 40 seats guaranteed there, 22 euros is the buy-in. And blowout has 50,000 euros guaranteed tournament. It's a 110 euro booster tournament with a lot of value. Tabio, Queen Jack will raise for sure. Suited as well. Matthias will fold ace 7 off this time. And you see, doesn't want to defend with 9-8 offsuit. Wouldn't have minded to see him defend this one. And it looks like the players are going on break one more time. Maybe they want to talk a little deal. Not really sure. The chip counts are in front of you. 640 for UC, 2 million for Matthias, and 3.3 for Tabia. And the blinds are 15 and 30,000. Maybe they just need to get a bathroom break or something.
All in and call. And the main event
We'll learn soon. But we're gonna be back soon as well. Don't go anywhere far. If you want the free roll password, you're gonna get it here soon as well. We're gonna be on a break for 20 minutes, so put your alarms for 20 minutes and we'll be right back. See you guys. So gentlemen, 1530 indeed. 3 players remaining here at Tallinn Summer Showdown. All of them Finns, not surprisingly. I'm sure quite a lot of you are here for the password. The password for the free buy is #Tallinn Showdown. Go to olibet.eu and you can join for yourself. You can get a chance to get a free €1,500 package to Battle Malta, which sounds pretty nice. My name is Christian Laz, and I'm gonna be here with you until we crown the winner. Who's gonna be the winner? Is it gonna be W? Is it gonna be Jussi? Is it gonna be someone else? That's all in. That's an all in first hand back. Pocket Kings for W. I don't know what Jussi has. Jussi seems to have Ace-7. Ace-7 suited, or at least club and a spade. Black Ace-7. W is way ahead to get rid of Jussi in 3rd place, actually. That's gonna be a massive bot for Jussi or W. Either of those players. 1.3 million in the middle. And what an exciting hand to get back on. Jussi's gonna need to get super happy. And look at that. That's the luckiest flop I've seen in a while. Ace-4-6. Giving Jussi a pair of aces and taking the lead. Unlucky for W, but he can still hit the king. 10 of spades is not the king. King of diamonds or king of clubs. That's a 9 of clubs, meaning that Jussi will double up the first hand back from the break. I mean, if this is how it's gonna get, then Jussi is gonna be a strong contender. Up to 1.3 million now. W is still leading with 2.6 million. And what a hand to get back on. I'm kinda shocked. But you know, poker, that just happens sometimes. When you have kings, those aces, they seem to come more often than usual. Is it just me, or it just seems that way? There we have it. W with 2.6, Matthias with 2 million now, and Jussi with 1.3. Meaning the stacks have evened out quite a lot. W still has double the money that Jussi has. But now everyone can hurt everyone. Let's see if they will. Blinds 15-30, big blind ante, another 30. Jussi, 9 deuce. I don't think he wants to play 9 deuce after just sucking out with Ace-7. 8-5 off for W. In the small blind, most likely we'll see a call. He does call. Matthias will check his 10-7, and we see a flop. That is 9-7-3. Middle pair for Matthias. W with a straight draw. He will lead out. 30,000. Matthias isn't going anywhere. He will call the 30,000. 150 in the middle. Another 9. Actually a good card for Matthias. Makes it less likely that W has a 9. But W is the one betting in. He leads for what looks like 100,000. Quite a hefty bet. 66% of the pot, but Matthias is not going anywhere. Not yet. That means there's 350 in the middle. No, Matthias actually raises. Wants to get rid of a hand, something like W actually has, like 8-5 off. 10-8. Though he does block some of those hands. 10 jack. 5-6, maybe a flush draw. Interesting raise from Matthias. Feels like he's ahead and wants to get rid of W here. Maybe he wants to get W to fold a stronger 7. Anyway, the raise does work. Takes away some of W's equity. Evening the chip stacks even more. 2.4 for W now. Matthias 2.1. Jussi 1.3. We are super deep stacks. So this might go on for a while. Shortest stack has 43 big blinds. 43 big blinds in tournament poker nowadays. I mean, we have to factor in the finish factor, meaning that it's a bit less, but still, 43 big blinds is an eternity. You can do so much with 43. Ace 2. Oh, raise. Looks like 55,000. No, it can't be. 60,000, exactly. Matthias, did he just call with 4-5 off? That brings along Jussi with 4-3 suited as well, but what is that call with 4-5 off suited from the small blind? I understand the 3-bet. I definitely understand the fold. But yeah, that was a graphical error, so it was just Jussi defending his big blind. Check on the flop. Check bet fold on the turn. So there was a reason why I didn't understand the call from 4-5. It's because it didn't happen. You see now with 40 big blinds. 85 for Tapio. Matthias in the middle with 70. Lurkin. Matthias has been playing super well. I have to admit that. All these players have been playing pretty well. So expect to see some high level poker. 9 deuce for Matthias now. He will fold. He's been opening his buttons the widest out of those 3 players. You see ace 5. He will just limp in. And Tabia. He's not gonna let Jussi limp in, and I don't think Jussi wants to fold to a raise either. Tapio with pocket checks. I wanna see him raise to 100,000 or something like that. 95, good enough, and Jussi will call. Once again those 2 players, and once again Tapio with a strong pocket pair. Once again Jussi with a weak ace. Jack 6-7, top set for Tapio. Jussi has backdoors but nothing much more. Checks it over to Tapio, who bets 60,000, small bet, so that means that Jussi will tag along. He'll call the 60. 4 gives Jussi an open ender now. Jussi will check one more time. Let's see if Tapio puts a bigger bet now. Once he got a call from Jussi on the flop, meaning that Jussi must have something, and usually if Jussi has something on that board, that 4 might help him. Something like 6-8, 7-8. Now adds a straight draw, so Tapio can bet a bit higher. As he does, bets 200,000. Jussi calls. Jussi only has 865 behind. Pot is 740. 6 means that Jussi does not hit his trade. Tapio fills up. Jussi checks. Tapio will bet, and Jussi will most likely just release his ace 5. Unless he wants to go crazy and just check raise this somehow, but I don't think Tapio is gonna bet small enough for Jussi to check raise. Tapio bets 500k. Jussi is seemingly thinking about it, but he's never gonna call. Like, we've seen Jussi think about his situations, but he's always folding. He has folded all day today in these situations, and I don't see him starting to call with ace highs. He's been folding way stronger hands than ace 5. We've seen Jussi actually fold like top pairs in this situation. Remember, I think it was against Tapio as well. Or it was against Matthias. One of those 2 where Jussi flopped top pair and Matthias or Tapio turned 2 pair, and Jussi managed to fold the top pair. I don't see him calling with ace high. Well, I guess it's goodbye to the chips in the middle. And Jussi once more down to 865 now. He's been doubling up a couple times and then losing those small ones, or middling pots. Let's see how many times he can continue on doing that. Well, third place takes down 19.5 thousand euros, second place 32.2, and third place 46.7. Buy-in for this tournament was 1100 euros, 195 entries. It was a re-entry tournament. Jussi 9-5. A bit less than 30 big blinds, 29 big blinds left for him. Folds, Tabia calls, and Matthias checks. Flop is 9 deuce 3, gets checked around. Turn is another 3. Let's see if Tabia tries to steal this one away, and let's see, more importantly, if Matthias calls with king high. His king high might as well be good here. Six of diamonds on the river means the king high is still good, and a good call from Matthias on the turn. Realizes that his king high might be good here, and it most definitely is. Tabia didn't do anything wrong as well. His queen high might need some protection. If he gets called, he can just shut down, as he did. Still the chip leader. So what do you guys think about that? I think that when we're playing like three-handed, or at least when we're playing heads up, it would be nice to get two dealers. One to prepare a deck and the other one to deal. It would be so much faster because half the time it goes to shuffling and dealing cards. I know it's a matter of resources and so on, but just, you know, in the ideal world, I would like to see two dealers join the table. Ace-9 is a raise from Tabia. Jussi doesn't want to defend with 10-8 against min-raise. I think that's a fairly easy defend there. 10-8 plays decently enough post-flop. Mr. Mog says that auto shufflers are good. Yeah, I agree. I know that they have them here at Olympic, but they usually only use them with cash games. Because you need a special little table for these TV tables, you know, they have those little microchips in the table to realize what the players are holding. And we don't want to go back to the 90s or early 2000s with the cameras under the table. Those were fun times though. Matthias raises with king 6. The local Estonians will say that a hand like king 6 will never lose. And it doesn't this time either. Takes the blinds and antes. So, here we are, pretty much just waiting for not a cooler, but a couple of good hands to happen. Until then, we're just gonna pick up the blinds and antes, whoever is gonna raise. You still have 20 minutes to register, pre-register for the free buy. You can do it later as well. The password is hashtag Tallinn Showdown. Jussi now gets a very good look in ace queen suited. Raises to 65. Matthias defends with king 5, and that's a very good flop for Matthias. Open-ended straight draw and a flush draw as well as an overcard. You see with the two overcards, ooh, and the backdoor flush draw. And that's a straight for Matthias, and that's a nut flush draw for Jussi. So Matthias leads for 65. Jussi, he does call, doesn't raise. Doesn't make a lot of sense for Jussi to check back f5 there as well. And wow, that's a spade on the river, and Matthias might lose quite a lot here, depending on how Matthias plays the river. Most likely we're gonna see Matthias bet, Jussi raise, and then it's up to Matthias if he feels like folding a straight. He might actually do it because he's blocking a lot of Jussi's bluffs. If Jussi decided to bluff with a busted flush draw or something with two diamonds, but Matthias is the one holding two diamonds as well. Anyway, Matthias bets 160. Jussi only has 500 behind after that. So I think Jussi wants to go all in. And that's exactly what he does. He raises it to 660, goes all in, and Matthias is disgusted. He folds! He folds instantly. He doesn't even think about it. He knows that Jussi is not bluffing in that situation, and at the very best is chopping there. Wow, what a pro fold from Matthias. I mean, it wouldn't have been that easy for me. I would have been disgusted and then going back and forth between folding and calling and just kind of don't know what I'm gonna do there, but insta fold, that is very impressive. It means that Matthias has very good idea of Jussi's game. I don't think that you should be worried about a backdoor flush draw so much, but considering his opponent and knowing how he plays, he just expects Jussi to never pretty much bluff there. W raises with king 3, Jussi calls. Jussi flops a straight draw, W still good with king high. Mini Cooler says that that spot is super underbluffed, and it must be if Matthias just folds straight, just like that. So bet 60k on the flop, Jussi calls, check on a turn, and not straight for Jussi on the river. He does check it over to W. Nice little check, that was a pretty quick check as well. And maybe W wants to steal away this little pot. No, he doesn't. Smartly checks, and Jussi up to 1.3 million one more time. But I guess this spot is underbluffed because people usually don't fold there. Like, I mean, good players do, but wow, it just blows my mind how easy that fold was for Matthias. Not even a second guess about it. Free buy starting in 15 minutes. Let me check how many players we have in the free buy. Give me a minute. Open the phone. Matthias will definitely raise the button with queen 10. So expect to see a raise to 60k. $65. Fold around to W, who will definitely not fold. So it's either a call or a 3-bet. Looks like a 3-bet. 3-bet to 200,000, and Matthias just folds his queen 10. Tight-ish fold, but not that too bad. Doesn't want to play a blow the pot, even though he was in position. So right now we have 109 players in the free buy, with 1,600 euros in the prize pool, meaning that it's free 15 euros pretty much for you if you just register for it. So definitely just grab your free 15 euros worth of value or equity and turn it into 1,500 euro package to Battle Malta. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown is the password for the tournament. Tapio raises king 10 suited. Fold it around to Matthias with jack 6. Thinking about defending, as he does. That's a ace jack 9. Straight draw for W. Pair of jacks for Matthias, who is not gonna fold to 1-bet. Bet of 60k. Matthias calls. 280 in the middle. That's another jack. That meaning that W, if he's gonna bet, then Matthias is not going anywhere. Not on a turn, not on the river. W checks, and Matthias is the one to bet now. With his 3 of a kind. And W just folds. Small little bet, just a 70k. W doesn't want to play his gut shot. No hearts there as well. So he just releases. So Tabio's turn to have the button. 9-5, not the best hand on the button. Will fold. Fold will not Matthias. He will raise to 90k with 5-4. He's playing against UC super aggressively. And UC doesn't seem to get or find any hands against Matthias either. So he will just fold his tenders. Can't blame him for that. 46.7k for the winner. Third place takes home 19.5. Second 32.2. We started with 195 entries. We're down to 3. Matthias with a mystery hand. He will definitely raise, we see that much. 65k seems to be standard for him. Jussi will fold, Tabio, one more time. Last time he 3-bet with a hand like that. Let's see if he wants to call a 3-bet this time. Ace 6 off. He will just call this time, so mixing it up. 10-7 is what Matthias is holding. 9, Jack, Queen. An open-ended straight draw for Matthias. Tabio actually still good with ace-high, but very hard for him to know that. He does check. Matthias bets 70, and Tabio folds. Another small one for Matthias. 2.1 million for him now. Lines 15 and 30, with a big blind ante of another 30,000. Well, the players aren't afraid to see flops at least. We see a lot of defending of big blinds, and I like that. With the stack sizes as they are, none of those players are super shallow, so you can actually see quite a lot of flops. As we see Tabio raise and Matthias defend with King 8 suited. Ace, Queen 7, both players still with King High. No diamonds for Matthias, crucially. Meaning that if Tabio bets this flop, he most likely will just take this one down. Smigo wants to know if they made a deal. Not to my knowledge. I don't think they made any deals. So these players are playing this one out. Yeah, Wacky Jackson confirms. No deals. As of yet. King 8, Tabio will raise. Matthias, King check now. Wouldn't mind to see a call, wouldn't mind to see a 3-bet. He does 3-bet. Up to 200,000 it seemed like. 210,000. And I think Tabio will just fold with his King 8. Unless he wants to start making some moves. I don't see him calling. I see him 4-betting sometimes. It looks like that's exactly what he's doing. 4-bet to 500,000 and just putting pressure on Matthias. And this is usually just hoping that these players go all in. So he can ladder another 13,000 euros. I think Matthias will just fold. He made his move. Tried. Tabio tried a bit harder. Super Mario Olibet doesn't have a mobile app, but you can play on your mobile. Like, just go into Olibet homepage and just browser in it up. This is how I'm gonna play this free buy, as well as the blowout tournament that is happening in 40 minutes now. 50,000 euros guaranteed in this one. Theas, pocket fours now. And a raise to 65. As he picks up the blinds and antes. Still only 112 players in the free buy. That's a lot of value in equity just to register for free. 1,600 euro prize pool, meaning it's about 14 euros in equity, just for free. Just like a gift from Olibet to all of you viewers. You see Queen 5 suited. Let's see if he wants to raise this one. Suited hand. No. W, 5-3. Does call, and Matthias checks his ugly looking 9 deuce. 90k in the middle. Ace, 10 and a 9. Pair of 9s for Matthias, not much for W. Backdoors. That's one of them. That's a backdoor flush draw. So now he can hit a diamond to take the lead. And he does bet 30,000. Matthias calls quickly. 4 of hearts means that Matthias is still in the lead. And a check. W doesn't want to double barrel this one. And the small one to Matthias now, up to 2 million. W still on 2.8 million. Chip stacks in front of you. 36 big blinds for Jussi, 65 on Matthias, and W for 94 big blinds. So still pretty deep stacked. Jussi are shorter stacked, but still more than 35 big blinds. There's a lot of playroom. Queen 5. Most likely will just fold. He does. Matthias. 8-7. Raises it to 90,000, and Jussi finds pocket 9s in the big blind. He's not gonna take likely to do that. Let's see how much he 3-bets to. It seems like 3 purples, 4 purple. So 265 is the raise. And Matthias releases. Mikos wants to know the password. The password is #Tallinn Showdown. All small letters all together. And if you're here for the password, feel free to hang around. This 300 play is quite exciting actually. All these players are playing super well. So hang around and maybe you can learn something. Maybe you can find someone to root for. Meanwhile, while you play the free buy tournament. 9-8 suited for Matthias. He will definitely come in with a raise. In my opinion, the strongest player in this final table. Hasn't had too much happen for him, but still. Hasn't made many mistakes either. Stay strong. Aggression frequency, you can see Matthias 54%, W of 49, and then Jussi with 33. Jack 4 for UC now. Char 1 to 4th. Queen 4 for W. A bit better. Raises to 70,000 and Matthias defends with Jack 6. I like the defending from Matthias. Even with garbage look in hands, he knows that he has position against W. And W can't go super crazy against Matthias as well, because he can put a big dent to W's stack. Look at that, W checks this flop. And Matthias instantly tries to bluff this one. And it works! W playing super straightforward. At least for the past 30 minutes. Previously W was making moves on Matthias and now the tables have turned. Is Matthias just kinda rolling over W? So guys, if you're registered for the free buy, then make sure that you're gonna play the first level, otherwise you will be removed from the tournament. So hop on to Olibet right now and play the first level. It'll start in 3 minutes. Well, not just the first level, play the whole tournament. Win it. Win the package. W now with 4-3 off. Raises it to 60,000. You see, from the big blind, Queen 7 off. Would like to see him defend more of his big blinds. Queen 7 isn't that bad of a hand. Plus he's getting like super big odds. He's getting 4.5 to 1 every single time. He's just gonna get rolled over. And you can't wait to get better hands all the time. Sometimes you have to play with the math. Matthias leaves the table for some reason, and his hand is dead from the button, meaning it's blind versus blind. No, it's not dead. He actually got it back. Friendly game. 5-4. He might fold it anyway. He does. You see 6-4 suited. I expect to see him call this one. No, he does raise to 65, and what a bad time to raise with 6-4 suited. W finds pocket kings, and now W is just praying that UC has something good. Last time he had pocket kings against UC meant that he lost it all against UC. UC did go all in with ace-7, and W called and UC hit the ace on the flop, doubling up to 1.3 million. 3-bet to 200,000 from W, and UC picks up a lot of those 50k chips. I don't think he's gonna do it, but he's at least making it look like. He wants to make W sweat. And W takes this one down. Shows the pocket kings as well. Matthias' turn to be on the big blind. And Jussi's turn to have the button. A free buy has officially started. Good luck to everybody. One of you guys is gonna win the Battle of Malta package, which is gonna be super awesome. So good luck to Piu Pau Puh, Est, Vimuri, Suja, Marzelin, Miu Miu and Koluts, who are at my table. Best of luck to you. W flops bottom pair with a queen high flush draw. Matthias, unfortunately for him, doesn't have too much. W bets and Matthias folds his check high. Small one for W. 96 big blinds for him. Not much has changed in the past half hour. Besides UC doubling up the first hand, then we've been like pretty much rolling on the blinds and antes evenly. Tabio will raise his jack 8 suited. And Jussi will defend with his 10-6 suited. Suited semi-connected. That's a straight draw for both of these players. An 8 would give Jussi a straight and a 10 would give Tabio a straight. Check from Jussi. Tabio bets 35 and Jussi calls. Queen of hearts, meaning that Tabio's check high is still good. Both players still with a flush draw, straight draw. Check from Jussi. Tabio bets and Jussi just folds. Good hand. Everything made a lot of sense in this hand. Went to Showdown stats. Jussi Matthias 40%, Tabio 28. Interesting to see that Jussi and Matthias both have 40% Showdown stat. Would have thought that it's way smaller for Jussi. But I guess Jussi, having been a short stack for a while, couldn't play that many big pots or just flops and turns. King deuce, Jussi will fold. Blind versus blind, king deuce. That's another weakish move I've seen him make. I mean, he's by far the last place, so he can't really wait for someone else to bust. So king deuce, blind versus blind is actually a pretty strong hand. I mean, it's not like amazing, but it's still king high. So you can't just keep on folding those blind versus blinds. Or you're just bleeding chips. At this point, Jussi is just hoping to get lucky against one of those players. Or just trying to get some momentum going, but you can't get momentum going by just folding. Well, what do you guys think? Do you agree with me? Or is it some kind of dynamic why Jussi should fold against Tabio? Tabio does call with queen 10, and Matthias can check if he wants to, but he doesn't. He doesn't want to see the flop with a 9-3. He does raise, but flop he has to see because Tabio does not fold. Flop is king 9-5. Matthias with pair of 9s, Tabio with 2 overcards to the 9 as well as a straight draw. Only a 60k bet on the flop. And Tabio will call that. We'll see the flop turn. Man. 4 of diamonds, so Matthias still ahead with his pair of 9s. That's a jack. Nuts for Tabio now. I have good news for you. I doubled up in the free buy. I don't know if it's a good news. It's a good news for me. I have a new table as well. No, I don't. For a second it looked like. Meanwhile, Tabio bets and Matthias folds. Matthias down to 57 big blinds now. Still very healthy. Tabio 3.2. Showing with his hands that he was really hoping that Matthias just shoves there. Matthias, he's not impressed. Just, he's all business. Tabio up to 3.2 now. Let's see if one of those players can actually break away from the rest. Yes, W has a chip lead, but he has had this chip lead for a while. Can he make his move on? That is the $1 million or 47,000 euro question at this moment. You see, 920 is the shortest stack, but still 30 big blinds. So he's not short by any means. He's short compared to W though, who has about 100 big blinds. A bit more. Ace 3 suited for Matthias. We're gonna see a raise. Raise to 65. You see, King 8 will fold. And Tabia from the big blind. Can't really tell what he has right now, but he wants to 3-bet. That much we know. He does 3-bet. 230. Quite a big 3-bet as well. Let's see if Matthias wants to call with ace 3 suited. 3-handed. In position. Suited ace. Against a player who has 3-bet against you countless times already. That looks like a 4-bet. That doesn't look like a call at all. I actually kinda like this. He does. How big is the 4-bet? And W doesn't look like he's about to fold either. It seems like W actually has a decent hand this time. Something like ace queen, ace king maybe. Tens, jacks. It's a 4-bet to 5-10. W, he's not messing around. We can't see his hand, but he seems like he means business. Even if he ends up folding, I think he has a good hand. It looks like he will release. Really want to see what he had there. Unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. And Matthias with a strong 4-bet up to 5-10 takes this one down. Look at that, Matthias now up to 2 million. We've seen it before, we've seen it so many times before. W with 3, Matthias with 2, and Jussi with 1. It hasn't changed a lot in the past, like, couple hours already. But that's something that happens when the stacks are so deep as they are. Players are just gonna play small little pots and no reason to actually gamble that much. I'm wondering who has an edge here. I think that Matthias has a small edge over these two players, but it's just I've only seen him play 170 hands. It's not the biggest of samples. But what I've seen from this final table, they're all good players. Don't get me wrong. Matthias seems to be a bit better. Tabio raises to 90k. Matthias with king queen suited. He will just call. 3, 4 and a 10. King queen still good. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Depending on a bet from W, Matthias might just call, but it's a check. Deuce gives W a straight draw, and I think that bet might just work. It does work. Matthias has to let go of his king queen. He was ahead, but hard for him to know that. You can see the pay champs in front of you. 19.5 guaranteed for all these players. But first place takes home 46.7. So next money champ is gonna be close to 13,000. Casino Patron says that Matthias is extremely loose aggressive and had the beer factor. That's a recipe to win. I agree, but I haven't seen him like be too aggressive or you know what I mean? Like he's been picking his spots still. Blinds have gone up. 20,000, 40,000, 40,000 ante. So there's 100,000 in the middle every time, even before any chips are put in the butt. But that's a call from Matthias and a check from Jussi with Queen 8 suited. Jussi now has about 20 and a half big blinds. 2, 4 and a 5. Not the best flop for Jussi. Still 2 over cards. Still backdoor flush draw. Check, check. Another deuce. Deuce of spades. Ugly guy for Jussi. Matthias checks one more time. 3 of hearts. And it's gonna go check, check. Let's see what Matthias has here. He has king 3, it looks like. At least a 3 of spades, so that's good enough to win. So Matthias will take this one down. So, now we have the updated chip counts. Jussi now down to 20 big blinds, Matthias 48 and Tabio with 77. Tabio and Matthias still fairly deep, Jussi getting in that short area now. 20 big blinds is or less is where we might see crazy things happen. Wacky says that it's a third big final table in Tallinn in less than a year. Took third in Coolbet Open for 26k, then won it for 60k, and now he's in prime position to take another one. Well, he's already guaranteed himself 19.5k, so what a sick run. And for Jussi, it's the 4th televised final table this year in Tallinn. Thank you, Wacky Jackson, for those stats. I knew that I saw Jussi every single final table that I've commented on. Eight, 9, 10 on the flop. W with a pair of 9s. Matthias does hit the flush though. Funny to see the check on the flop. Turn goes bet call. And now, let's see if W will pay off Matthias. 5 of hearts on the river. Everything pretty much missed, but Matthias doesn't need to hit anything, he already has. I think W is gonna pay off Matthias here. Fairly certain he will. 350 is the bet though. That's a hefty bet. $350 and Tabio is still gonna call, and that means that Matthias has caught up to Tabio one more time. How many times I've said it today? It's been Tabio and Matthias show. Jussi always still in there, always ready to strike though. Oh yeah, Casino Patron. I agree with that. It's definitely more fun to listen to players or to commentators. And if somebody wants to hop by, I'm always welcoming them. There's a seat right next to me. Come take it if you're here in Tallinn. Let's make it happen, Casino. Definitely. Jussi now on the button. 20 big blinds, 8-7 off. We'll fold Tabio. Queen 10 will definitely at least call. But he does raise to 100,000 and Matthias cannot play with his 9 deuce off. So look at that. Matthias and Tabio, they've got up. 66 and 60 big blinds respectively. You see, still in there with 20. So one double up and he's right in there. What do you mean, why is that price pool thing wrong? You mean the graphics? I actually don't know. Tapio with another Mr. Hand raises to 100,000. Uses most likely not gonna go anywhere. I think he's just gonna call, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to 3-bet here. With only 20 big blinds, might as well just go all in then. We check 10 suited. But he does elect to call. No, sorry, 3-bet to 240. And let's see if Tapio has anything to play with here. I have to admit that it looks strong from Jussi. So he might get Tapio to fold a few of his aces. Something like King Jack, King Queen. And he does fold. So a nice move from Jussi, but I definitely didn't expect it. In 10 minutes, the 50,000 guaranteed blowout tournament special starts in Olibet. So 50,000 euros guaranteed. Buy-in is 110 euros. Most likely gonna have an overlay as well. So if you want some value, some free value, come over at Olibet and play this one. Yeah, I guess it's just some graphical error. Not much that I can do about it, but I'm sure someone is listening and trying to fix it. So the 40 ticket guaranteed to the blowout got already €1,000 in overlays. So you can imagine that the 50,000 guaranteed tournament is gonna have an overlay as well. So definitely some good value. Meanwhile, Tapio flops a straight draw. You see, not much for him. Just a check high. But he's the one betting, and Tapio's the one calling. 200k in the middle. 6 of hearts, doesn't change anything. Check from UC. Let's see if Tapio wants to steal this one away. He's ahead already, but he can't be certain. UC will fold. And a small one to Tapio. So we're all waiting for some sort of a coolerish thing happen. Or someone to go crazy. It does sound like Tapio. Tapio. Pocket ace for Jussi now. Strong hand, definitely three-handed. Looks like a raise to 100,000. No, 90k. Tapio will call. That'll bring along Matthias as well, so we see a flop 3 ways. Deuce, 3 and a queen. That's a flush draw for Tapio. Pair of 8 still good for you. See, check. Ace of spades, most likely will go check. Now Matthias has a straight draw. Check, and you see he's the one betting. 100,000 and Tabio is gonna put in a raise. Raise it up to 250 here. That'll get rid of Matthias. Most likely we'll get rid of Jussi as well. 2 overcards for him. Tabio can have something like ace-3 suited, ace-2 suited. Deuces and 3s. Those are the value hands. Rest of them are like semi-bluffs with like 10 jack of diamonds or 9-7 of diamonds like he did have. So Jussi left with 16 big blinds now. He's getting shorter and shorter. But we've seen Jussi struggle before and then strike back. So definitely can't count him out just yet. 16 big blinds is good enough. (8-4) for Tabia. Yes. We'll just call, and Jussi can check with 6-5. Once more, we can't see what Matthias has, but I think he has a pretty wide range that he's calling there with. Ace, 10-9. Check from Matthias, check from Jussi. Would like to see Matthias bet here whatever he has. Unless he has something like 10 check or queen 10 or queen 9 or jack 9. Those are the hands he can check. 3 spades means that Matthias will most likely win this one unless Jussi bets him out of it. Jussi is definitely thinking about it. Checks. Doesn't want to try and steal this one away, and we'll see what does Matthias have. There's at least 1 7 of spades there. Check 7. None of those players tried to even steal this one away, so check hide exit this one down. So 575,000 left for Jussi. Blinds are 20 and a 40. Every third hand you have to put in 2 big blinds basically, because you have to put in the ante for all of these players. Matthias, ace deuce, will raise. Looks like 90,000, no 80,000. So he's moved to 2 big blinds now. Tabia, he will call. 6-7 suited, plays good enough. Still has the chip lead as well. Queen, queen 4. That's a nice flop for Matthias actually. Makes it less likely for Tabia to have a queen. Or any part of that board. We'll bet 60k and Tabia will just fold. With no clubs being there, no point of tagging along with 7 high. So fairly big gap between Jussi and the rest of the field now. Tabia and Matthias, they've separated themselves from Jussi. Jussi needs a couple double ups. Sam Farhad, that's a legit question. Usually when there's 4 players left, big blind ante just goes half to that and then heads up there's no big blind ante. But lately I've seen tournaments just keep the 1 big blind ante just to keep the action going and so on. It's definitely a new dynamic in tournament poker, but it's interesting. Tabia now on the small blind. We'll bet the flop and Matthias can call with 10 high. Use him with 14 big blinds. So, King 10 for W, definitely good enough to raise. King 10 suited. And look at that. He will raise to 100,000 and Matthias will just call with pocket jacks here. Interesting call from Matthias, maybe hoping that Jussi will just 3-bet jam there and maybe he can get everything from W as well. And look at that cooler of a flop. King Jack 5. Check from Matthias. W with top pair of kings, backdoor flush draw and straight draw. Matthias with a middle set. If I'm Matthias, I'm raising here. I'm not blocking any kings. But he does call and look at that turn now. That's a flush draw for W and it's check check on a turn. Meaning that 8 of clubs doesn't change anything. Another check from Matthias. Let's see if W goes for some value. He should. 150,000 is the bet. And now is the time for Matthias to string to trap. How much will he raise? And will W actually call? It looks a lot like... There's not many 2 pairs that Matthias can have calling from the small blind. King Jack. Because I don't think that Matthias is calling with King 8, King 5, King Deuce, 8-5, 8 Deuce, all those hands, Jack 8 from the small blind. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to raise, so W might even pay him off. But at the same time, I mean, Matthias can have something like 5s and deuces, and as we can see, Jacks as well, but that's super rare. That was such an action flop, and I wanted to see a bet on a turn just to see some blood. That's raised to 680. That's a huge raise. W, he doesn't like it. He has the top pair. He had the flush draw as well and it just hurts. There's so many opportunities, especially on the turn and on the flop. I mean, if I'm W, you just can't expect to lose that often. Especially as the hand goes and then you just put in the value bet and hope to get called. And then you get raised, and then you're like, what? Wait, what is happening? It just confuses players so often. This is why Matthias' play is so good. Just can't put him on a hand like Jack's here. Having just called pre-flop, checked it over to W 3 times. He does call and Matthias placed his hand to perfection and takes the chip lead. Up to 3.4 million now. W down to 2 million. He's still fairly good in chips. Don't get me wrong, he still has 50 big blinds. But that was brilliantly played hand by Matthias. He just absolutely trapped W there. And you can't blame W. That was super well played. This is where having an aggressive image just pays off. Meanwhile, he's stacking his chips. As we wait for the dealer to deal another hand. I have a big hand going on in free buy. Luckily for me, I take it down with a c-bet. Let me know if you're still in the free buy. There are currently 80 players left. And I am holding 47th position. Hooray! So I'm still in this. Also the 50,000 euro guaranteed tournament started as well. 2 minutes ago, which I almost forgot that I'm playing and blinding out. So good luck to I'm a Loser, Danny Wood, do you know Teskaus, whatever your name is, B3, Badge, Grandma and Sergey, who are at my table at the 50,000 blowout. Oh, Casino Patron is in. Good luck. Pocket aces for Jussi now. What a time to get aces. He's down to 11 big blinds. My username is TSS9Magab. 9Magab. TSSNAINEMAGAB. And Jussi just raises, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Tabio make a move against Jussi here. Let's see how Tabio plays his ace-5. He just calls from the small blind. He smells something fishy going on. And we see a flop heads up. 6, 7, 7. Safe flop for Jussi. Backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw for Tabio though. Checks it over to Jussi. Puts in two 50k chips, but says something, so it must be less. 80,000, and Tabio just folds. Casino Patreon, what's your username on Olibet? We might be on the same table. Well, obviously we're not, but maybe if we get there, then I know who to root for. There are currently only 96 players at the blowout tournament, meaning the overlay is more than 40,000 at the moment. It's gonna get smaller, but it's fairly certain that there's gonna be an overlay there. So if you want to make a deposit or something and get some free equity, you can do that. Linna Bear. Okay, nice to know. Meanwhile, Matthias with another mystery hand against Jussi, and Jussi doesn't hit either 8 or 4, so there's a big chance that he's just gonna take this one down with a bet, or even if they check this one down. Bets 40k, and Jussi has to fold this one. A lot of you guys think that Matthias is gonna win this one. I think he's the favorite. I've been thinking that for a while now. But every one of these players have a chance. But Matthias has been playing very solid. And Sofa King says that Matthias also runs super good. Mikko says that it's gonna be Tabio. Yeah, definitely good value in the blowout tournament. I was lucky enough to get a ticket from Olibet, so thank you Olibet for hooking me up. I'm gonna try and do the best with it, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be outclassed there. I'm still gonna do my best. Matthias raises it up to 10-9 with 10-9, and Tabio falls. And Matthias takes another pot, and now he's up to 3.5 million. That's the biggest lead we've seen so far. Jussi's getting shorter now. 13 big blinds for him. Expect to see something at least happen between Jussi and one of those other two players pretty soon, because three-handed with a big blind ante, this stack will dwindle down super fast. Fold it around to Tabio in small blind, ace jack, very strong hand. Raises to 90,000. That's a... I think it's too small of a raise, small blind versus big blind. I think you need to make it like at least 120. because you're giving Matthias odds to call with almost anything in position. So this is why I think you should raise a bit higher. King 7-8, 2 diamonds. So backdoor diamonds at least for Tapio. He bets 75 and Matthias makes a quick call. We don't see what Matthias has, but indicates that he has at least something. Jack of hearts, meaning that Tapio has second pair ace kicker now. Checks over to Matthias. 9-10 gets there. Matthias makes a large bet. 350,000. Puts a lot of pressure on Tapio here, who will instantly call though. And there's already 1.1 million chips in the middle, and that's a massive pot for Tapio actually. Both of these players. Tapio checks. We've seen Matthias bet huge with either. Usually he has had strong hands in those situations. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he had like 9-10 here or King Jack. He's going all in. He's putting maximum pressure on Tapio. This is what you need to do, because every straight missed, every flush missed. Deuce of spades is the brickest of the brick. So Tapio instantly called on the turn, giving away a pretty good live tell that he doesn't want Matthias to bet the river. And Matthias just doesn't bite into it and he just jams it all. That's a very common live tell to do. To just instantly call and just hope that your opponent shuts down. So either if Matthias was bluffing there or value betting, then I love that bet. Just do exactly the opposite of what your opponent wants you to do. And now, look at that. Matthias has taken a huge chip lead. He's up to 4 million. Tapio is down to 1.4. And Jussi has about 500,000. Something very close to that. Tapio now. 35 big blinds for him. Ace-2 suited. I think he'll raise into Jussi's big blind. Matthias will fold, as will Jussi, leaving himself with 11.5 big blinds behind. So look at that. Matthias has about 66% of the chips right now. So now, once he got the lead, he never let go of it, and very quickly he increased that chip lead. So that was something that Tapio couldn't do while he had the chip lead. So now Matthias has put on the acceleration. Now it's gonna be interesting to see how Tapio will react to pressure from Matthias, because now Tapio kind of has to wait for Jussi to bust, because it's 13k difference and he's in clear second place, so he can't really do anything against Matthias. So I expect Matthias to raise very wide into his big blind, as he does. Raises with 6-4 and gets 2 folds. Well played by Matthias there, realizing that he can bully him around a little bit. Casino Patreon wants to know what's going on in the high roller. High roller finished. Sebastian got first place, Sebastian from Finland, and Igor Bihela got second place. That's how much I know. Tapio calls 7-6. Matthias. I don't think he's gonna let him call that easy. And he does raise, and Tapio has to fold. And look at that now. Jussi down to 10 big blinds, Tapio down to 33, and Matthias has a large chip lead. At the moment there are, let me tell you, 73 players remaining in the free buy, but you can still late reg. You can late reg for another 45 minutes. So if you want to play the free buy, first place takes home €1,500 package to Battle of Malta. So that's a very nice deal for you there. You can do it by using hashtag Tallinn Showdown as password. So one player out of those 73 at the moment is gonna take this one down. I'm still in the mix. 37th out of those 70 now left. I have Ahmed, Daik, Pirks, Legit Vambola, Chessmate and Porolon at my table. So good luck to you guys if you're listening. I hope you are. Chessmate being the overwhelming chip leader. Meanwhile, at this tournament, raise from Matthias with Queen 8 and Tapio defends his big blind with Jack 9. Ace 7-4. Not the best flop for neither of those players, but Matthias can just continuation bet and take this one down. But Queen of Diamonds on the turn, check check on the flop. Meaning that Matthias, unless he gets bluffed, can't lose this. And it goes checked around all the way. None of those players have a diamond, so Matthias just takes a small one. As we wait to get dealt another hand. Jussi now, getting super short. But 5 deuce won't do it for him. He has to let this one go. My mouth is getting so dry. Ace 10 for Tapio. Very good hand. Wants to get Matthias raising now. Just calls, but now that he has a good hand, Matthias checks. And hits a 5 on a flop, so he takes the lead. Let's see if Tapio is the one betting in. Bets 50,000. Matthias makes a quick call. That's an ace on a turn, so now it's Tapio's turn to take the lead. Check, check on the turn. And check, check on the river as well, so Tapio doesn't get any value from his ace. Interesting. Guys, I'm all in on the free buy. I lost the big pot, and I'm going all in with 12 big blinds. Wish me luck. You still have time to register as well. About 40 minutes still left. At the moment, 71 players are in. My ace queen versus king queen. That's an ace on a flop. And I double up. Yoo-hoo. Jussi wants to double up as well. He goes all in with king 9 off. Unfortunately for him. Or fortunately with him, Matthias doesn't wake up with anything. So Jussi still has 475. So about 12 big blinds. So let's see now. King 9 for Matthias, raises to 100,000. Jussi goes all in with ace 8. And I think Matthias might actually call this one. He's getting almost 2 to 1. Decent hand. He must expect Jussi to shove there pretty lightly. Not super lightly, but still. He's getting decent odds. As we can see, he's getting good enough odds. $375 to win $655. And eliminate Jussi in 3rd place. But at the same time, he maybe even wants Jussi to stay in, just so he can bully W a little bit more. And I think that's part of the reason why he folded. No, he calls. He does call, and we have Jussi in the lead. He has 60%, but his ace 8 needs to hold against Matthias king 9. 1 million in the middle. And let's see, can Matthias eliminate Jussi in 3rd place? He needs a king or a 9 or a straight. That's an ace on the flop, meaning that there is almost 0 chance that Matthias is going to win this one. Running kings and 9s only are going to help him. And that's going to seal the deal. Jussi doubles up one more time. 3rd time he's going to double up now. Up to 1 million. Small dent to Matthias, but he's still well in the lead. But Jussi, now a little bit more breathing room, finally. Up to 1 million in chips. So look at that. Now it's not actually that bad for Matthias. Yes, he doubled up Jussi. Yes, he could have eliminated a player, but now Jussi has doubled up, meaning that neither Jussi or W want to be the next one out. They have very similar stacks, so nothing has changed in the bullying department. Matthias can still bully both of these players, so he can pretty much raise blindly every hand and be happy about it. Because its difference between 3rd and 2nd is close to 13,000 euros. Queen 9 for Jussi in the button. Will just fold. And look at that. This is the power of Matthias. Queen 9 usually is a clear raise from the button 3 ways. Just don't want to do it against Matthias. Thinking that he's gonna get played back against very often. So you still have 35 minutes to enter the free buy. If you're listening, if you haven't done it, there's 70 players remaining, and one of those players will take home €1,500 Battle of Malta package for free. So grab a hold of that chance if you can still. If you're listening and if you haven't already registered, do it now. I'm all in the free buy, by the way. Tabio raises 200,000. Matthias just shoves. This is what Matthias can do. And I can't see what I lost with, but I seem to have gone out of the free buy. So good luck to everybody who's in there. And well played by Matthias here by just shoving the King Queen. He's putting the maximum pressure on both of these players. So hashtag Tallinn Showdown is the password for the free buy tournament. (9-4). Let's see if Matthias wants to raise 9-4. No, he doesn't. Which is kind of surprising. Would have thought that he's raising almost 100% of the hands. You see, 20k to call, but he does raise instead. Raises against Tabio, both with very similar stacks. Tabio does call with his Queen 9 suited. We see a flop, 2s, 4 and a 8. Yussi's King guy is still good. No spades for Tabio as well. Yussi bets 100. 190 even. And Tabio can't do anything besides fold. Which he will. So Yussi actually takes second place for Tabio. Super close though, but second place nevertheless. Still a dream situation for Matthias. He can just pretty much do whatever he wants. Because neither Tabio or Yussi can't play without a strong hand against him. Because of the ICM situation. Even an ace-9 wouldn't be an all-in, even if it usually is. Ace-9? I think it's gonna be good enough for a raise, at least. Yes, you don't want to raise against Matthias. But you still have ace-9. Raise to 90k. Matthias will call. With a hand that we cannot see one more time. Three, 6 and an 8. 2 spades and a club. Pretty ugly board for Yussi. At least it still has 2 overcards. But no spades, no clubs. And no pair. But C-bet might just do it. Matthias doesn't look like he's playing. Wants to get rid of hands like 10 jack, queen 10, queen jack, all those hands. But Matthias, he's not calling, he's not folding either, he's raising. And this is a raise that is going to work. I can tell you that right now. Blink, why do you say that you can't register with a mobile? I had an issue as well. What you can do, I know exactly what your issue is, registering to the free buy. Type the password to Messenger or wherever, then just copy that and then go to Olibet mobile and just paste it to the password thingy. And then that way it works. At least for me it worked that way. Ace-2 suited. All in. All in from W. Let's see if anyone finds. I don't think UC can actually call with Queen-Jack suited. It's a pretty hand, but it's not a hand you want to call with. It's a hand you might want to shove with, but not call. W just shoves Ace-2 suited for 25 big blinds. What a man. And takes it down. An extra 100k that he desperately needs at this point. At one point he was up to 3 million. Now that 3 million is on Matthias's hands. $9-8 off for Matthias. I expect to see a raise. Hand 199 of this final table. And look at that. UC folds King 9. As will Tabio. And another small one for Matthias. That should be the theme until we see a couple of those hands clashing. Until UC or Tabio they pick up a good hand. Most likely Matthias will just keep on raising and chipping up slowly. Queen 7 off for UC. He will fold. At least I assume. Yep. So will Tabio, and Matthias takes another small one. And if you want to know how to close out the tournament, if you want to learn tournament poker, just pretty much follow what Matthias is doing at this moment. Just slowly chipping away, putting a lot of pressure, because neither UC or Tabio want to be the next one out, so they need to be super careful against each other and against Matthias. Because by just taking second place and just waiting for one of the other players to bust, they make 13,000 euros. This is the math behind poker. This is basically ICM. Raise 200k from W, and let's see, Matthias, last time he went all in with King Queen against the raise. He does go all in, and W is kind of gutted, but he has to fold. And amazing. I mean, there's nothing bad I can say. Both players played it fine. W must raise there. Matthias has to shove there. Well, he doesn't have to, but if he elects to, then it's perfectly fine to do that. Because his opponents, they're gonna call just super tight. Ace check from Matthias now. Actually a good hand. He's gonna raise it up. 80k. You see, nothing to call with. 8-4. He will fold. W might defend with his King 5. So he does. Let's see the flop. 220k in the middle. 8 king and a 2. So that means a pair of kings for W. Check check on the flop. That's a 4th spade. None of those players have a spade. Check check on a turn. And 5 spades mean those players are gonna chop unless one of those players are gonna bluff the other one out of the pot. W is thinking about bluffing. He checks. Matthias checks as well, and W a little unlucky there. Having it come 5 of spades. Or was it 5 of spades? Now it looks like 4 of hearts. Dude, I don't know. No, it was 5 of spades, so Players will chop it up. $1 million for both Jussi and Tabio. Matthias, the runaway chip leader. See the meme? Because the runaway was playing in the casino right at the moment. From the Killers, my favorite band of all time, fun fact. Jussi, check 5. He will fold that. And that's an all-in from Tabio. Queen 9, and let's see if Matthias can call. King 7, he would be ahead, but I don't think that Matthias is calling with King 7 off. Strong shot from Tabio. He's pretty much sick of Matthias running away with it. I'm kind of surprised to see Tabio raise all in there with Queen 9 off. That means that he's raising all in pretty wide. Portina wants to know the payouts. It's 19.5k for third, 32.2k for second, and 46.7k for the winner. So pretty big difference between third and second. Queen 8 now for W. In the button he will fold. Matthias, 9-3 suited. See if he calls or raises. He does raise. Jussi has a very strong king-queen. And he will just call. We'll see the flop. 1 club, 2 clubs, and a 3. So that's a pair of 3s with a flush draw for Matthias. King high still with a backdoor flush draw for Jussi. So Matthias takes the big lead. That's 75,000. Jussi is looking at his pretty looking hand, but that's kind of an ugly board for King Queen suited. He's 5-3. And Matthias takes down another one. Jussi down to 870 now. So 22 big blinds approximately. Portino is saying that Jussi will win. Well, he's gonna need a couple of double ups to make that happen, but of course everything is possible. Matthias, he's not making too many mistakes though. He's playing pretty good. It's gonna be tough. At least some luck is gonna be needed for either Dubby or Jussi to win this one. But poker, it has this luck element in it. Pocket deuces for Matthias. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just shove this one. Opponents have 25 big blinds approximately, so why not just shove those small pocket pairs and try and take the 100k in the middle. Sometimes you're flipping if you get called, and you're gonna get called super tight anyway. So exactly, Matthias goes all in, gets rid of Jussi and Tabio. And the nice aggressive play by Matthias once more. I mean, I can't say enough good words about his play. Not to take away anything from Jussi and Tabio, who have played amazingly to get this far, but it's kind of hard to play against the chip leader, especially in this ICM situation. They are pretty much at the moment playing for second place, and that is understandable and acceptable. Sometimes winning doesn't come to mind that often. I mean, until they get heads up. Of course, then they want to win. But at the moment, it's more important and more likely for them to try to get second place than to try to play for the win. That's a raise from Jussi with King Jack. Tabio finds pocket jacks. He's going to go all in. And look at that, Matthias with a King Queen suited as well. Matthias can try and end this one here. Right here, right now. Raise from Jussi, all in from Tabio. I think Matthias is gonna end up folding this. Just because Jussi already came in with a raise. If it would have been just Tabio shoving, then Matthias would have called most likely. But he's considering it. Kinda doesn't want to double up W either. But at the same time, he wants to take him out, you know? It's a paradox. He wants to know how much W has approximately. W has 1 million, UC has 750 behind, so less than W. Let's see. He's considering it. He's not Hollywooding here. There's no reason for him to Hollywood here. But I'm pretty sure he's gonna end up folding. Yeah, he does fold.
And there we go. Is another 3, and we are losing Capio Viascas on the 3rd position.
And Jussi now, he's thinking about it. I don't think Jussi can call either. I mean, King Jack suited is a pretty hand. It's gonna be tough to fold this one, but nah, Jussi will fold. He has folded those times. Like every single time he's had a tough decision, he's leaned towards fold. And most of the times he's been right, so I think he's gonna end up folding this one as well. He's still gonna have 19 big blinds left. He wants that title. It would be pretty much a 13k call should he do it, but I know he's not gonna do it. I can tell you that right now. It's just the body language says everything. And there you go. Jussi will fold, and W is up to 1.2 million. What a good time to find checks. So here are the chip stacks. 98 big blinds for Matthias, W for 29, and Jussi left with 18 big blinds. As the players are gonna go on a small break, what it looks like. At least discuss a deal. No, they're just gonna go on a break, not discuss the deal. And we're gonna be back in 15 minutes, so don't go anywhere far. It's gonna be an exciting three-way battle. So see you guys soon. You still have 19 minutes to register to the free buy tournament as well. So do it using the hashtag Tallinn Showdown. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown is the password. You can still late enter. So go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go take a breather and be back in 14 minutes. See you guys soon. And we are back. Still three-handed. There's still 4 minutes to register for the free roll as well. Hashtag Tallinn Showdown is the password if you want to do it. You have to be quick though. Tabio, all in with Queen Jack on the button. First hand back. One more time. Matthias is not gonna call though. But Jussi might. Jussi has ace 10 off. I don't think Jussi can even fold that. He does call and Tabio is in trouble. He has Jussi covered. He's gonna be left with 260,000, but Jussi is way ahead with ace 10. Well, 57% against 43. 43, I'm sorry. But he needs a queen or a jack to survive or to eliminate Jussi. King 5-8 on the flop. One spade. 6 of diamonds. Safeguard for Jussi. Only a queen or a jack will do it. That is a 3 of spades, meaning that Jussi will double up for the 4th time now. One more time. Up to 1.5 million, and that is bad news for Tabio. Tabio has been playing super aggressively, but now he's crushed. He's down to 260,000, meaning that he only has a couple of big blinds left. Jussi is in clear second place now. Matthias still our big chip leader. Lucky for Tabio and lucky for Jussi for his ace high to hold. Look at that, blinds have gone up to 25,000, 50,000, 50,000 big blind ante. That means that Tabio only has 5 big blinds left. And he has to put in the big blind, he has to put in the ante. So he's gonna be left with only 3 big blinds behind after this hand. So it's very likely he's gonna be all in soon. Matthias, 6-3, he will fold that. Let's see if Jussi will finish the job. Queen 7, definitely good enough to shove against 5 big blinds. He does go all in. And Tabio, 7 deuce off, but he feels like he has to call. 40% of his chips already in there. And he's absolutely crushed by Jussi. Jussi in 2 hands is in prime position to eliminate Tabio in 3rd place. 470 in the middle. 3 ace 4. That's a straight draw for Tabio. 5 would give him a straight now. 9 of spades does not help him. Deuce or a 5. Tabio needs a deuce or a 5 and he needs it on the river. That's a 3 of spades, meaning that Jussi eliminates Tabio in 2 hands. Tabio, very well played by him. He's gonna take home 19.5 thousand euros, but Jussi, another heads up finish by our final table regular, I must say. 3rd or 4th final table for Jussi. 3rd or 4th final table for Matthias as well in Tallinn. And Tabio, unfortunately for him, he's gonna be eliminated in 3rd place. Very good showing though. Taking home close to 20,000 euros. But now it's between those two. Matthias and Jussi. And Jussi has a stack as well. 35 big blinds against 82 big blinds. Matthias still the chip leader, but should Jussi double up through Matthias, it's gonna be tables turned. So we are losing the antes now, as far as I understand. At least Jussi took back the ante. I think this is what the players are talking about right now. Yes, no antes heads up. Blinds still 25 and 50. I think the 2 of the most successful players here in Tallinn battling each other. Who's the ultimate title winner? Is it gonna be Matthias? Is it gonna be Jussi? Sick resumes for both of these players. Jussi's gonna start things off with ace-2 suited. That's a flop flush. That's a nut flush for Jussi. I have no idea what Matthias has or what the action was. The graphics are kind of behind at the moment. But it looks like Matthias has a flush draw with a 3, but basically he's gonna need running 5 and 7 of diamonds, so he's pretty much dead. So bet of 110,000 on a flop by UC. Matthias calls, check on a turn, and river gives actually Matthias a flush with a 3, so UC might even get some value here. He does definitely bet, and it looks like Matthias just folds his 3 high flush. UC, nice flop for him, nice start to the heads up. 2 million against 3.9 million. So who was it in the chat who said that UC is gonna win? He's on the right track. Matthias definitely still the favorite to win this one, but UC has a good chance. Queen 7 now on the button. So these players are playing for about 15,000 euros. 32.2 for the second place finisher, and first place takes home 46.7. So 14,500 euros is what this heads up is playing for, as well as the title, and you can see the title right over there. That's a pretty one. Look at that pre-flop raise difference. Matthias 42, UC 20. That's a cool trophy. It looks like a couch. Like sofa. Matthias 7-3. He's gonna raise it up, and you see most likely will defend with 10-9 suited, as he will. 9, 3 and a 6. Both players hit the pair. UC with a stronger pair though. Check on a flop. King of hearts on a turn. Let's see if UC checks one more time. Yes, he will. Matthias controls the size of the pot. We'll check. Jack of diamonds. I expect it to go check as well, and UC hitting top pair on the flop, but doesn't get any value from it. Gets a small pot though. Another 2 big blinds from Matthias. Up to 2.1 now. My name, of course, is Christian Lars. I'm gonna be with you until we crown the winner. We're getting super close now. We played more than 200 hands at this final table, and we're finally heads up. Look at this trophy. Summer Showdown winner 2019. Is it gonna be UC? Is it gonna be Matthias? Let me know in the chat. UC, ace 6 now. Definitely good enough hand to raise, which you will. Looks like 115,000. Yep, and gets a call from Matthias, Queen 8 suited. 2 decent hands. King checks 5. None of those players flop a pair. Not the prettiest flop for Matthias. Doesn't have a spade. No hearts on the flop. And UC continuation bets and takes down this pot, so UC is starting off strong. Taking down 3 pots in a row, and before that eliminating Tabio in 2 hands basically. Tabio takes down 19,500 euros for 3rd place finish. But the spotlight is on those 2 right now. Matthias and UC. Matthias, 10-7 suited. Button. He's gonna raise. 110 from him. And now it's gonna be interesting to see if UC is gonna defend Queen 5. If he's not, which it looks like he's gonna fold, then it means that Matthias is most likely gonna run over UC this final table. Unless UC is gonna get a good run of cards or lucky situations or just fortunate runouts. Because Queen 5 is definitely a call there. Blind versus blind. 42 big blinds deep against the min raise. So, just based on that fold, I would say that Matthias has a pretty big edge. He has more chips already, but it seems like Jussi is a bit too tight. Yeah, and he's gonna fold to Queen 4 from the small blind. Definitely not a huge mistake, but definitely a mistake there. Like, these are small mistakes, but they add up, especially heads up, where you have to play every single hand to the max. So if you lose a little bit of value every hand you play, then it will add up very fast. A6 for Matthias now. He's gonna come in raising. King Queen for Jussi as well. Strong hand for Jussi. Let's see if he wants to 3-bet or call this one. It looks like he wants to 3-bet. And it might even work. Because I think Matthias thinks that Jussi is a bit too tight. So he doesn't want to play those rag aces against him. He rather plays something like 9-10 suited instead of ace-6 off. Especially 40 plus big blinds deep. So there you go. The Battle of the Titans. Two players with the most amount of success in Tallinn tournaments. Heads up for the title. Summer Showdown. Biggest summer showdown of all time. 195 entries. 1100 euros was the buy-in. And we're down to 2. Call from Jussi. Check from Matthias. Ace, ace, 6. 2 pair for Jussi now. Not much for Matthias. Oh, he's the one leading in. Kind of bad timing. I think it was bet of 50,000 from Jussi and raised to 150,000 from Matthias, and just Jussi calls and then it's checked over. So another one for Jussi, and we're kind of evening out the chip stacks here. Jussi up to 2.4 million, Matthias 3.5 million now. That's a pretty deep heads-up match actually. This might go on for a while. Because I don't think Jussi is ever gonna 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet light here. So the bots are just not gonna get big. Unless we see a cooler. 5-6. Good enough for a raise. 110. Jussi, another strong hand for Jussi. He's been getting pretty lucky heads up. But it's just starting here. Let's see. He's gonna call this time. Mixing it up. King 7-5. King 7-3. Straight draw for Matthias, but Jussi flops a top pair. Strong kicker. Check from Jussi. Matthias is gonna continuation bet, and let's see if Jussi wants to raise it straight away. Looks like he does. Those purple chips are 50,000 each. Yellow one's 5k. So it's a raise to what looks like 165,000. 215, sorry. 4 of those purple ones. And Matthias is gonna call in position. He's gonna need a 4. Or running 2 pairs or something. That's a 5. That's at least 1 pair for Matthias. Jussi checks, Matthias checks as well, and that's a 4. Matthias makes a straight on the river. Let's see if he can get paid by Jussi though. 650 in the middle. Jussi has checked the turn as well as the river. And Matthias puts in a little bet there. Looks like 200 something thousand. 225,000 is the bet. I don't think Jussi is gonna fold this one. Top pair, strong kicker. Kind of weird run out, but I mean, Jussi even beats some of Matthias' value hands, so I think you should call this one. But he really doesn't want to call. He's gonna end up calling, yeah. Just a nice chosen value from Matthias. Not gonna go for nothing too big. And Jussi's just shaking his head. The first bigger pot goes over to Matthias. Jussi has won plenty of the smaller ones though, so he still has 1.9 million. Matthias back up to 4 million. 25k, 50k, the blinds. Lucky turn, and especially the river for Matthias. Meaning that the first 1 mil plus spot goes over to him. But I have a feeling we're gonna see a battle. I have a feeling we're gonna see a long one here. That's a fold from Jussi, from the small blind. 8-6 he folded. Interesting, not even a call with that hand. Let me know, guys, any heads up specialists there? I mean, I think if you're gonna start folding all those hands, it's better to start just limping all of your hands, so you don't overfold everything. Ten deuce for Matthias. Matthias has shown that he wants to raise every button against Jussi, and Jussi has been picking up good hand after a good hand in the big blind. And now pocket queens for him. He's gonna 3-bet and Matthias will fold. At least Matthias should fold. Yep, sticks to the game plan. Not a big fan of that sizing as well. I think you have to make it a bit bigger. Something like 350, even 400,000 wouldn't be bad. So you want to have like at least some of the bluffs in your 3-bet range. But I think Jussi has come to terms with the fact that he doesn't have too many bluffs in his 3-bet range. It's either fairly strong hands or very strong hands. So he can actually make it a bit smaller. A3, I think he will just fold. As he will. Ace-9 will get a walk. Ace-7 now for Matthias. Decent hand for sure. 110. Jussi might call with 5-3 suited. He seems to like those connected suited small hands. Like more than something like King-5 in this situation. Queen, deuce, 9. Ace-high still good. Couple of backdoors for Jussi. Check, check. 10 of hearts. None of those players have a heart. Jussi checks one more time and Matthias doesn't take too long to check behind. So Matthias's game plan seems to be pretty much try and steal it once and then play straightforward against Jussi. Bets of 110 from Jussi. Matthias actually has a pair of 7s now. So he has some showdown value, but I think that Matthias doesn't expect Jussi to ever bluff. So nice bluff from Jussi, and gets Matthias to fold his pair of sevens. $2 mil versus 3.8 mil. So basically exactly where we started the heads up. Another nice addition to tournament poker, live tournament poker, would be if during heads up play the blind levels would half. Because no one wants to watch 1 hour levels of deep heads up poker. Not that I have nothing against those two players playing, but it's just I don't think it's gonna be super turbo if these players are gonna play 30-minute levels heads up. Mr. Mork wants to know how did Tabio drop. He shoved all in 20 big blinds with Queen Jack offsuit from the button, and Jussi called him with Ace 10 off. Doubled up against Tabio, then Tabio was left with 5 big blinds. He went with it with 7 deuce off against Jussi's Queen 7, and Jussi just eliminated Tabio in 2 hands. Matthias flops top pair. Not much for Jussi. Jussi is the one who bets on the flop though. Check check on the turn. 420 in the middle, plays it. And now Matthias is trying to go for some value. Wow, and Jussi calls him with Queen High. That's surprising to me. Didn't expect Jussi to just randomly start calling with Queen High there. And actually gets paid with his pair of aces. Jussi's hoping that maybe Matthias has something like busted flush draw there. He's gonna chop with all the busted straight draws or win. So he was making a hero call. Didn't work out this time. As you get a look at our beautiful trophy. That's a nice camera angle. I like it. Matthias, strong hand. Ace Queen. He's gonna raise anyway. But he's definitely gonna raise with Ace Queen. And Jussi doesn't want to defend 8-6. So Matthias extends his chip lead a little bit. Oh, look at that. Pocket aces for Jussi. It's a matter of trying to get anything from him. Let's see, look at his facial impression now. He was all laughs, smiles, and now he sees aces. Will he give away anything there? That's interesting to see. Look, he's all serious all of a sudden. Does raise it up, Matthias will defend. Flops a straight draw, but Jussi still ahead, way ahead with pocket aces. Matthias needs an 8. Checks it over to Jussi, and let's see if Matthias wants to make a check raise here. No, he's just gonna call. So another 420 in the middle. 5. Doesn't change anything, still an 8 is the only card that Matthias needs to take the lead. I want to see Jussi bet here quite big actually. There's quite a lot to get value from with your aces. You can definitely put something like 280 or something in there. Matthias checks 265. I like the sizing, and Matthias just folds. So back to where we started, back to square one. 4 mil against 1.8 mil. Blinds are 25 and 50,000. Matthias just maybe wants to offer Jussi 20 euros to win it right here and there. Jussi says no, so he's just gonna eat the money and show that he doesn't need the 5 euros. Matthias, 6-7, he's gonna raise. 110, and Jussi 7 2s suited. So, we've established one thing. UC likes to defend suited cards. When it's off-suited, then not that much. And here's the reason. Another flopped flush for UC. Check. It's gonna be bet for Matthias, and I think it's gonna be super tough for UC to get anything else from Matthias. Because Matthias has shown, once UC calls the flop, he usually has something, then Matthias doesn't want to just randomly bluff. UC is gonna raise and Matthias is just gonna fold this one. Unless he wants to go for a weird 4-bet, but I don't think that's the best spot to do it. You don't have any backdoors, you don't have any equity ever. Just choose anything else if you want to make a 4-bet bluff here. Still thinking about it. Maybe he thinks that he can just muscle out UC out of this spot, but really don't like that. I mean, UC hasn't shown once that he's randomly raising, so with absolutely zero equity, I don't like zero equity bluffs. I think that's the first big mistake we've seen Matthias make. Just a random zero equity bluff. He does 3-bet to 520, and UC's not going anywhere. I think UC's just gonna shove there. Doesn't want to give better flush draws any free cards. Yep. He goes all in, and Matthias realizes that he had some kind of a brain thing going on in this end. $2.5 against 3.4 now. Having watched these players, I don't think that Matthias has to force that much actually. UC is way too tight pre-flop, and he's playing fairly straightforward. So if I'm Matthias, I would just try and twindle him down slowly. And if I'm UC, I would try and use my image to my advantage, because we've seen a couple of big-ish folds from Matthias against UC because he just doesn't expect UC to ever bluff. UC will fold Queen 4. Mr. Mork says UC will win. Buratino also will says that UC is gonna win. The chat is rooting for UC here. I still think that UC is quite a big underdog, but I've seen crazier things happen. Maybe it's the beer factor happening for Matthias now. He's been drinking beers for last many hours, so maybe he's just trying to force too much. As it is, he's gonna raise and take down another big blind. Face Ace King says many days, not many hours. Sapesa says go UC, so UC has a nice rail here. Queen 3. Let's see if he wants to raise this one. It is suited, so UC does like those suited hands. He does raise, and Matthias defends with Queen Deuce. Flop is 4, 7, 9. Backdoor flush draw for UC, but none of those players hit those flop. Check and a check. And that's another backdoor club draw for UC. I think it's gonna go check, bet, fold. Not much Matthias can do here as well with his queen eye, no kicker. 65k bet is enough. Look at that. Up to 50 big blinds for UC now. Matthias down to 67. Haven't seen any too big pots yet. We had one 20 big blind pot, but we're gonna need to see many more of those to see someone dwindle down. Matthias. Check twos. He's gonna raise. You see him? He's gonna call the 6-4. He likes those kinds of cards. So he will. The glasses go on. Deuce, deuce, and a 3. So a straight draw for UC. Flop trips for Matthias. So Matthias is gonna bet UC. I don't think he's gonna go anywhere just yet with his straight draw, especially against 65,000. He's gonna call 350 in the middle, so he's gonna need a 5. A 6 and a 4 might get him into trouble. Jack of clubs gives Matthias full house, so UC officially has 0 outs here. But I don't think he's gonna call another bet from Matthias. I think it's gonna go check, bet, fold. It is a bet of 110,000. Yep. One last look of the cards and then hit the muck. So he has definitely wanted a bit more there. Have played with UC and he was quite a cheerful and funny player, so that's why I rail for UC. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. He seems very friendly and cheerful. Five deuce, I'm sure it will hit the muck. Hand 230 of this final table. Quite a long final table. But considering how deep 3 of those players were coming into the final table, I'm not that surprised. UC actually calls with his 5 deuce, and he does flop a straight draw. Matthias is still ahead with 9 high, but it's hard for him to know that. He's gonna check it over. UC is gonna lead, and I like that. I like that UC is starting to call those hands. Because position is just so important, and if you're gonna give up button too easily, then you're gonna have to play too often out of position, and at some point you're gonna be in a very tough situation. So definitely take a worse card, but position in poker. He has pocket 8s now. Let's see if UC finds anything to play. That's king 2 suited. I think UC is gonna defend that. He's been lucky with the clubs as well, hasn't he? Every time, like, at least a flush draw. Doesn't mean that it means anything, but it means that he flops a pair of kings, king 10-4, check on the flop, 7 of hearts, safeguard for UC, safeguard for Matthias as well. If he's ahead, he's still gonna be most likely ahead. 60k from UC, Matthias is gonna call, 340 in the middle, jack of clubs, kind of a scare card for Matthias, and UC maybe as well. And he's gonna go check. UC takes down another pot. And what I thought is gonna be a pretty one-sided heads up towards Matthias, then it's been actually opposite. UC is the one up 500,000 from the heads up. Even though Matthias was the one who won the only bigger pot. UC has just won a lot of those smaller pots. And he's up to 2.5 million from the 2 million that he started heads up with. Haven't seen any light 3 bets yet. Ace 4 for UC. Let's see if he comes in raising or calling. If he's gonna fold, then I'm gonna eat my shirt. That's a raise. Raise to 110. That's a... Is that an all-in? Wait. What is happening? That's 7-5 suited. Oh, that's a 3-bet to 400,000. As I just said that, we haven't seen any light 3-bets. Matthias makes it 400,000 with 7-5 suited. That's a tough situation for Jussi, actually. Ace-4 off, doesn't play that well. Yes, you do have position. I think you have to fold. He does smile and let it go, and nice 3-bet from Matthias. I feel like Matthias has pretty good game sense. In a sense that feeling that there hasn't been any 3-bets, now is a good time to do one, because I'm gonna get more respect of doing that. And he's gonna get Jussi to fold an ace. Seven four. Matthias will raise to 110. Yep. You see now another strong hand from the big blind. Pocket nines this time. He has been getting a lot of strong hands there. That might be the reason why he's up. He's gonna 3-bet, and let's see if he's gonna make a small 3-bet, if Matthias is gonna want to call. Because Jussi's 3-bet sizings have been a bit too small. Maybe 7-4 suited is just a bit too weak to call there. No, that was a better sizing as well. He sized it up to 335. That's way better than 280 that he did previously. That one extra big blind, it makes a lot of difference. And if I'm Matthias, I'm actually feeling like Jussi is actually running over me. Jussi has been getting a lot of strong hands. But if I'm Matthias, I'm kind of starting to get this feel that Jussi must be running over me, and maybe I have to reevaluate things here. Jussi now, Queen 7. And look at that, he's just gonna fold Queen 7 on the button. That is a huge mistake actually. But I think that's the luxury you can allow yourself when you're getting a lot of good hands in the big blinds. If you're getting 9 deuces, jack 3s and so on, then you can't keep on folding Queen 7s on the button. But if you feel like you're gonna get pocket 9s, king queens, aces and so on every second hand, then obviously why play the Queen 7? But folding a Queen 7 on the button there is just pretty big mistake. Maybe as big as the random 4-bet with 6-7 suited on a 3 club board. Ace 9 now. And Jussi will fold. So Matthias way more likely to play pots. VPIP is almost 2 times as high as Jussi's. Jussi now will fold the queen deuce. 8 deuce, sorry. Matthias gets another walk. I mean, unless there's gonna be like a huge cooler or a blow up from Matthias, to me, it just seems inevitable that Matthias will end up winning this one. Jussi definitely wants to prove me wrong. It doesn't mean that Jussi is playing bad. It just means that Matthias seems to be way more experienced heads up. That's a raise with ace king off from Matthias this time. Jussi is not going anywhere with queen jack at least. He's gonna call, and we're gonna see a flop. Queen 6-6, very good flop for Jussi because it makes it pretty unlikely that Jussi hits this one, having the board paired. So he's gonna check. Matthias is gonna see at 65,000. Let's see how Jussi plays his top pair jack kicker. He's gonna just call. We see a turn. 7 of spades. Good card for Jussi. Would like to see Jussi actually lead this turn. He's gonna check. And another queen. He might actually get paid here. Flushes doesn't get there. Couple of face size might float there. 3s, 4s, 5s, deuces. Might turn their hand into a bluff. Matthias has some showdown value here for sure. Depends on how much Jussi is betting. 275 goes for a bigger bet. Matthias doesn't block any flush draws as well, so I think Matthias is pretty likely to call this one. And then we're pretty much even on chips. I really feel like Matthias doesn't want to fold this. He's definitely thinking about it, but I think the fact that Matthias doesn't have any diamonds in his hand, the queen paired on the river, just more likely for Jussi to maybe be bluffing here than having the queen or a 6. But at the same time, it's the Jussi factor. Matthias has come in with a game plan that Jussi is not bluffing too much. He doesn't really want to make too many hero calls. So he does fold. And it's almost melted completely, the chip lead for Matthias. 2.6 million now for Jussi, 3.3 for Matthias. Definitely this heads up is going well for Jussi. And now it's just a matter of like, should we see one cooler here, then on whoever is on the right side of the cooler might win it here and there. Especially with chip stacks as even as they are. Ace jack now for Jussi, very strong hand. Especially heads up. He's gonna raise it up. 110. 3 deuce for Matthias though. Not much he can do with that hand. Jussi takes another pot. 2.7 against 3.2 now. King 9 suited for Matthias, strong hand. He's gonna come in raising, 110. And King 5 off. Well, in theory that should be a call. And it is. And we're gonna see a flop. 9-7 check. Matthias takes a strong lead now. That's an ugly board for Jussi as well. He's gonna check fold this most likely. 100k. Not much you can do when you're Jussi there. Just have to release your king eye. We got a dealer change. Maybe some fresh energy on this table. It has been pretty quiet. It's not that late even. It's 9 p.m. here in Estonia. But I guess it's been a long festival. Many days of poker playing, partying, enjoying the summer that Estonia has to offer right now. Right now at 9 p.m. it is still 30 degrees outside. It's just craziness and we love it. 8-7 for Jussi. Let's see if he wants to call. He definitely should at least call. it looked like he's gonna raise. I like that. He's mixing it up a little bit, and Matthias gonna call with 3-2s, and you can expect to have those crappy hands for your opponent, so you can raise actually pretty lightly on the button. So we are waiting for something exciting to happen. It is exciting, definitely, to watch how those players are playing the heads up, and but it's sometimes a bit more exciting to see a couple of strong hands clash together. Matthias raises, and Jussi gets another strong hand from the big blind. This is actually getting a bit amazing. Another king-queen from the big blind. You're definitely not supposed to get that many good hands from the big blind. He's gonna 3-bet this one, and Matthias is just gonna fold his 8-5. He's getting kind of frustrated, maybe. Nothing seems to be working for Matthias against Jussi. It's less than 10 big blinds now, the difference between Matthias and Jussi. And with both of them being more than 50 big blinds deep, the 10 big blinds means nothing now. It means a chance for a mulligan for Matthias should there be a sick cooler. Still gonna have 9 big blinds left. Should Jussi double up, but still, it's almost nothing. Next, all in, shoot the stacks, stay similar and close is gonna mean everything for this place. Call. Matthias raises it up to 200,000. Getting kinda impatient, and Jussi will fold. Jussi hasn't shown that he's gonna limp a lot of strong hands either, so I don't mind Matthias trying to punish those limps.
Only go with the final heads up. You see as ace queen of suit. Matthias perfect.
So a raise from Matthias, queen 4. You see another strong hand, king jack off. He's definitely gonna at least call.
Alright, let's the flop. 865.
I'm gonna mute the microphone for a while. Just gonna have to wait so I don't spoil anything from the tournament director right now. So I'm not going anywhere. So, in about 20 minutes, there's gonna be at least one bigger hand. It doesn't mean that the tournament is gonna be over or whatever, but since we're streaming with a 20-minute delay, then I had to mute because otherwise, thank you chat for telling me that you can listen to that or hear that. But look at that, this is an interesting hand as well. Jussi raises the flop, Matthias calls with a second pair. Now Matthias gets the flush draw on the turn. Jussi bets 460, Matthias calls again. That's 1.6 million in the middle already. And Jussi's gonna stay ahead with his pair of checks. Running straight guards get there, and I'm really wondering if Jussi's bluffing here with his pair of checks, or he's going for value. He's trying to get value from something like check queen, check 10, check 9. That's a bet of 7-10, and Matthias folds quickly, and look at that. Jussi actually takes the chip lead from Matthias. What I thought is gonna be a very easy heads up for Matthias, and he's just gonna crush it. Jussi instead has grown his chip stack from 2 million to 3.5 million. So he's up 1.5 million chips this heads up, and Matthias has 2.4 million left. So in this pace, Matthias is gonna be in trouble. I'm kinda no, but I don't think none of those players played this hand bad. I think Matthias's call on a flop was fine. Definitely has to call on the turn, having added a flush draw to his pair. And he folds the river. Jussi now, 8-5 suited. He's gonna raise it. Matthias will defend with queen 6. And this is why you have to defend your queen racks. Because you're most likely ahead of your opponent. Or at least you're getting good odds. So queen high is still good. Jussi adds a straight draw though. Matthias checks. Jussi continues and takes this one down. Extends his chip lead to 3.6 against 2.3 now. Has about 33% more chips than Matthias has. Or, let's say half. Depends on the point of view. Matthias is not looking happy. I can't see his eyes, but I mean, nothing has been working out for him. Still raising though. Still a fighter. 6-3, gonna come in with a raise. And Jussi queen jack suited, another strong hand on the big blinds. We are witnessing just domination, just getting strong hands every big blind, and Matthias trying and things just not working out. And look at that. At least that flop worked out. 2 pairs for Matthias, not much for Jussi though, so Matthias might not get paid. Bet of 70,000. And Jussi just calls with a backdoor straight draw and a flush draw. Let's see what the turn brings. That's another king. That's an ugly guard for Matthias. His 2 pair gets counterfeited. He's gonna think that Jussi most likely hit that flop somehow, so he's not gonna feel super strong about it. Check. And let's see if Matthias checks or bets. He's gonna bet one more time. 120,000. I like the sizing. Gonna put a small bet in there in case Jussi had some floats, some draws, something like 5-7 and so on. Which should not be able to call that bet. And he does fold. So small one over to Matthias. He does need that. So the tables have turned. Matthias now with 2.5 million and Jussi with 3.4 million. Hand number 249. Let me know, chat, what do you think is going to be the final hand of this tournament? It's 2:45 now. Give me your estimates. Mr. Mork says 257. So Mr. Mork thinks there's only gonna be 12 more hands left. I don't know, man. It's pretty deep. 10-7 for Jussi now. 258 says Sapesa. Jussi raises and Matthias defends is 10-6. Jussi has Matthias in bad shape. 10, 8 and a 5. Pair of 10s for both of these players. Jussi has Matthias outkicked. Check from Matthias and check from Jussi. Ooh, that's another 10. That is a cooler. It's gonna go chop chop most likely. Unless the river is a 2, 3, 4, 6 or a 7. Every other card, they're gonna chop it up. Matthias bets 125. Jussi calls. Let's see what the river brings. Ace of diamonds, meaning that those players are most likely gonna chop it up. Both players have 10, 10, 10 and ace 8. So the kicker doesn't play anymore. Just 470 in the middle, look at that. Both of these players just playing it super tight. Matthias, how much can you get from Jussi? And Jussi's thinking the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see Matthias bet and then just Jussi shove and Matthias maybe even folding this one. It's a matter of who's gonna be the last one to raise. That's a huge bet. That is a massive bet. I don't see anything else than just a bet and a call happening now. Against that massive bet. I think Jussi just has to just call this one. That is a huge bet. 1.2 million. I mean, if I'm Jussi, I'm even considering folding here. What do you do? Let me know, chat. What do you do in this situation? 2 times the bot bet. Can you ever get away from it? That's even more. 2.5 times the bot bet. As well as Matthias has shown that he's making big bets only with made hands. I mean, I'm thinking as well. I really don't want to fold, but that is just a massive bet. Like, what are you beating? He's not doing that with ace king. He's either doing that with a bluff or a 10. At least a 10. You have a 10 with no kicker. So you're losing to all the value 10s. And you're beating some bluffs, which might not ever bet 2.5 times. I don't know, I'm folding if I'm Jussi. Matthias has made 0 overbet bluffs. And randomly he's betting 2.5x the pot. I think Matthias has found a way to get Jussi to fold the chop here. That might not happen. Jussi might not want to fold, but it seems to me that Jussi is going to end up folding those. I mean, he's only has 250 something invested, and now he has to put in another 1.2 million. He does call, and it is a chop, but I think both of these players are going to be relieved to see what the other player is holding. I really want to hear what Jussi said here. Let's see if we can hear. Nah, can't hear anything anymore. What a hand though, what a bet from Matthias. Oh, look at that, Jussi did end up folding. Yeah, he did fold. The graphics got me wrong here for a second, but yeah. Matthias found a way to get Jussi off trips. They had the same hand, but I mean, if I'm Jussi, I'm also folding there. What a sick hand. Matthias now, king 2's off. 110. You see 8-5. He's gonna come along. He's gonna defend. Suited, connected. Seems to like those hands. No, I mean, I'm definitely calling with 10s there, but I need to be able to win anything that he has for value. Because if I win 0 value hands, then I can't just call with a 10, 10-6. But I win with, I think I call with Queen 10 and King 10 there, and also better hands. Because then I at least win like 10-9 and 10-Jack and some of his value hands, as well as his bluffs. Matthias bets his 2 pair and Jussi folds. And we're pretty much even. I think we're very close to even, yeah. 56 big blinds against 60 big blinds of Jussi. Jussi, Queen 6 now. This is hand 248. What did you guys think? 257, 258, and 252. Or more changed it to 252. Oh, you think that I was bullshitting you, yeah? Jussi raises to 110. Matthias, another 3-2 off for him. Cannot call. These are more likely hands you can have on big blind. I think it's his 4th time finding 3-2 off on the big blind. You just usually don't find king, queens, aces and 9s and 8s and so on hands in the big blind. Heads up. Yeah, Martin, I agree with you. Doug or Jonathan analyzing this hand would be the best. We have a couple of people who can actually analyze it in the chat, I'm pretty sure as well. I think if Tossu Karlais is still in the chat, he would give you a fairly good analysis of this hand. But I haven't heard from him much, so I don't think he's watching anymore. Jack 10-10 on the flop, another flush draw for Jussi. Check on the flop toe. That's another check, so unless it's a club or he makes Matthias fold, Matthias is gonna win this spot. 9 or a deuce doesn't give Jussi a better hand. That's a bet of 70,000. I don't think Matthias will fold. Yep, he's grabbing for chips. And he does call. Queen of hearts. So Matthias, king guy is still good. Let's see if Jussi wants to bluff. He does not. Maybe Matthias wants to turn his king guy into a bluff. Tries to get rid of other king size, maybe ace size. It makes sense. Jussi can have quite a lot of ace size here, having raised the flop, pre-flop. Check the flop, bet the turn, and then check to river. Ace high makes sense, so maybe bet here with king eye. He does bet, he overbets. So he does have overbet bluffs as well. 525. Jussi folds and Matthias now takes the lead. It's a microscopic lead. It's 59 big blinds against 58 big blinds. I mean, this truly has been the battle of the destroyers, the crushers here in Tallinn, Estonia. 2 of the most successful players here in Estonia. They're not even Estonian. There are 2 Finns making back to back final tables every single time. There's a big event here in Tallinn. One of those 2 is in the final table, or both of them, and now they are playing for the win. You see, hand 250. Ace Queen, that's a strong hand. He's gonna raise it up. Blinds have also gone up 30k, 60k now, so stacks a little shallower. Raise to 120. That's pocket eights for Matthias. Let's see how he wants to play that hand. Should he 3-bet? This might turn into an interesting hand because they are super tied together, these hands. The stacks, I mean. He's gonna 3-bet 430. I see a couple things happening. I see Jussi going all in and Jussi just calling. Jussi's never gonna fold. I don't think he has room to put in another raise without committing himself. So I think it's either gonna be an all-in or a call. And it is a raise. Raise to 1 million. I think if I heard correctly. And that pretty much basically commits Jussi. I don't think he's ever 4-bet folding ace queen off. But now it's a matter if Matthias wants to play against Jussi. Matthias is never just calling here. So it's either to play for it all or fold. Hand 250 in the main event. 59 big blinds against 58 big blinds at the start of this hand. Matthias had the lead. The tension is super high. I mean, it's pocket eights heads up. It's a very strong hand, but at the same time, I'm 100% sure Matthias thinks that Jussi is not bluffing here. That's an all-in from Matthias. I don't think Jussi can fold. I really don't think Jussi can fold after putting in 1 million heads up with ace queen. 4 million in the middle, 1.9 to call. Matthias had a slight chip lead over Jussi. So whoever wins this spot is gonna be the most. Should Jussi call? Jussi does call, and we're gonna have a huge flip for the tournament win here. Matthias pocket eights, Jussi ace queen off. Jussi has done it 4 times at this final table. He has doubled up 4 times. He's gonna need to do it again to absolutely crush and cripple Matthias. But Matthias has the lead now. 55% with pocket eights. Jussi 45% with ace queen. It comes down to this. It is the sickest of flips. Jussi. Ooh, that's an 8, and that seals the deal. Almost. He's gonna need running clubs or running straight guards or something. He's looking for, and that's a 5 of spades on the turn, meaning that Matthias, if the graphics are correct, he's gonna get full house on the turn, and I think Matthias has more than Jussi. If the graphics are correct, Matthias has to be our winner. We're gonna get a quick little count just to confirm, but it came down to a sick flip heads up. Pocket eights of Matthias against ace queen of Jussi. I mean, Jussi, he fought strongly. He started the heads up with 2 million, fought himself up to 3 million. They were basically even. 1 big blind in between those players, and it comes down to a flip, and that's poetic, man. 2 of the most successful players seen in Tallinn, always one of them making the final tables or winning it, and Matthias takes down another one. After taking down Coolbet Open just a while ago for 60k, he takes down this one. Jussi, right couple months ago at Patrick Antonia's Poker Championship, got 2nd place, and another 2nd place here. Well played for both of these players. I mean, both of these players definitely deserved it. It came down to luck, and Matthias was a little bit luckier at this heads-up flip. Matthias takes down the trophy and 46,700 euros. Jussi takes home 32,200 euros in second place. A valid effort. It was the party of Finns. 3 Finns with the biggest stacks, making it top 3. So triple win for the Finns. Best Estonian got 5th place. What a success it was. One more time. 195 entries. And then there was one. And this one is named Matthias. Congratulations for him. Thank you all for tuning in. It was a wonderful tournament. Absolutely super well played by everybody. So I have no bad words to say. Super festival. We're gonna see you next time. My name is Christian Lars. Thank you for tuning in, and I wish you all best of night. Ciao, ciao. Good luck with the cards as well.